Orders of the day? No. It being 11:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business.
Of Bill S-202, the Statutes Repeal Act, in the name of Mr. Szabo.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, before starting on Bill S-202, I'd like to thank the leader of the Bloc Québécois, the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, for the confidence he's shown in me by asking me to be House Leader for the Bloc Québécois. I'd also like to thank the people of Joliette. Without their support, I wouldn't have been able to receive that vote of confidence from my leader. And I'd like to thank my colleagues in the House. I'd like to take part as constructively as possible in the debate in this House, as I've tried all throughout the years I've been in the House. I'd also like to thank the member for Roberval, Lac-Saint-Jean, for all the work he did, and especially for the work he'll have to do in the coming weeks, because obviously I'm counting on his support. And I know I can count on that. And I am counting on him to transfer his expertise to me and provide for the smoothest possible transition. So the member for Roberval, Lac-Saint-Jean, will stay with us till the end of this session. So coming back to Bill S-202, which is a bill dealing with the repeal of statutes that never entered into force, I think everyone will conclude that this is a very common sense bill. It makes perfect sense. This would apply to statutes that received royal assent but didn't enter into force after 10 years. So there's something about the course of these bills that needs to be changed, and that's what Bill S-202 seeks to do. So, as you will have gathered, the Bloc Québécois is in support of this bill. This is a house cleaning bill. These are bills that were enacted but never came into force, and this is a way of forcing the government by means of a certain mechanism to bring this situation before the House and to establish clearly that the legislative branch is responsible for the entire legislative process, and the executive is there to make decisions, to carry out decisions made by Parliament when bills are enacted here in the House or in the Senate. So, in a way, this strengthens the legislative power and makes sure that the executive is answerable to the legislative branch and not the other way around. Now, there are some nuances. There are 3 amendments that we think would be desirable. In Bill S-202, the duration or period in which a bill may not come into force is 10 years, and that seems far too long to us. We think 5 years would be more reasonable. I think if legislation doesn't come into force within 5 years, well, then the House should ask questions about that. If the government chooses not to implement legislation, we would ask that this period be brought down from 10 to 5 years, so the government would have 5 years to bring into force legislation enacted by the Commons. Secondly, the government should be required to explain to Parliament why legislation didn't come into force, or why the government doesn't intend to bring legislation into force even though it received royal assent. The idea here would be to give back to the House of Commons its responsibility as lawmaker or legislator, and to ensure that the government doesn't do whatever it sees fit with legislation enacted by the entire House of Commons. So, in that respect, we think the bill should be more explicit. The government should have to be more explicit. It should explain why an act has not been implemented. Third, we would change Clause 3 to ensure that members of the Senate, what's proposed here currently is that every act or provision listed in the annual report is repealed on December 31st of the year in which the report is laid, unless it comes into force on or before that date, or during that year either House of Parliament adopts a resolution that the act or provision not be repealed. We would change that basically to say every act or provision listed in the annual report is repealed, etc., unless the House adopts a resolution. We feel that it's the responsibility of the House, not the Senate. We were elected by the public from our respective ridings to see to it that, so it would be, or during that year, the House of Commons adopts a resolution. We think it should be exclusive to the House of Commons, and it shouldn't be open to the Senate to pass such a resolution. So, as I said, there are some enactments passed by both houses that have received royal assent but never come into force. They're never implemented by the government. That situation occurs, Mr. Speaker, when Parliament, for example, in enacting legislation, gives the government the choice as to when the bill should come into force. And that's to give, for example, time for the government to negotiate with the provinces or to give the public service some leeway in terms of regulations and so on. But the idea when the bill gives the government leeway, well, the idea is not to give the government carte blanche, full discretion as to whether or not legislation should or should not come into force ultimately. So, to our mind, it's important to have a mechanism to ensure that the government is required to bring back to the House all acts that haven't come into force. We are proposing a 5-year period instead of 10 years, and the government should have to explain the situation. They should have to explain why the enactment never came into force, or why the government has no intention of bringing that act into force. It could be that under various circumstances, be they political, economic, social, environmental, cultural, or what have you, there may be good reason not to bring legislation into force. And the Library of Parliament pointed out that there were bills going back before 1985, even talking about fuel standards and so on. And obviously standards have changed greatly since back then in the past 20 years, and I'm confident that there are enactments currently on the books that are obsolete. So the purpose of the bill, that's the purpose. Now, as to the mechanism provided for in the bill, it's on December 31st of the 9th year of a law not coming into force, Parliament could have an annual report laid before it. It would be laid before both the Senate and the House of Commons. And in that 9th year, on December 31st, the government has 1 year to explain if, first of all, they intend eventually to bring the act into force, or if not, why they don't intend to. If the government doesn't explain or doesn't bring an enactment into force, the act has to be repealed unless it's brought into force by December 31st of the following year, unless the House of Commons, as you know, in the original bill, it gives that power to the Senate too, but we are of the view that it should be only the House that can adopt a resolution that the act not be repealed. And that would be if the House felt that the government's explanation was satisfactory. So this doesn't apply to bills that are to enter into force before or if there's been an amendment to the Act. So that's the transitional provision, Clause 5. So this is just to enable the House to ensure that the process doesn't wind up with a whole bunch of enactments that are on the books but have never come into force for various reasons. And at the Senate committee, we found out that public officials don't even know how many enactments there are in the bottoms of drawers in filing cabinets. People really don't know how many old acts there are that never came into force. So the Library of Parliament gave senators a list of 56 enactments that never came into force, like the fuel consumption standards I mentioned earlier. There was a heritage language bill enacted in 91 that never came into force. So the Bloc's in favor in principle, and we hope that at committee we can improve the bill. Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Burnaby Douglas is the next speaker. Honourable member for Burnaby
Thank
Douglas.
you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored to be able to address Bill S-202 this morning, the Statutes Repeal Act. Let me begin by congratulating the member for Joliette on his appointment as House Leader for the Bloc Québécois. I know he'll bring his experience and his commitment to this place to that job. And also want to thank the member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean for his work in that position up to this point. I know they're different MPs, and they'll bring different perspectives to that important task in this place. Mr. Speaker, I also want to begin by thanking the member for Mississauga South for presenting this Senate bill, the Statutes Repeal Act, here in the House for our consideration. I know that it comes out of his commitment to the functioning of this place. He's someone who takes a great interest in how the chamber works, and I do appreciate his initiative around this important legislation. Mr. Speaker, as we've heard, this legislation seeks to address the fact that there are a number of pieces of legislation that have never come into effect, that have never been acted, even though they've passed through the legislative process here in the House of Commons, but also in the other place. And yet, for some reason, the government has chosen not to enact them. That's something that came as somewhat of a surprise to me, even though I'd worked in this place for many years. The fact that the government could choose not to implement legislation that had been passed by the House of Commons and the Senate, and that they had that prerogative. It's something that I still find passing strange, that governments would sponsor legislation, would take it through the process in both chambers, that members would give it their due and careful consideration, that it would go through all the stages of the various readings here in the House and ultimately be passed. And yet government, for some reason, would choose not to implement that legislation, and would also not seek to repeal that legislation. Would just let it sit there on the books without effect for many years. And indeed, I understand how that is a problem, and the need for some kind of housekeeping measures to both bring accountability for the legislative process and ensure that governments are doing their duty and following the will of the legislative branch of our government. So I think it's a very important piece of legislation, important to consider what we do with legislation that has been on the books for many, many years and not been enacted. I think generally there are several ways that, that this is dealt with in legislation. All legislation has a coming into effect clause, usually the last clause of the legislation, that talks about when the legislation will come into effect. And in some legislation that's very clearly stated, that it comes into effect on the point of royal assent or sometimes on a specific timetable with specific dates. And in those cases there isn't really a problem in terms of that legislation not becoming effective, not coming into, not being enacted, not actually being carried out. It's in a situation where the coming into effect legislation talks about the date to be determined by the Governor and Council, when the government is given the opportunity to determine the timeline for the coming into effect of legislation. Now, often there's good reason for that. It may be that there are further negotiations with other levels of government that have to happen, or it may be that regulations have to be developed to allow for the implementation of that legislation. However, it's those situations where the prerogative of the government to delay or even not implement legislation begins. And that's where I think that we need to be more diligent, perhaps, as members of Parliament. I certainly will be carefully looking at that clause in any legislation that I'm directly involved with in this place in the future, because I think that's the place where we as legislators can exercise our abilities to ensure that the legislation that we work on and that we support comes into effect in a reasonable length of time and actually does happen. I think that that's a place where we need to be more careful, and I would also hope that governments might take more direct responsibility for, in a situation where problems do crop up with legislation that has been passed and they feel that they can't go forward with that they take responsibility to bring back legislation to repeal something that's already been passed, to convince the people in this place who have responsibility for the people of Canada to work on that legislation, to make judgments about that legislation, to give representatives the opportunity to understand the problems with the legislation as the government sees and make a decision about whether it should go forward or not. Mr. Speaker, we've heard that there are two complete bills, it sounds like, the Motor Vehicle Fuel Consumption Standards Act from the early 1980s and the Canadian Heritage Language Act from the early 1990s that have not been implemented. And I don't know what was in those pieces of legislation that caused them to not be implemented by the government. I wonder, when I see the title of the first one, the Motor Vehicle Fuel Consumption Standards Act, I wonder if maybe if it had come into effect, we might have solved some of the problems that we're facing today, since it seemed to be an early attempt to deal with that important issue back in the 1980s. But I also understand that there are 57 other pieces of legislation that would be affected by this bill. And that it seems reasonable that there should be a review of that legislation. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure that we don't lose the opportunity to hold governments accountable for important legislation that was passed, and that we do indulge in and we are careful about the politics between the legislative branch and the executive branch of government. We sometimes have to, as legislators, push the Governor and Council, the government, to act on legislation, and for very good reasons. And I'll use as an example, Mr. Speaker, my experience since I've arrived in this place with a piece of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, which was passed in 2001, dealing with the Refugee Appeal Division. And I know this isn't exactly applicable to the Statutes Repeal Act, but I think it gives an example of the kind of situation we're talking about. The Immigration and Refugee Appeal Act, IRPA, was passed in 2001, and one feature of that act was the establishment of the Refugee Appeal Division, which was a paper screening process that gave refugee claimants an appeal of a decision made by the Immigration and Refugee Board. And that Refugee Appeal Division was established in law as a compromise in the debate on the Immigration and Refugee Appeal Division. The government of the day had wanted to reduce the panels that heard refugee claims from 2 members to 1 member. But concerns of other members of Parliament were that a 2-member panel gave an opportunity for corrections of errors that might be made in the process, whereas a 1-member panel didn't afford that opportunity for fairness and justice, and hence the RAD was introduced as a compromise to ensure fairness in the system. Since then, the governments of the day have refused to implement the Refugee Appeal Division. And I think every refugee and immigrant serving organization in the country and many internationally have called on the government to implement that. The previous government, the Liberal government, and the current Conservative government have faced those calls, those strong calls from NGOs that work with refugees to implement that division, to bring a modicum of fairness to the process. And, Mr. Speaker, the governments of the day have refused to do that. It's part of the law. It was passed as part of the law. But the fact that the law also gave the Governor and Council the ability to determine the timetable for the implementation of that law, these particular sections have never been implemented. Now, Mr. Speaker, this brings us to the strange situation where the member for Laval, with the support of her colleague, the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges, have drafted a private member's bill, Bill C-280, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, coming into force of sections 110, 111, and 171 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. This is a private member's bill to implement legislation that has already been passed by this Parliament. Seems a strange step to have to take, but many of us in this place and many members of Parliament in this place, in all parties, have called for the government to take this action. So, Mr. Speaker, that's one example of the kind of situation we get into, where this chamber made a decision. The Senate also made a decision on this legislation. The legislation was passed. An important piece was added as part of the debate on that, and yet the government has chosen never to implement it. And many of us feel that that's a very, very serious problem with our immigration law. So, Mr. Speaker, there are other examples. There's the Wage Earners Protection Bill, Bill C-55, that dealt with bankruptcies, corporate bankruptcies, and putting workers first in the lineup to receive compensation. Parts of that hasn't been enacted and acted on, even though it was passed in this place. There are sections of the Labour Code which face the same situation. And, Mr. Speaker, we do need an effective mechanism to review those pieces of legislation, and I'm glad that Bill S-202 gives us that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to this House in support of this bill, a bill that comes from the Senate, and I think it is quite useful for all of Parliament.
Discuss a bill that we can agree on, and this private member's bill seems to have agreement in all parties. It's had very good support in the Senate. It's not a bill that attracts a lot of attention. I haven't received a lot of calls in the riding, Mr. Speaker, on this bill. It doesn't get a lot of media, but what it does, it shows, for one thing, that Parliament can work, that there can be some good cooperation amongst parties, and we have a bill here that seeks to make Parliament work better in the future, to try to solve problems before they arrive. And I think there may not have been 1,000 cases out there of where not having this type of a bill has hurt Canadians, but I think we can see that the potential is there, and in other instances that Canadians aren't getting the benefit that Parliament intended. Previous speakers spoke about the Bankruptcy Protection Act for Workers, which is an excellent example, which was passed by both houses, that was received royal assent but has not been brought into force. I'd like to begin perhaps by thanking the other House for the excellent work, and particularly Senator Banks, who has taken this on and has made great arguments and a lot of good research on this matter, and I think it advances the mark. I'm not sure that it accomplishes the full task of what we should be doing. We should be asking very fundamental questions in why is it, or how does it happen, that a bill can go through the House, can be enacted, can go through usually the last clause, that says that the bill will come into force with the approval of Governor and Council. That essentially means that Cabinet decides, and Cabinet is government, that government will decide. Now, there can be very good reason for that. This bill can be dealing with agreements that have to take place or be negotiated. It can have interprovincial ramifications, meaning that there might have to be changes of laws in other provinces. We've had that in certain instances in criminal law. in the criminal code where there needed to be changes in the other provinces that have not happened. So in those cases, you would see the reason for it. So you can't have provincial acts and federal acts saying opposite things. There can be other acts of parliament that go through or are started in the times of discussion of a bill that makes the reason for the original act not so valid, sometimes counterproductive, or having a different intent. And of course, there are treaties, international treaties, Canadian treaties with First Nations, for example, that have to be taken into consideration. Sometimes they need negotiations and the acts can't be brought into force until those happen. But the amount of time, when you're looking that we have, I believe, 56 such acts of parliament now that have received royal assent and that have not been proclaimed, that are waiting for Governor and Council proclamation. There's a question to me, Mr. Speaker, of certainty. If I'm an individual who is favorably affected by such act, then I would want the certainty that the act will be implemented. And if I can be negatively affected or that it can change my day-to-day decision-making processes or outcomes of my decision-making process, then I should have the right to know that also, that either the bill or the act will be proclaimed or that it will be withdrawn. So I believe it's very good in that sense. I find a 10-year time period a bit long. I know some senators have suggested that perhaps it should have been a 5-year date. I would suggest that perhaps there could be other elements added to this act, and the committee will certainly be reviewing this. I think maybe an annual listing of all the acts, not just at the 10-year period, but at the 1-year period, 2-year period, 3-year period. Where is it in the process? Why has it not been proclaimed? Will it be? What is the hold-up? And that's, Parliament could be appraised. Again, I come to the question of the bankruptcy provisions to protect workers. The purpose of a bill put through Parliament is to advise government, and government being cabinet, to enact, to put in place that piece of legislation so that the bureaucracy, the civil servants, can make the decisions and take the actions that are deemed necessary by Parliament. It's not advice to government. And often if you look at having a bunch of acts not proclaimed, not put into force, then you could suggest that Cabinet is looking, or government is looking at the effect of a private member's bill, and sometimes even a government bill, and saying, well, that's what the House thinks, but we know better. I don't think that is the intention, and that's not how Parliament should work. Parliament is supreme, and Governor and Council should enact as soon as possible the will of Parliament. So the only way we can know whether that is being done or whether there is justification for what government decides is that there be an annual review, that there be a look at each of these bills. How come they haven't been put in place? We live every day with ministerial discretion that gives a lot of power to a minister, not necessarily just in Governor and Council, but as a minister independently. We have a bill before the House now on modernization of the Fisheries Act. We have a very old act that needs modernization. I'm looking forward to having serious debate. I wish we could have good consultations with the fisheries community, with the industry, with the communities affected, so that modifications could be brought to the proposed act. I'm quite comfortable that 99% of it is good, but there needs some changes, there needs some clarification, and a refusal to do so. What we have in the new act is, what my point is that when you look at the old act where there is so much ministerial power and discretion, and the new act possibly gives more, is that you can have a minister, in this case the Minister of Fisheries, making a decision that all would agree with the principle, as has been announced a couple of weeks ago, on licensing provisions and licensing regulations in the lobster fishery in Western Nova Scotia that can have some negative effects, and not the opportunity for those proper discussions, those proper consultations on how do you minimize the negative effects and encourage the positive. Protection of the independence of the inshore fleet is very positive. People want that, but they also need to have not an artificial effect on the value of their licenses, the downward value or decreasing the value, which is, in these family businesses' case, the pension plan of the fisherman and his family, where a quick decision by a minister without consultations and without regard can have a negative impact. We have to make sure that we have those types of discussions. In the case of bills that are brought before the House, usually we have a lot of those discussions in various ways. We can have them go to committee at first reading, have the public input at that time, have consultation prior to the bill being drafted, consultation after the bill is drafted, consultation at second reading, both in the House and the Senate. You would think, Mr. Speaker, that once all of that process has been followed, that the will of the House should be supreme, and it is in law, but in practice, sometimes it isn't, because the government will decide when it will proclaim, when it will bring into force a bill. I was pleased to see that in this bill itself, the drafter has seen wise to have in the 6th article that this act comes into force 2 years after the day in which it receives royal assent. Because ironically, had the drafter not done that, and it had the typical type of operative clause that would have said that it's come into force at the proclamation by Governor and Council, the bill might not be able to do at all. What it seeks to do is make sure that these bills, these acts of Parliament are put into force, unless there is valuable reasons not to, and there can be. And I would suggest that probably in most cases there are. But I think that type of a review at the 9th year, as is suggested now, I would invite the committee to consider an annual review of all bills that are in limbo, all of them. I'm sure only 2 or 3 would have to be debated. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to add my support, along with other members of this House, to this important bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On many occasions in the House, we have differences on all sides of the House here, sometimes minor, sometimes sharp. But of course, today it's a pleasure to see a fair degree of unanimity in dealing with the occasionally mundane but most necessary mechanics of the efficient operation of this House. So it's for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that I'm glad to have the opportunity to comment in a positive manner on Bill 202. It's an important initiative and one that I know most members of our party, if not all, fully support. So today I would like to focus my comments on the question of how much oversight would be appropriate in respect of the coming into force of legislation, considering all the other responsibilities that the Parliament has to discharge. To be more to the point, I would like to address the question of how soon should the attention of Parliament be drawn to the fact that particular acts or provisions have not been brought into force. As we know, Bill 202 would require the Minister of Justice to report at the beginning of each calendar year on all acts and provisions that have not been brought into force in the past 9 years. These acts and provisions would be repealed at the end of the year, unless during the year they are brought into force or exempted from repeal by a resolution of either House of Parliament. Now, the only basis on which legislation would be reported would be how much time has passed since it was adopted by Parliament. No partisan or political motives could influence the content of this report, and to me that's very, very important. This single criterion ensures that at one point in time, every single provision that has not been brought into force will be brought to the attention of Parliament, and the government will have to account for it. The downside, if I may use that expression, of having this single criterion is that it treats all acts and provisions in the same way, regardless of their significance, which may range from granting important rights to making relatively minor technical amendments. Now, during the December debate, the honourable member from Bière du Nord suggested that a 10-year period following the adoption of legislation was far too long, and that the legislation that has not been brought into force within 5 years should be repealed. I would like to express some concerns about reducing the time frame from 10 years to 5 years, as she suggested. Under the current 10-year period, the first report to be tabled by the Minister of Justice would include 4 complete acts and provisions in about 60 statutes. Mr. Speaker, we have to keep in mind that the first report should be the longest because it will cover old legislation. That kind of systematic repeal of obsolete provisions was last done by the statute revision of 1985. We would expect the following reports to be shorter after the first set of repeals have been made under S202. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've had the benefit of looking at a list of all acts and provisions that would be added to the list of legislation to be repealed if the bill were amended, as suggested by the honourable member, to refer to a 5-year period of repeal instead of a 10-year period. Now, this simple change would add 1 complete statute, the Specific Claims Resolution Act, and over 150 provisions in 18 statutes. This is a lot of legislation to be reviewed by Parliament. When I compared the results created by reducing the repeal period from 10 years to 5 years, it left me with the impression that a number of these additional provisions would probably have been brought into force between 5 and 10 years. This is why I am concerned about spending too much time too soon on provisions that would probably not appear on the same list 5 years later because they would already have been dealt with in the meantime. Now, multiple consequential amendments are sometimes dependent on a single action to be completed. For example, the Cape Breton Development Corporation Divestiture Authorization and Dissolution Act provides for the dissolution of a corporation, and some things can only be done once the corporation is dissolved. For the same reason, some provisions, for example, deleting references to that corporation, can only be brought into force once the corporation ceases to exist. We can find such provisions in the 5-year list, but they would likely not appear on a 10-year list. Is it the best use of Parliament's time, then, to simply review such provisions? Now, I understand the importance of having proper parliamentary oversight, and I'm all in favour of it. But I am concerned that in most of these cases added by a 5-year rule, it would simply exceed what is necessary to keep track of implementation of legislation by the government. In other words, during the due course of time, it will probably be dealt with. Now, I'm not the sponsor of Bill S202, but from the previous debates at the other place, I understand that the aim of the bill is not to simply repeal everything as soon as possible. As I mentioned last December, there are valid reasons why some legislation takes time to be implemented. I don't believe anyone in this House is in disagreement with this point. The effect of this bill will be to provide an opportunity to consider the validity of these reasons at some point in time. Now, what would be the point of asking Parliament to spend time on so many items that would eventually have been resolved anyways? Considering that it often takes years for particular statutes to be adopted by Parliament, is it necessary to systematically start reviewing their coming into force as quickly as 4 years after their adoption? In very particular cases, Parliament provides that a review of an act be undertaken after 5 or 10 years. This is an exceptional measure to monitor the impact of significant legislation, like the Anti-Terrorism Act, which touches on fundamental rights and values. Now, the purpose of Bill S202 is not to provide for such parliamentary review across the board. I am concerned that not all provisions that would fall into the 5-year time frame would be of such an extraordinary importance as to require Parliament's attention after simply a few years of their enactment. If they are so important as to require Parliament's attention, nothing prevents parliamentarians from asking the responsible minister what is happening in that respect. And questions can be raised much sooner than before the end of 5 years. Now, although I concede there is no magic in a particular number of years, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, it seems to me that when legislation has not been brought into force within 10 years, there are reasons to be concerned that nothing has been done to bring it into force. But relatively few acts and provisions should survive this time frame. I mentioned last December that there can be valid reasons why legislation might take a significant time to bring into force. These reasons often have to do with the need to make administrative arrangements before implementing new programs or measures, or the time required to coordinate them with provincial, territorial, or foreign governments. Parliament, though, should be entitled, as provided in Bill S-202, to receive answers. The other point that I would like to make in this respect is that once a piece of legislation appears on the list in a given year, a resolution of either House of Parliament will be required to save it from repeal at the end of the year. And such resolution will be required every year until the legislation is finally implemented or repealed. Do we really want to hear about an International Treaty Implementation Act every year for over 5 years? Quite frankly, no, Mr. Speaker. This House has many, many pressing, urgent, necessary, and demanding issues to be dealt with. But it is quite common for legislation like that to take years to implement. Parliament's time is precious, Mr. Speaker, and it should not be spent on issues that would be resolved in due time. Now, I'm all in favor of a process that will require the government to explain thoroughly why legislation adopted by Parliament has not been brought into force. But I am concerned that if we put in place a threshold that is too low, like a review within 5 years, we will spend time on issues that would have been resolved if we had simply waited a few more years. By waiting until 10 years, chances are that only significant problems would reach Parliament. And is that not our duty? It seems to me to be a much better use of Parliament's resources. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to repeat that if a situation requires Parliament's attention before 10 years, if the matter is pressing, if the matter is urgent, if the matter is a matter that should become before Parliament to deal with it, then nothing really prevents any member of this House, any member, to ask explanations from the responsible minister. Mr. Speaker, thank you very kindly for your time today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm only going to speak briefly on this bill, but I definitely want to support the bill of my colleague from the member of Mississauga. He's been a tremendous legislator, and it's a great understanding of this House and how it works and how it might be improved. And there are things that in such a complex system that can kind of sit there for years and fall between the cracks, and people don't know they're there, and they complicate an already complicated system. And we don't need anything to make the system more complicated, to hold up the business of the country, and anything we can do to streamline that, make it more effective. I'm sure all parliamentarians would agree. So the process for some bills is that after they receive royal assent from the Queen or the Governor-General, they then have to be proclaimed. Some of them come into a particular date as specified in the bill, and they come into effect. And those are not the types of bills we're talking about today. There are other bills that have to be proclaimed and by the government, and if that doesn't happen, of course, then the bill doesn't come into effect and could sit there on the books forever and have a very confusing situation. And in fact, you could have years and decades later, someone could all of a sudden proclaim a bill that was anachronistic, that had nothing to do with the times, that could be very dangerous or inefficient or not useful at all because it had been sitting there and because someone all of a sudden decided to bring it forward. So this bill simply cleans up that situation, and I think a number of colleagues have said in the House already, you would wonder why that situation exists, but the present system makes it possible to exist, so we should, my honourable colleague from Mississauga has discovered that and has come to this provision to help fix that situation. And so what this bill does is that these bills that have not been proclaimed after 10 years would no longer be in effect or eligible to be in effect. And of course, the government could bring it back in the future, but this would make a decision time of 10 years so that it was not cluttering and it was not there so it could, perhaps by mistake or anachronistically, be brought into effect when it wasn't really meant to be. The one thing we would want to be sure of in this process is that a bill wouldn't be lost by accident. All of a sudden 10 years is up and all of a sudden these bills that might have been important, that might have been waiting for some reasons that perhaps were mentioned by the members of the government or some other speakers that were waiting for something important, slipped by and all of a sudden died because of this bill. But this bill makes provisions for that. It won't just quietly die. There has to be a report to the House after 9 years, and there are provisions to make sure that everyone is aware that this is about to take place and to give good consideration. And once again, it'll improve the system in that something's happening that people may not have been aware of, or by other exigencies, other important priorities have come up and people have forgotten about it. This brings it back to the House's attention that Parliament had decided to do something. Both houses of Parliament had agreed, that passed all the procedures and the witnesses, and for some reason it was sitting there. So this brings it to a decision point. So a timely decision is made, and so it does not just sit there. There's actually about 57 bills at the moment, I believe, who have actually received royal assent, but have not yet been proclaimed. And 3 of those are over 10 years old. So we're not talking about a huge number of bills, but we're talking about enough to that this would be a good housekeeping amendment to make the Parliament more efficient and the legislative process more efficient. I would just like to use and that's all I'm going to say directly on this particular bill, except I strongly support my colleague and hope the rest of the House does. I did just want to use a little bit of the remaining time just to float another concept that in the future parliamentarians might think about, and that is whether all legislation should at some time sunset. There is legislation that is so old and anachronistic that it doesn't make any sense, but we have so many laws and the system is so big that they just kind of stay there. So what if there was some provisions that after a certain time, 20, 30, however many years, that every bill were to expire or have to be renewed through a vote of Parliament to make sure it was very relevant. We're good at creating things in Parliament, programs, legislation, expenditures, laws, but we're not very good at dismissing them or getting rid of them when their useful time has expired. And there might be some way that would have all departments. This, of course, would affect virtually all departments and agencies of government. They would have to really review at what was in place and not be able to leave it sitting there. And that could lead, of course, to all sorts of work. It would be a huge workload. But on the other hand, it would lead to a very timely review of ancient, anachronistic, unuseful provisions that were created in a different era, and as in the acceleration of the knowledge-based world, these changes are happening faster and faster, and things can go out of date fairly quickly. And this idea would just provide a check and an update on everything that the government has put into place at some time frame in the future, to have all laws and all programs reviewed by the appropriate departments and ultimately by Parliament. So that's just something to think about as people think about improving the parliamentary system into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're doing an excellent job.
Thank the honourable member. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a few remarks about Bill S-202, the Statutes Repeal Act. This bill, as adopted at the other place, is a very valuable initiative. And like my honourable colleague, I am concerned about amending it to reduce from 10 to 5 years the period after which legislation could be repealed. I don't believe the purpose of the bill is to bring legislation into force as soon as possible. The appropriate time to do so is when the right conditions are in place, not as soon as possible. The real problem to be addressed is how to prevent the government from delaying indefinitely the coming into force of legislation. Bill S-202, as tabled in this House, provides a good solution, Mr. Speaker. By now, we are all familiar with the process that Bill S-202 proposes to put in place, and I don't intend to describe it in detail. I would prefer to focus on the problem it attempts to solve. When Parliament is not in a position to bring an act or provision into force on royal assent or identify a day for its coming into force, it has to rely on another mechanism to ensure that the legislation comes into force at the right time. The usual mechanism is to delegate to the government the power to select the day on which the act or provision would come into force. This is because the government should be in a better position after royal assent to assess when that time should be. As we know, once Parliament has delegated to the Governor and Council the power to fix the coming into force day of legislation, it is a matter for the government to decide. As long as it considers from time to time the appropriateness of bringing the legislation into force, it has fulfilled its duties. Until now, the only sanction the government could expect for failing to bring legislation into force was criticism in Parliament or elsewhere. Bill S-202 would ensure that the government could not consider indefinitely when legislation should come into force. After 10 years, the legislation would be repealed by operation of the law. By repealing the legislation after 10 years, Bill S-202 would ensure that the government seriously and regularly considers bringing legislation into force, or it will lose the power to do so. In addition, the reasons behind decisions not to bring legislation into force would have to be presented before Parliament in order for a resolution to be adopted deferring the repeal of the legislation. The bill would not, however, allow the government to easily dispense with legislation that it does not intend to implement at any time. The report tabled annually by the Minister of Justice would put Parliament on notice that the acts and provisions it lists could be repealed at the end of the year. Any member of either House of Parliament could seek to prevent the repeal of legislation by proposing a resolution to that effect. In short, the government would have to publicly account to Parliament for the way it has exercised the power delegated by Parliament. This new mechanism would improve our legislative process by implementing a mandatory parliamentary oversight 9 years after powers have been delegated to the government to bring legislation into force. This would be an original process which has no equivalent, to my knowledge, in any of the Canadian legislatures. Without any point of comparison, it's difficult to assess what would be the best parameter. Should legislation be repealed after 10 or 5 years? It's hard to assess. But considering how long it would take to reenact legislation that would be repealed under this bill, should that be found necessary, I suggest that it might be better to keep a higher threshold. So in this regard, I disagree with the Bloc member who spoke earlier in favor of the 5-year threshold. As my honourable colleague from Prince Edward Hastings has mentioned before, there are many valid reasons why legislation might take time to bring into force. I am concerned that if the repeal period was reduced from 10 to 5 years, the government might often be put in a situation where the conditions or circumstances necessary for bringing some legislation into force won't yet exist. For example, not all the provinces or territories are ready to participate in a program or put in place a procedure needed to implement federal legislation. The procedures for enforcing federal offenses under the Contraventions Act are a case in point. To keep such necessary legislation alive, the government would have to request either House of Parliament to adopt a resolution every year for a number of years. I believe a resolution is a good and transparent way to decide if an exemption from repeal should be allowed. But if after 4 years we have to seek resolutions to legislation that might take over 10 years to implement, it seems to me that Parliament would devote a lot of time to the same question that it cannot resolve because the coming into force depends on external factors. A good example of this is the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Implementation Act, which was enacted in 1998.
Fortunately for the honourable member, the time has expired for this hour of debate. I will go to the honourable member for Mississauga South for his 5-minute right of reply, and I'll recognize him right now.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill S-202 has been proposed a number of times since the year 2002. And just to wrap up, I'd like to summarize, because I think that members have read the summary. They might have got an idea that there were some solutions in here to some of the questions that were raised. It says that the enactment provides that any act or provision of an act, i.e. a part of an act, that is to come into force on a date to be fixed by proclamation or order of Governor and Council must be included in an annual report laid before both Houses of Parliament if it does not come in force by December 31st, that is 9 years after it receives royal assent. The act or provisions are repealed if they do not come into force by the following December 31st, unless during that year either House, the Commons or the Senate, passes a resolution that it not be repealed. So there is that stop period, Mr. Speaker, in case that matters come before either House that would make a proper argument that a repeal should not take place. Mr. Speaker, the enactment applies to all acts, whether introduced in either House. Also, it applies to government bills, private members' bills, public bills, or private bills that provide for a coming into force to be set by the Governor and Council. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is simply a summary, but I'd like to just point out that we do have a number of bills, and I would think that the reaction of parliamentarians thus far has been somewhat of astonishment that there can be 57 bills that have received royal assent and that have not come into force. Mr. Speaker, what is happening? Why isn't there an annual report, never mind after 9 years, why isn't there an annual report put all the bills that have received royal assent that have not been proclaimed with at least a basic statement of reason why the bill has not been put in force? I do understand, Mr. Speaker, that bills such as the Reproductive Technologies Bill has some regulations that are very complex. It took about, I believe, 2 years to develop them. They're still not fully implemented. So, Mr. Speaker, you can understand how some bills can take time, and there's good reason. But in many of these bills, it's clear, and from my review of them, that in fact, failure to proclaim them, there is no good reason. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we've had a very thoughtful debate at second reading. I think we've had some interesting propositions about how this bill may be further improved, or at least tabled for the consideration of the standing committee that will deal with this bill, to call the necessary witnesses to make absolutely sure that the legislation would be substantiate our wish each day as we say our prayer that we make good laws and wise decisions. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank all honourable members who participated in the debate. I believe that you're going to find that there is broad support for at least approval in principle at second reading to move this to committee so that we can consider further S-202 on behalf of Senator Tommy Banks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think being 12:03, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Zabo, seconded by Ms. Scrow, moves that Bill S-202, an act to repeal legislation that has not come into force within 10 years of receiving royal assent, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Agreed? Carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons.
To enact to Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Bernier, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that this House disagrees with the amendment made by the Senate to Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. Debate. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's with more than a little frustration that I rise today to debate an amendment to Bill C-16. Let me be clear from the outset. The government supports, in fact, initiated Bill C-16 for fixed-date elections. But the government opposes the amendment made by the Senate to Bill C-16. It is unnecessary and it weakens the original legislation. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, for over a century, Canada has been a beacon for people all over the world looking for freedom and responsible government. In fact, members of my own family found refuge here after fleeing repression.
Hope and opportunity. They were attracted by a country where they had a say, where political leaders were accountable to them, and where government was responsive, effective, and stable. Just as John Diefenbaker said more than 6 decades ago, for those people and for all Canadians, Parliament is more than procedure, it is the custodian of the nation's freedom. In Canada, our government has its roots in the British parliamentary system. In our short history, we've adapted those ancient traditions to make them more relevant to the Canadian experience. We've made reasonable incremental changes that make government better for Canadians. As Nova Scotia prepares for the 250th anniversary celebrations of Canada's first democracy next year, many of us reflect on the impact that responsible government has had on our country. It was a step forward in making government more accountable, fairer, and more democratic. Au fil des ans.
Over the years, our system has undergone changes, making government pay more attention to the people it serves. Bill C-16 is only the most recent changes. It aims to strengthen our democracy by improving accountability, transparency, and fairness.
Establishes fixed dates for elections every 4 years on the third Monday in October. Fixed dates take the guesswork out of the electoral process and level the playing field for the chief electoral officer, for political parties, and, more importantly, for voters. Mr. Speaker, our government does not believe that the governing party should be permitted to time an election to exploit conditions favorable to its re-election. C-16 would put an end to governance according to poll results. It would prevent snap elections such as those called by Jean Chrétien in 1997 and 2000, which predictably resulted in record low turnouts. In both cases, the vote was seen to have been called for the sole purpose of capitalizing on political circumstance, on a calculation of partisan interest. C-16 eliminates situations where decisions on election timing are based on the best interests of a political party rather than the best interests of Canadians. The bill would empower governments and parliamentary committees to set out their agenda well in advance with certainty.
All parties agree that elections belong above all to the public. And we feel that Bill C-16, by providing for greater Canadian participation in the election process, will strengthen our democracy.
Legislation would allow citizens to plan to participate in their nation's electoral process. And that participation, Mr. Speaker, is the bedrock upon which our democracy is built. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, C-16 was passed in the House of Commons without amendments. It was debated very thoroughly in the House of Commons and also in the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. It was passed in the House of Commons and was sent to the Senate, where it was examined in detail, and the Senate's Committee on Legal by the Senate's Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs. And after a detailed period of scrutiny and a detailed process, that committee supported the passage of the bill without any amendments.
Various expert witnesses appeared before the House Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, as well as before the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Both committees studied the bill in depth.
The House of Commons suggested an amendment to this legislation. Neither the House Committee nor the Senate Committee felt it was necessary to amend Bill C-16. So it is somewhat surprising that at the very last minute, an amendment was passed which has never been subject to any detailed scrutiny. One has to wonder why the amendment was never presented for debate in committee. Perhaps there, recent examination would have pointed out the obvious flaws. The Leader of the Opposition supported Bill C-16 without amendment, yet he was not able to persuade Liberal senators to follow suit. He just couldn't get that job done either. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn my attention to the proposed amendment. The proposed amendment to Bill C-16 would change the existing provision of the bill that allows the Chief Electoral Officer to recommend a change to the polling day in the event of a conflict such as a provincial election or a day of cultural or religious significance.
This original provision allows the Chief Electoral Officer to recommend to the Governor and Council that the voting day be moved by a day or a week.
So that it would explicitly allow the Chief Electoral Officer to recommend a change in the polling day in the event of a federal, provincial, or municipal referendum. Mr. Speaker, it is my contention that the proposed amendment weakens the original intent of the bill that was endorsed by all parties in this House of Commons. Instead of safeguarding election dates from manipulation, this amendment makes it easier for governing parties to manipulate election dates. If this amendment were to be adopted, it would open the door to a Prime Minister putting off a scheduled election by calling a referendum on the same day. With this amendment, a national election would be cancelled because of a municipal referendum. I find it difficult to imagine any situation where a municipal referendum would be so important that it would result in the date of a federal election being cancelled, but the statute would provide for exactly that to happen. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House do not believe democracy or accountability in government is strengthened or enhanced in any way when a referendum to build a hockey arena in small town Ontario could cancel the date of a national election. The original legislation was drafted with enough flexibility to avoid conflicts in a limited variety of situations, but that should be as limited as possible. The amendment to which we object expands, not limits, the potential for fixed dates to be altered.
Under Bill C-16, neither the Prime Minister nor the Mayor of a small town could decide to change a fixed date.
This amendment is unnecessary. The original bill has built-in flexibility for the Chief Electoral Officer to adjust an election day in the event of a legitimate conflict. Secondly, we believe that the Liberal amendment weakens the original legislation by making the date of elections more vulnerable to manipulation, not surprising from a party that engaged in that kind of manipulation so regularly in the past. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm urging all members of the legislature to join with the government in opposing this unnecessary amendment and to oppose it in short order. Let's send the Senate a message. Let's tell senators that pointless amendments to important legislation are not acceptable to this House and are not acceptable to the Canadian people. Had this amendment not been sloppily attached by the Senate at the very last possible moment, fixed dates for elections would be the law right now. Unfortunately, the unelected Liberal Senate, in their continuing campaign against democratic reform, blocked it. Consider the irony. The elected House of Commons passes a bill to fix dates for elections. Then an unelected Liberal-dominated Senate passed an amendment to water down the law without even committee consideration of that amendment, and by doing so, prevented the Democratic Reform Bill from becoming law. The Senate telling members of the House of Commons how elections should work. That's irony for you. Let's urge them to reconsider their amendment quickly so that C-16 can be in place in time for the next federal election.
As I indicated, Bill C-16 was passed by the House of Commons without amendment. The Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs also supported its passage without amendment.
It has undergone heavy scrutiny and been found to be acceptable. But today, Mr. Speaker, we are being asked to consider an amendment that has not been examined in any detail. We are being asked to debate a frivolous amendment that is designed to frustrate the government's agenda of democratic reform. An amendment of this sort feeds public cynicism and erodes the accountability that C-16 seeks to foster in government. Mr. Speaker, the kind of procedural maneuvering being employed by the Senate to hold up the passage of C-16 puts me in mind of the game playing that is left as for the bill for Senate term limits, languishing in that place for an unbelievable 328 days so far. That bill, as for, is legislation that proposes to limit Senate terms to 8 years. It was sent to the Senate for consideration on May 30th, 2006. That's when it was introduced there. Au printemps dernier.
This past spring, a special Senate Committee on Democratic Reform considered Bill S-4. The committee held exhaustive hearings on the issue.
Here it reported its findings, which supported the government's incremental approach to Senate reform. Despite that endorsement, S-4 is now the subject of a second round of hearings by a Senate Standing Committee, a committee that is duplicating the efforts of the earlier special committee.
The opposition leader said he was in favor of limiting senators' terms. He also said he wanted to see Bill S-4 passed. However, he hasn't managed to convince Liberal senators to follow his example.
The opposition just can't get that job done. Just as I did last week, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to use this opportunity to once again ask the members of the official opposition to urge their colleagues in the Senate to put an end to this game playing. Stop thwarting constructive change and get on with the job Canadians want and expect them to do. C-16 represents an important step in the modernization of our political process. It is a reasonable step that will make government more accountable and more transparent. For these reasons, it should be passed without amendment. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the government opposes the Senate amendment and urges all members of the House to advise the Senate that C-16 should be restored. Thank you.
Questions of the Leader of the Government, the House of Commons, and Minister for Democratic Reform, the member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Government House Leader, to whose speech I listened very attentively. And one of the themes of the speech was delay. Now, the irony of this opposition to this very minor amendment from the Senate is that the Government House Leader and his party, the government, are actually delaying the passage of this bill simply by accepting this minor procedural amendment. It could go to the Governor-General this evening, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't have to go back to the Senate. But by opposing it, they are deliberately delaying the passage of C-16, their own legislation, which all parties accept and support, by having to send it back to the Senate. It's inconceivable to me, Mr. Speaker, that this could actually be presented by the Government House Leader unless it was in support of a deliberate stalling tactic, because they do not want to see fixed election dates until they know their options as to whether they want to go to the Governor-General and try and have a dissolution outside of a non-confidence vote. Now they can do that anyway under C-16, but it would be inconceivable for a Governor-General to accept, short of a national emergency, a request for dissolution within C-16 if there was no non-confidence vote. So they're actually trying to keep their options open. And I put it to through you, Mr. Speaker, to the House Leader of the government, for now, whether he is sincere in wanting to get C-16 through, or if really this is just a stalling tactic to keep his options open.
House Leader in response.
Mr. Speaker, I can understand why members of the Liberal Party are anxious to avoid an early election at any cost, and why they would fear that there are these conspiracy theories out there as reasons why this would be happening. I know that the member for Vancouver Quadra is not looking to avoid the election in that way. I know he is planning on retiring from this House after many years of good service, but I know that his colleagues fear meeting the voters one more time, and perhaps that's why they're anxious to see this happen quickly. However, I would point out, as I pointed out earlier, that this bill could have been law right now had the Senate actually, when it was dealing with it, passed it without inserting this objectionable amendment. And think about how this amendment was inserted. The bill was there for half a year, just about. Half a year over in the Senate. Half a year in which this amendment was never discussed, never debated, wasn't put forward in committee. They dealt with this bill at committee. They approved the bill at committee as it existed coming from this House. And it was only on the very last day, at the very last minute, there in the Senate, that the amendment got proposed on third reading and was attached. The very last moment before it came over here. So if you want to know who was playing games, it's pretty clear, Mr. Speaker, where the games were being played, over there in the Senate where it was attached at the very last minute. Well, that's not acceptable to us. We've made it clear here why that change is unacceptable. Had that amendment been proposed at committee,
there would have been an opportunity for it to be examined there in the Senate at the committee there. But no, they didn't do that. They just attached it right at the end. So if the Liberals are concerned that it hasn't become law yet, they need only look at the mirror, well, not the mirror, their own mirror, but rather their friends in the Liberal-dominated Senate who chose to keep the bill from becoming law by attaching that amendment, that chose to obstruct it and chose to water down that bill. And that's the most significant part. It is an amendment that waters down the bill, creates more opportunities for fixed-date elections to be cancelled, creates more opportunity for manipulation, creates more opportunity for uncertainty in our system. And that's exactly what this bill was seeking to prevent. And by telling the Senate that we want them to restore the original intent of the bill, that fixed-date elections will indeed be fixed-date elections, I think that we will be strengthening our democracy in a very positive way.
Continuing questions of the Government House Leader, the member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haut-Côte-Nord. Not here. Continuing, the member for Ottawa Centre. Questions?
No, it was, I think, Speaker, Winnipeg Centre.
The member for Winnipeg Centre, sorry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, down here at our end of the House, we're kind of perplexed on two different levels. I mean, first of all, is the obvious irony, if you will, of having the Senate interfere and make comment about our election system in this country. The unelected, undemocratic Senate actually butting their nose in and interfering with the way that we choose to run our elections in the other chamber, or the way the nation chooses to run their elections. But having said that, we're also confused somewhat that the ruling party seems bound and determined today to sabotage and undermine their own initiative, their own bill, something they committed to Canadians. And I would remind my colleague, the House Leader for the Government House Leader, that in a minority parliament, one of the best features of a minority parliament is that the ruling party of the day has to take into consideration input from other sources. They have to accommodate the reasonable concerns of the other parties. And in this case, they're outnumbered, I believe, 3-1. The opposition parties all believe that this is a reasonable amendment from the Senate, notwithstanding the irony of having the Senate butt their nose into the way we elect people. There's some merit to what they're putting forward today. So rather than hurling stones at others for sabotaging and undermining this bill, we now have this specter of the government themselves sabotaging their own initiative. To what end? Selfish political advantage. That they want the ability to be able to call an election without being exposed as frauds in terms of a commitment to fixed election dates.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, of course, what we are doing is seeking to restore, seeking to defend and strengthen the integrity of the bill, keep it in its original form, and avoid the watering down. The effort to undermine has quite clearly come from the Senate, and my friend from Winnipeg Centre says that in a minority parliament you should accommodate the other parties. I remind him that in this House of Commons, in this chamber, all parties supported this bill in its original form. The amendment didn't come from anybody in this chamber. It didn't come from anybody in the minority parliament. It came, as he observed, from people in an unelected Senate. Think of it, the irony. Everybody who was elected, every single member of this House of Commons who was elected, who has to go face the voters for an election, supported the bill in its original form. The only place where people thought it should be changed, the only people who thought they had some opinions on how elections should be run that were different from everybody in this chamber, were the people who never face elections, the senators. Think of that. That's what you call chutzpah. That's some nerve. If they were actually proposing that they have fixed-date elections, I could understand them introducing an amendment like that. I didn't see them proposing any amendments that there should be elections, that this bill should apply to the Senate. I didn't see them proposing there should even be fixed terms or fixed dates for senators. They seem to be resisting that and dragging it out so far. No, the only thing they're willing to do is tell people in this House how they should run elections. Well, to me, that's the height of irony. That's the height of irony, and I think it tells you one of the problems that we have in that Senate right now, why we need to reform it, why we need to continue this program of democratic reform and accountability, to have fixed terms for senators. And if we have C-43, if the other parties will support that, then maybe we'll have an opportunity even for some of this kind of legislation to apply to senators one day and have them elected.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Newton North.
That's right. That's right. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the honourable House Leader on the other side. When I look at this, that this honourable member is not willing to accept a suggestion from the senators. I mean, when we look at this, he probably is more aware than I am because he has a longer experience in the Parliament. When the bills are brought in, when witnesses come to the committee, those are people are not the elected people as well. We take the advice from those citizens as well. When I was listening to the member from Winnipeg Centre, it makes a total sense that if someone has put a good suggestion, we parliamentarians should respect that, and it's a very minor adjustment to their own bill, and I think they should accept this and support the other parties to make this a law today.
The Honourable Government House Leader has about 30 seconds.
I'm glad the member for Newton North Delta brought up the committees and the hearings at the committee and the witnesses they hear. Because guess what? After they heard witnesses at the committee, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee of the House of Commons, they didn't introduce that amendment. They kept the bill the way it was. And after the Senate committee heard witnesses and how they thought the bill should work, they kept the bill as the way that it was. It wasn't a suggestion from witnesses at one of the committee or a decision of the committee that led to this change. It was one senator who thought he'd raise it at third reading at the 11th hour. Another way to stall this bill, to stall any form of democratic reform. That's the real Liberal Party agenda.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say at the outset that the official opposition in the House of Commons supports C-16. We had, when it was before this House before, we supported it wholeheartedly and spoke energetically, I think, in favour of it. The leader of the House Leader of the government speaks of irony repeatedly. In fact, the walls of this extraordinary chamber, I think, are dripping with irony after his speech. But, Mr. Speaker, he speaks of irony in the sense of delay, and of course, the delay is on the part of the government on this unnecessary challenge of that minor amendment today. But let me look at the other initiatives around delay. The House Leader speaks of C-43 and the delay in that. But, Mr. Speaker, we started that last week, and the government waited 4 months after tabling C-43, the election or through consultation of senators, to bring that forward. Why not? Why not 4 months ago? We talk about S-4, the fixed terms for senators, and that it's been over a year being held up in the Senate. Well, it hasn't been held up in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, because of S-4. There's agreement on that. But what there is not agreement on is that we should have the election of senators, or through consultation with the provinces or whatever, before we redistribute the seats of the Senate fairly across this country. And for any member of this House, and particularly of the government, supporting S-4 without first supporting the other Senate motion to redistribute seats so that there is less of an imbalance that so thoroughly disfavors Alberta and British Columbia at this time. And there are, I have colleagues in the government side from Alberta and British Columbia, and it's inconceivable to me that they would think of altering the status, the mandate, the credibility, the validation of the Senate in any way without sorting out that extremely unfair distribution for Western Canada first. So that's where we are there. On C-16, it's doublespeak. It's Orwellian to hear the Government House Leader speak today about the Liberal side, or Liberal senators, delaying. Good heavens, we could have had this passed before the break, before the Easter recess, Mr. Speaker. We offered to rush it right through, get it to the Governor-General, and make it law before we left. And no, some bogus concept of this minor amendment being somehow frustrating the will of Parliament, the will of this House, is thrown up as a delay tactic. My goodness. A referendum as if a referendum called in some small municipality somewhere in this country would be allowed to dislodge the fixed election date. You've got to remember, Mr. Speaker, that this is with the discretion of the Chief Electoral Officer, an officer of Parliament, one of the most respected senior offices in this country, one of the most critical offices to the fair operation of our democratic process, and to expect that that person, in their discretion, would knock off a federal date that had been set for 4 years in advance because of some local referendum is nonsense, practically, Mr. Speaker. Just nonsense. It wouldn't happen, couldn't happen, and therefore this is no reason to slow this down. But the Government House Leader speaks of disrespect or whatever in the other place where they would dare make a minor amendment to a House bill that's gone through this process and supported by all parties. Mr. Speaker, the Senate, whatever one thinks about elected or non-elected legislative chambers at this stage in our democracy, and we all have, I think, some firm minds about that, and including in the Senate, in terms of having some election process for senators. But the Senate exists as part of our democratic machinery, and it has a very specific purpose. And of course, that is to bring second sober thought to what is thoughtfully determined in this House. And it has the perfect right. It has the democratic responsibility where it finds some area where it feels the bill can be made better to suggest an amendment, and that's what's been done in this case. And I only can recall to the process last fall with C2, the Accountability Act, where when it passed through the House after several months of debate and in committee and in the House, it went to the Senate, and then we heard wailing and complaining from the government side that the Senate somehow was wasting everybody's time with this critical piece of legislation by not simply rubber stamping it. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we all know now that what happened in the Senate, there were over 100 amendments because it was a sloppy bill and there wasn't time. It was rushed through the process in the House, and the Senate exercised their responsibilities properly by carefully looking at that massive, complex piece of legislation involving dozens of other statutes that needed to be amended as a consequence of it. And they came up with sensible, helpful arrangements and amendments that then, of course, the House accepted. So that wasn't delay. That was doing its work in our democratic framework of institutions. Now, I go back to this issue of electing through consulting provincial bodies during provincial elections for the appointment of senators into vacancies that happen in any one of those jurisdictions, and simply say, that's a good piece. Let's get that moving. But why did we wait 4 months? And why have we waited a year not to have some serious consequence and discussion of redistribution? Now, let me just turn then, Mr. Speaker, to the C-16 itself, because this is a completely appropriate piece of legislation. It was supported in this House. Adding a final little fail-safe in case there could be a problem through a referendum process is just good sense, and the Senate has suggested that, and that's what we're debating here today, and we're in favor of that, and therefore opposed to the government's motion. But in C-16 itself, fixed election dates, we know, and the House debate on C-16 when it was here made it very clear, I think, through speeches of all parties, on behalf of all parties, that this was a sensible further step in the democratic reform of Canada, that the overwhelming number of democracies in the world have fixed election dates, that there is a range of advantages to fixed election dates, Mr. Speaker, including that it gives some predictability to government business, and therefore the government can put forward legislation and have the administration of legislation effectively with a timetable, knowing that it won't be dislodged in short of a non-confidence vote or a national emergency, and therefore the business of the government and the people of Canada can be done more efficiently. It can also be done more efficiently in terms of cost, Mr. Speaker. Having an electoral commission and electoral office idling full-time to be ready for an election that could come at any day is not an efficient use of resources. It's also cost effective in terms of effective, Mr. Speaker, in terms of voter turnout. And this is perhaps one of the most critical issues of a fixed election date, which I think all members of this House, all parties in this House have been in agreement with. And that is that for people who are first-time voters, they may be students, people who are new Canadians, people who are seniors, we can have civics classes, both in schools, in universities, in communities, to ensure that people are fully engaged in the electoral discussion of the various policies being put forward in the election by various parties. And that could enhance interest and voter turnout, which, of course, leads to a more healthy democracy. Of course, Mr. Speaker, in a country like Canada, it's also immensely important that we have a fixed date which can avoid inclement weather. And the last election in this country was in the winter. We sadly saw, continuing reductions in voter turnout. And of course, unless you have the very good fortune to live in Vancouver, as I do, winter weather can be very disruptive to voter turnout. So that's very important. We also want to avoid the summer holiday breaks, which you can by having a fixed election date in the early fall or late spring to increase voter turnouts. For all of these reasons, Mr. Speaker, it's good, sound public policy, and we all support it. So, good heavens, let's get on with it, and let's not delay this any further. The concept of a referendum in a small community is so inconceivable as to be insignificant, Mr. Speaker, and it shouldn't slow down the passage of this legislation, which, with the support of members of the House today and with the vote tomorrow, I believe, or whenever we're going to vote on this, we could have this as law, the law of Canada, real democratic reform immediately. And I just suggest, Mr. Speaker, that it's a test to the sincerity of every member of this House in terms of the need for this reform, that we not be distracted by a small amendment that was a result of a mere the Senate doing its job of carefully looking to see if it can possibly be improved, which, to the credit of the House, could only be improved, the suggestion, by a tiny amendment of real no consequence at all. So, Mr. Speaker, I speak in opposition to rejecting this amendment and in full support of moving ahead quickly in this House right now so it can go on to the Governor-General and become law at the as soon as possible moment. Thank you.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my honourable colleague's comments, and I must say, for the record, Mr. Speaker, that as I've said privately to the honourable member from Vancouver Quadra, that I wish him well in his future plans. I know he's not seeking re-election. I think that's a shame, frankly. I think the member from Vancouver Quadra has brought much distinction to this House, and frankly, he is the type of parliamentarian, regardless of partisanship, that all Canadians, I think, respect and deserve. I think he has represented his riding well, and I wish him much success in all his future endeavours. I wish, frankly, he was coming back to this institution. He brings great credit and a lot of experience and expertise. But since that is not going to happen, since the decision is made, congratulations for all of the work he's done on behalf of both his party and members of the committees in which he served so admirably. And I've had the distinction of sitting with him on one of those committees. However, as much as I admire and respect the honourable member from Vancouver Quadra, I must say that I fundamentally disagree with the premise that he is advancing that this is a minor technical amendment, because, Mr. Speaker, it is no such thing. The amendment clearly states, Mr. Speaker, that if there is a referendum, either at the municipal, provincial, or federal level, the date of the federal election could be changed. And as the Honourable Government House Leader indicated in his presentation, that means that should there be a referendum in a small community in northern Saskatchewan or northern Ontario, say 450 people or 500 people that are holding a referendum on a hockey arena, that the decision could be made by this law by this amendment that could be passed into law. The decision then could be made because of that referendum that the federal election is cancelled or delayed or put off the date that we have recommended. Mr. Speaker, I think that is not a minor technical change. I think that's a fundamental and a significant change. So my question to the member from Vancouver Quadra, if it is as minor a change as he suggests, what difficulty would he or any opposition member have in just removing the amendment and going back to the original bill which this member supported? If it is that minor in nature, what difficulty would that member have in removing it altogether? Should he do that, as the government House Leader indicated, then it would become law, and very quickly.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, thank you, and I thank my honourable colleague for his very kind remarks. In fact, I was on the verge of reconsidering my decision not to run again until he got to the word however. Now, the honourable member raises good points. The key at this issue is getting this legislation passed at the earliest possible moment. And I think if it just seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that the reality of a referendum being called over a relatively minor issue in a municipality, provincially or federally even, but a referendum being called at a local level where it would not affect Canadians broadly, it's just inconceivable in that situation that the Chief Electoral Officer, one of the most important offices in our democratic set of institutions, would delay a federal election for a municipal referendum. We say, why have it there? Well, there may be some, and this is what the senators who suggested it determined, that there could be some unforeseeable situation where it was important to adjust it. I think, frankly, Mr. Speaker, and to the honourable member through you, much more likely that if there was any conflict in dates because of a municipal or provincial referendum, or even a federal referendum, it would be done perhaps consciously in order to make the whole process more efficient so that people could come out and vote on two things at the same time, which may, in fact, save costs and enhance voter turnout. So there may be something very valuable in this, that suggests that it would not be used lightly, nor would the discretion of the Chief Electoral Officer be exercised in any frivolous or anything but the most serious way in the interest of the public interest.
In the comments, kisses, a commentary. The honourable member for Yukon.
I would like to echo congratulate the member of the government for congratulating the member in his upcoming retirement. I agree wholeheartedly exactly what was said, that he's a tremendous asset to the House and brings all sorts of experience and decorum and benefit to the House, and we'll certainly sorely miss him, and hopefully he'll be a reference to us as needed. I'd like to just confirm with the member, I'm disappointed with the government in three process issues here, really, not on the substantive amendment, but on process issues, and I'd like to ask the member if he also is disappointed. One is that they seem to believe in fixed election dates and now are stalling their own bill, and I find that disappointing. But second is that more important is that the government House Leader suggested that there was no problems with this bill when it came to the House. And I would really commend the House Leader, if he's going to make such untrue statements, to read the Hansard, see what people have said. There wasn't a unanimous love-in totally about this bill. As you know, there are people that have some problems with the entire concept. Those were outlined during the debate. I certainly had some problems with the concept and outlined them. And the critic, you know that I came to you a number of times with a very strong issue with this bill. This bill is going, the very first year it goes into effect, is going to cause an election about 3 days away from the municipal elections in the Yukon. So I had a number of concerns with this. So it's really not fair for the government House Leader to get up and say that everyone approved this, there was no problems. He should really listen to the debate and treat those comments fairly. And finally, to be dismissive of the Chief Electoral Officer. I mean, this suggestion came from the experts, and I would think that the government would want to listen to the experts, the people that are objectively tasked with implementing this process, that have great respect from Canadians, that are nonpartisan, objective and separate, and they make a recommendation that we should take that seriously and shouldn't be just so dismissive of it. So I'd just like to ask the critic if he agrees with me on those 3 points.
The honourable member for Vancouver.
Thank you for your kind comments, Mr. Speaker, for my colleagues' kind comments. I think to take your procedural issue and the awareness of what happens in the process in this House when legislation is brought forward for debate and then in committee and brought back, you're absolutely right. There are very few issues where there is unanimity within a party, or certainly not across the aisles here. But that's what's healthy about it, the debate. And that's why the Senate actually exists, this second sober thought, the way the convention of the role of this legislative body in the Senate has come to work out the fact as our democracy progresses that it's not an elected legislative body, but it does have a very special role to give extra thought. But even before it gets there, of course, we have many differences of opinion within and between parties in this House, and that's the richness of our democracy. And we all learn as we go through that legislative process of debate. And so I think we have to be very, very slow to criticize new ideas or differences of opinion, even if they're only slight changes to the general flow of the intent of this House, and then as it's considered in the other place. So thank you for your question.
Questions or comments? No? Okay, we have enough time for one more quick question and comment if there's one. I see the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's has about 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, listening to the debate, it's no surprise to me that the Liberal members opposite want to amend the bill, that they want to change the bill, because they don't want four-year terms. That's the bottom line. Any advantage they can find to allow government to control the election, they think that if they get back into power, that would be advantageous to them. And that's the bottom line here. Mr. Speaker, the real issue here is, as the bill is amended, the government can regulate when the election is held because they'll simply have a referendum. Why not have a referendum on any number of issues? And then the election will be put off. And that's unfair. The point here, the bill as it was sent to the Senate, calls for four-year terms. Canadians, constituents, Canadians from coast to coast to coast would understand clearly when the election day was held, 4 years, hence there would be another one. What's complicated about that, and why can't the Liberals agree to four-year terms?
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the concept that's presented by the honourable member of a federal government calling a national referendum to avoid a fixed date election is so beyond comprehension that I'm not sure how to answer it seriously. Mr. Speaker, and alternatively, the concept of a chief electoral officer accepting that the existence of a municipal referendum on a local issue would cause the chief electoral officer to amend or delay the federal election. Both of those are beyond imagination. Beyond imagination. The only way we would have a referendum, Mr. Speaker, is on an issue of national importance.
Please do débat.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak on this motion that we are debating. From the outset, I would like to inform the government that the Bloc Québécois will be supporting the motion to the effect that this House that this House disagrees with the amendment made by the Senate to Bill C-16. We feel that it is almost a dilatory amendment that has been moved by the other House. That other chamber is made up of non-elected persons, people who are appointed as political compensation, political reward. The usefulness of the Senate is totally remains to be seen. And I would say that this amendment is much the same. If we had an amendment that had been moved by the Liberal senators in the other place, well, it would make me think that the holding of a federal, provincial, or municipal referendum would change the implementation of C-16, which provides for elections at a fixed date. Just imagine this, Mr. Speaker, if we had a federal referendum. Well, okay, maybe we can understand that. If you have a provincial referendum, well, okay, maybe we could understand that as well. But a municipal referendum, first of all, on behalf of a municipality in Quebec or in Canada, and there are a number of incidents that can lead to the holding of a referendum, rather, at the municipal level. I know that my colleague, who was a former councillor in Gatineau, I don't know when he was in Quebec City, but I know that in Neufchâtel, from 1997 to 1993 to 1997, there were instances, indeed, where municipal referenda were held. People can, for example, sign a register to oppose a change of zoning. They can say that, well, that they oppose some sort of regulation. I know that in my hometown, when there was a change in the type of police vehicle that was used, we had a referendum because it cost us some 300. Those police cars already had logged some 385,000 kilometers, but we had to have a referendum for that. So just imagine that a municipal referendum of this sort or a referendum across Canada might conflict. Well, I think an example like the one I have just given shows the very frivolous nature of this amendment, and this is why we agree with the government, we support the government, and we will not support the Senate amendment. In the few minutes that I have at my disposal, I would like to speak to Bill C-16, in which we in the Bloc Québécois reaffirmed that we agreed with the principle of the bill, although I must say that we studied the bill at the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, where I am Vice Chair. We do have some reservations with respect to the date chosen by the government, the third Monday in October. We would have liked to have seen the government show more broad-mindedness with respect to that, because we would have liked to have seen a date in May, which we thought was perhaps more propitious in terms of the weather, because, you know, the third Monday in October, it can happen at that time in a northern country like ours. It can happen that the snow has already started to fall in some regions. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have a snowstorm in Windsor at that time, but in northern Quebec or in Nunavut or in the Yukon or in the Labrador, it's quite likely that they could be facing snowstorms. This is why we in the Bloc had suggested the second Monday in May. We moved an amendment, but that amendment was defeated in committee, and democracy spoke. Democracy ruled. We had also suggested that the third Monday in October should not be the date, because in Canada, you know, we have Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving it comes from a religious tradition, but for some reason it is not a fixed date holiday. But in Quebec, it's the second Monday in October, which is set as Thanksgiving. whether or not it falls on the 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th of October. It's always held on the second Monday in October. And so we may well find ourselves in a situation where the advance polls will be set for the weekend, the Thanksgiving weekend, which is really the last long weekend where people can go visit their families outside of the area that they live, or where perhaps they are very busy closing their cottages and whatnot. It's a time where a lot of traveling is done. People go across the border. They take advantage of the long weekend to get out and about. So that third Monday in October, where the vote would be held with an advance poll on the weekend of Thanksgiving, could indeed prevent a participation rate that would be as high as we would like to see. In fact, yesterday the French voted, some 80-85% of them voted yesterday, and that shows that democracy is in good health. Since 1960, we have seen that there has been a drop here in the turnout for general elections, and fewer people are actually interested in politics. The result, then, is that democracy is not the winner. This is why we in the Bloc Québécois had suggested the other date. Bill C-16, and I'm sure you'll recall this, Mr. Speaker, will allow for the removal from the Prime Minister of the prerogative to call an election whenever he chooses, whenever it's the right moment for him. We saw Prime Minister Chrétien excel at doing just that. The position of the senators, I must say, doesn't really surprise us because they are conserving the good old way, the good old approach that existed. Prime Minister Chrétien was quite a specialist at this. When an opposition party changed leaders, Prime Minister Chrétien called a snap election because what he was counting on was the lack of experience of the new leader. He was counting on the added divisive burden of a leadership race. For example, they approve this person rather than that person. You choose your camp. You have your man. You have your... And here we can see that at this side of the House that the wounds have not yet healed for all those people who supported certain candidates during the most recent leadership race. So you can see that an event like a leadership race can be very divisive. Just look at what Prime Minister Chrétien did. The member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie had just been elected the leader of the Bloc Québécois on March 15th, 1997, and then we had a snap election on June the 2nd of the same year. On July 8th, 2000, the Minister of Public Safety was elected to the head of the Canadian Alliance Party. We remember that because that was the party that was called the Reform Party. Before that, then they became the Alliance. They've changed their party name. Just like Coca-Cola, old Coke classic, flavored Coke. But we know that they changed their name, and now they have adopted a new name, a new party name. He was the minister, the present minister, became leader on July the 8th, 2000. Prime Minister Chrétien called an election on November the 27th, 2000. But the previous election had just been held on June the 2nd, 1997. So really, you are looking at very close elections, not within the normally accepted pattern of every 4 years. We know, of course, that the life of a parliament can be 5 years maximum, but practice has been that it was around 4 years. On March 20th, 2004, the present Prime Minister was elected leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, and an election was called on June 28th, 2004, once again within the 4-year period, as soon as there was a change of leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think this bill, C-16, will remove the Prime Minister's prerogative to call elections when he thinks the stars are aligned to catch the opposition parties off guard. So for all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, we'll have an opportunity, I suppose, to talk about this again later, but we'd like to repeat that the Bloc Québécois will be in favor of the motion to reject the Senate's proposed amendment to C-16. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just want to comment on the member's concern about the set election date. I think he has to take into consideration that that May, the date that he had suggested, would not be very good for most farming communities. I don't know about Quebec, but I know in the prairie provinces that is smack in seeding time. And if and much field work is being done just prior to those weekends, and if it's a late Easter, as sometimes it is, as he said, his Thanksgiving date is never sometimes the same weekend, and it causes problems if the election date was set as such. So I just wanted to remind him that that is part of the problem, and as he said, it's not handy either because he might be away closing down the cabins while in the prairie provinces. In May, they're opening up their cabins, so it's not really that good in May for many reasons in the farming communities, but also for graduations. That's the season that weddings were in the end of October. I don't think that that's ever an issue. So I just wanted to know if the member ever took into consideration that perhaps the farming communities wouldn't be really in favor of the May election date.
Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't really want to question the chosen date. I just wanted to mention that on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, we had suggested May. That was rejected. And we'll live with it. We're aware. We'll accept that third Monday in October. My colleague tells me that there's seeding, various farming activities in May, but I imagine that in October there are also farm activities. But to make a long story short, the best date isn't an easy one to find. Anyway, we're going to remain opposed to the Senate's proposed amendment. We wouldn't want to see municipal referendums changing the fixed date.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Si, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member two questions. One is the result of this bill in the Yukon will be that within 3 or 4 days of the first election comes into effect, there's going to be a municipal election in the Yukon. And I wonder if the member agrees that this bill is good in that respect. Personally, I find it very confusing. I've been through 2 elections at the same time before, and people are confused with the enumerators coming to the door. They think, well, you've already been here. Is it this election or is it that election? And I think that's so I'd like to ask him if he thinks that's good. If it's good, if it would be better to have more flexibility for the chief electoral officer And the second question I have is if he has confidence in the Chief Electoral Officer, because the amendments that were suggested, this minor amendment that we're talking about, is at the discretion of the Chief Electoral Officer. So, of course, he's not going to change a federal election for a minor municipal issue. So I'd just like to ask the member, le député, if he has confidence in the Chief Electoral Officer to make rational decisions.
The honourable member from Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Yes, I'll answer the second part. I do have confidence in the new Chief Electoral Officer, Mr. Mayram, who appeared before our committee on procedure and set out his background. I had full confidence previously in Mr. Kingsley, as I do have full confidence in the entire staff of the Chief Electoral Officer. But rejecting this amendment is no lack of confidence, because it would be illogical to have that written into the Act that a federal, provincial, or municipal referendum could change the date. Let's not take any chances. Let's defeat this Liberal Senate amendment. It shouldn't be in there, and the Chief Electoral Officer won't have to make that kind of controversial decision. In terms of municipal elections, I'd like to thank my colleague for making me think of that, because that was precisely one of the reasons why I asked for this to be changed to May. I'd forgotten that. I raised that, but I think this bill, I've said this before and I'll say it again, can still be improved. There's room for improvement. In Quebec, municipal elections also take place the first Sunday in November. So under this Act, C-16, under C-16, we're going to have, I don't know what my colleague's barking about, but it's interrupting me. Perhaps the Speaker could ask him to go bark outside the House. But in Quebec, those elections will take place on the third Monday in October in 2009. And in Quebec, all municipal elections are at fixed dates. So all municipalities in Quebec will be voting November 1st, 2009. So that will necessarily lead to some confusion. Not everyone is as politicized as we are. I've been a member since 1993, and people wished me good luck for the Quebec election that was held on March 26th, and I said, I'm not campaigning, I'm a federal politician. But people are used to seeing us. They see our faces in the newspapers and on the election posters. So yeah, I agree with my colleague. It could create some confusion. But a member who's active, doing door-to-door, informing constituents will be able to correct the facts easily enough. The member for Montmorency's intervention with respect to noise in the House is quite appropriate. I would appreciate that everyone pay attention during the question and answer period. The member for Ottawa Centre. Question?
My colleague who was on the committee with myself on this bill, his concern that if we entertain this motion from the government, that in fact it will have the unfortunate consequence, unintended perhaps consequence from his party of supporting the government motion, of actually delaying this bill being put into place. As you mentioned, we all supported the bill, the intent of the bill. It's a good step in terms of giving all Canadians a sense of when an election is going to be, takes away the opportunity of the government to manipulate the election date for their own purposes. And I'm just wanting to get his indication as to his concerns perhaps that this will delay this bill actually coming into place, and doesn't it the concern that might have to get this bill going versus the concern you might have about this amendment? Shouldn't we go with speedy processing of the bill? Thank you.
Oui, vous m'avez donné la parole, Monsieur le Président.
Do I have the floor, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, excuse me for interrupting you. Have you given the floor to me? Hello? Okay, I'll take the floor even though the Speaker hasn't given it to me. Yes, indeed. This is problematic, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the balance, we were confronted with potentially accepting a bad amendment with the possibility that the government would use that to delay passage of the bill. It's all a matter of perception. The government is patting itself on the back, saying that this bill, the government boasted that this bill was going to give it or require it to hold elections at fixed dates. But now if they were to delay the passage of the bill, well, they would have to wear the shame of that decision. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Earlier you recognized that the member was right to talk about interruptions. Allow me to disagree, Mr. Speaker, because when the member said that other members were barking, I don't think the Speaker should have said that was correct. The member for Ottawa-Vanier is also correct. What I meant to say when I intervened earlier was not a reference to barking, but rather to the interruptions that the member had to deal with. And now I recognize the Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. My colleague wasn't even here when I made that comment. He came in after, at the last minute. The Honourable Member for Charlevoix, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord, in his last answer, made reference to the fact that he'd been here since 1993. He knows full well, because of his experience, that you don't mention the presence or absence of a member.
For Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and it is an honour to get up and speak on this bill. And I want to start my comments off by recognizing my predecessor, Mr. Ed Broadbent, who had brought forward an ethics package before the last election. And in it was to clean up the ethics package he proposed was to clean up politics and to take a look at some of the ways we might do that. Interestingly enough, one of the proposals he put forward in his ethics package was fixed date elections. So this party is happy to support this bill because, in fact, we put it on the table, if you will. It was one of the initiatives that we took to propose ideas as opposed to just opposing ideas. And that's very important for us, Mr. Speaker, because I believe our role as parliamentarians, to be responsible parliamentarians, is not just to oppose, and that's necessary when you're in opposition, certainly, but to also to propose. And one of the things we felt was very important is to propose fixed date elections. So, of course, we support Bill C-16 since it was, if you will, our proposal. And that was before the last election, Speaker, and it's important to note that as well. It wasn't something we did in the midst of an election. It was something we actually presented to this Parliament, to the last Parliament, because we thought it was so very important. We also noted, and Mr. Broadbent had in his ethics package, which our party was happy to put front and centre in the last Parliament as ideas to clean up politics, the need to deal with things like floor crossing, as we still see it rampant in this place and important to deal with. But on fixed date elections, it was very important for us. It was a good idea. There was consultations with people like those who have fought for fair elections, people who are in the large community of democratic reform. If you look to the people of Fair Vote Canada, which is a non-partisan, all parties are represented in their body. I think of Mr. Siegel as being one, and Mr. Axworthy being another, and Mr. Broadbent another. I'm not sure if the Bloc has signed on to Fair Vote Canada, but I encourage them to do so. They might want to look at the ideas and the tenets, and it's to make sure that all votes are fair votes, and that the system we have indeed is a fair system. And part of that is fixed date elections. So when it was brought to committee, we did propose amendments to the bill to clarify things like confidence, and so we put those ideas forward as something to consider. In the bill, and it's not a long bill, I have it in my hand here, it does not deal with constitutional change, and we felt that was reasonable. In fact, the proposal that Mr. Broadbent had put forward was to do the same, and that we didn't need to open the Constitution to make this kind of change, which in effect is a practice in what we're doing, because it still, of course, gives Parliament the option of removing confidence from the governing party, and then, of course, we'd have to go to an election. So we believed that this was a pragmatic thing to do, a reasonable thing to do, because we had seen the abuse of governments before use the date of an election simply to make sure that they had the upper hand on other parties. And in the end, what they were doing is that they were trying to have the upper hand on Canadians. And we saw that as a manipulation of their responsibility and the powers that they have. And so when a government saw it was favorable to call an election, they would do their polling. They'd probably do cross-tabulation, and that's where you take a couple of ideas in different regions, put them together, and make sure that they were going to win a majority. And then inevitably, the cash would be started to be distributed throughout the land, falling off of wagons everywhere and given to areas where a government of the day needed to shore up support. And clearly, this was anti-democratic. The fact that a governing party could manipulate the date of an election for its own benefit. And sadly, that was the case we had with previous governments. We saw this also at in the last majority parliament, just with the previous government. Saw there was an opportune time, call an election, get it on with, get another majority. And in that, it should be noted, Speaker, that we should address not just fixed date elections, but also the way in which we count the votes, because it's important to note that the majority governments of Mr. Chrétien, notwithstanding that he had the most votes, he did have a disproportionate number of seats allotted to his government. And I say that not just to point to Mr. Chrétien and the Liberal Party. The same thing happened at the provincial level. I can think of the NDP winning a certain percentage of the votes and a disproportionate number of seats. So it's not about partisanship, but it's a reflection of what is the people's will. So the fact that fixed date elections was something we could do something about without opening up the Constitution was fair. A little bit different, Speaker, than what we'll be debating later today, which is C-43, which is this idea that we can go and have these plebiscites on who should represent citizens in the Senate and still skirt the Constitution. I think we've pretty much tested the limits of how far we can skirt, if you will, or go around the Constitution in practice with C-16. And I know that all members, all parties, agreed that C-16 made sense. We didn't need to open up the Constitution. I would challenge that, though, on Bill C-43, which we'll be debating later. Juxtaposed to C-16, when you look at actually having plebiscites to have people decide which person they wanted to represent in the Senate, and then go to the Prime Minister, and then the person would be appointed, skirts the Constitution a little too far. In fact, what it does is says that that's about as far as they're going to go because they don't want to touch the Constitution. And the Constitution, Speaker, is not a suggestion list. It is a fundamental foundation of how our country is to operate. So I suggest that Bill C-16 is a practice in terms of how the government can operate in setting an election date versus the bill we'll be debating later, C-43, which is actually going too far in terms of avoiding the Constitution simply because they don't want to get into the muck of constitutional debate. If you're serious about real reform and democratic reform and Senate reform, then you have to address it and you can't run from it. So C-16 gave us the opportunity to take away the potential abuse of governments to use an election date for its own political partisan advance. So when we took a look at it, there were amendments we proposed. The Bloc, I know, had proposed some amendments, and we've heard from them on what dates should be decided for the fixed election date. And I concur with other members who suggested that having it in the spring wasn't doable, and having it at certain times in the fall wasn't doable. The timing we came up with, I think, is perfectly reasonable to compromise in terms of meeting the needs of all Canadians from coast to coast to coast, be it those who live in rural areas or in the north. And I think that timing of having it in the fall makes perfect sense, particularly for our farming communities where they need time to bring in the crop and bring in the harvest and then have an election after that. And that's what we have in front of us. I want to turn my attention now, Speaker, to the amendment that did come from the Senate, and as my colleague from Winnipeg Centre suggested, the fact of the matter is we do take issue with, with the author of this amendment and where it came from. We do take issue with it, but I think it's important to look at the amendment. I have it here in my hand. It's not a long amendment, and it simply brings up a point that, quite frankly, wasn't debated extensively in committee. It was to take a look at the religious significance of provincial or municipal election or a federal, provincial, or municipal referendum. And the chief electoral officer may, and that's may change the date of the fixed election. So it still ascribes to the chief electoral officer the fact that they have to follow the bill, to follow the actual fixed election date calendar generally. But if these circumstances occur, that they have the option that they may, it doesn't say must in the bill, that they may change the date. And I just want to, particularly my friends in the Bloc, think of a circumstance where there is, and they've had this experience more than anywhere else in Canada, a referendum at the provincial level. Would it make sense to actually have a fixed date federal election set, and at the same time there is a provincial referendum? I mean, as we know, a referendum in Quebec often doesn't just take the attention of Quebecers. It often takes the attention of the whole country, as it should. It's about the federation itself, and so I put that forward as a proposition of where it is reasonable for the chief electoral officer to take a look at the date, and if it is conflicting, that maybe we shouldn't have a federal election on the same date as in the example I'm providing, a referendum in Quebec, something as potent as whether or not Quebec remains in the Federation. So that's an example of why we should take a look at this. It's not it won't change the spirit of the bill, this amendment. It simply says it's a what-if scenario. And as I've already mentioned and underlined, it doesn't the chief electoral officer gives the chief electoral officer an option. And I want to underline the role of the chief electoral officer as an officer of Parliament with certain key responsibilities. One of the key responsibilities is that they're accountable to the Parliament and to making sure that they abide by legislation of the Parliament. So, this bill, C-16, that we have in front of us, that all of us agreed on, that was passed, they will have to abide by as an officer of Parliament to be responsible. It simply gives them the opportunity, if there is a conflict, to deal with that conflict. So, as my colleague from Winnipeg Centre said, notwithstanding we have some problems with the messenger, not going to shoot the messenger, but we have some problems with the messenger, in this case the Senate, having brought it to us. The message is something that we certainly can live with, and for that reason, we'll quietly support this amendment. I think it's something that is fairly commonsensical and could have been probably done in another manner in another way by giving the authority to the Chief Electoral Officer another time. But it's in front of us now, and that's why it's important to acknowledge it and take a position on it now. I just want to move now, Speaker, to how this bill, when it is passed, what it will mean in terms of Canadians' confidence in our electoral system. There is many more things we have to do in terms of real democratic reform to make sure every vote counts. And I would submit to you at this point in our federation, in the history of our country, we don't have a system where every vote counts. But at least this will be an opportunity so Canadians will know that, in this case, the next election will be 2009. And we only have to look as recently as these past couple of weeks, where sadly the House and the country at the federal level, at least in terms of the discussions and the discourse, has been all about, well, will they have an election, yes or no? Is the government in a position where they'll get their elusive majority? There was an interesting comedic overview of that on the weekend, Speaker, on CBC, and it was like a sports broadcast, and they were doing a comedy of what it's like when they're talking about, well, Jim, do you think they're going to have an election? Well, no. Well, let's get back to it next day. And they'd have the next day, and they'd have a commentary on whether or not they're going to have an election or not. It's certainly an interesting conversation for some of us, but for most Canadians, it's an incredible waste of time, not to mention ink and airwaves, electricity. We should be spending our time talking about what we can do in this Parliament, not about speculation of when the next election is. Canadians didn't send us here to talk about when the next election is going to be. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to keep that in mind, because my constituents, when I go door to door and talk to them about what concerns them, it's not about when the next election is. The question is, well, are you going to have an election? I say, well, 2009 is what we have in legislation, and as far as I'm concerned, that's when the next election is. So I think that's why it's incredibly important that we support this bill, that this bill goes through as quickly as possible, and therefore I don't think it's important, I don't think it's plausible or possible to support the government's motion to then, back to the Senate and getting into that game of ping pong. We need to pass this bill now so that Canadians can know that there's a bill that has a fixed date election, that makes sure that any manipulations or strategic moves by the government will be seen just for that, because they'll have their own bill in front of us all that will say the next election is in 2009. So, this bill is important. The reasons that we all agreed to this bill were that we can have some predictability, that the government can't manipulate the calendar, that we would have Canadians knowing that, notwithstanding all the conversations that people have had in the political chattering classes, that quite frankly the next election's 2009, that the whole gamesmanship of deciding if there's a time to go and can we get our majority is put aside, and we can get on to issues that matter, like the environment, like the prosperity gap, and then making sure that Canadians' health system is going to be one that's what is there for them when they need it. We can get onto those issues, Speaker, because at the end of the day, that's what matters to Canadians, not whether or not a government can pull the plug, have an election, get a majority to do whatever they have planned to do, and I have some concerns about what this government would do if it had a majority, but I won't go down that path. Finally, Speaker, when we look at other jurisdictions, and I was on the committee for C-16 and took a look at other jurisdictions. We now in Ontario have fixed date elections. It's been the practice of many other countries. Some people had concerns that this would be mirroring and modeling the American political model, and I would suggest to those who have those concerns to allay their fears, because we have other jurisdictions in Europe and elsewhere with Westminster traditions that have fixed date elections, and it works for them. And we need to make sure when we have fixed date elections that there isn't going to be a manipulation of the public purse, that's for sure. And what I mean by that is if we had taken the suggestion of the Bloc to have the fixed date elections in the spring, we could have seen the government come out with a budget with all sorts of goodies, kind of sounds familiar, like the last budget we saw here, to try and manipulate possibly the citizens so that they could get a favorable return on their investment, in other words, a majority government. So having the fixed date election in the fall makes sense. We'll have to be careful and I think there's some work that can be done on when political parties are allowed to spend their money to make sure that we don't have a largesse of spending to benefit one party or another, whoever has the most cash in the bank, so to speak, and so that we don't have perpetual elections like some people were concerned about with this legislation. That just requires us being responsible as parliamentarians, but also to take a look at, and I know my colleague from Winnipeg Centre has done this, to take a look at election expenses and the rules around election expenses. We have to tighten up a lot there. We just think of some of the amendments that my colleague put forward in Bill C2 to tighten it up so that people don't have an advantage, if you will, or playing around with finances to benefit them. So when we get this bill passed, and I hope it's sooner rather than later, we'll have to keep our eye on that. And that happens, Speaker, with any piece of legislation. Once the legislation is passed, it changes the way things are done, inevitably. So we'll want to take a look at the effects that this bill might have on things like election expenses. Will it, we hope it won't get into the kind of behavior of people spending a lot of money before a writ as well as during a writ because they know an election's coming, or we have candidates who are playing around with loopholes in the Election Expenses Act, like loans, as we know, where you have someone with deep, deep, deep pockets who owns a fairly large multinational corporation, and we saw that in certain leadership contests, and then they don't pay back the loan, and it's no problem. We have to plug that loophole for sure, and there's others, people who own car dealerships, etc. So there's work to be done there to make things fair, but this bill is a good start to make it fair for the Canadian people to know exactly when the next election is going to be. So if we focus on the bill itself, what the bill is set out to do, what all Canadians believe it should do, and that is to give us a fixed election date, that the government doesn't play around and try and orchestrate its own defeat, that we have responsible work being done in this House, and for goodness sakes, for once and for all, take away the manipulation of the fixing of the date of an election, take it away from government so that kind of manipulation can't happen, and that we'll have a bit more fair of a system. We'll talk at another time, Speaker, you and I, about what we can do in terms of reforming our democratic system, but this is the first start. The NDP is proud that the government adopted our idea, and we support it fully. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Blackstrap.
Speaker, I just want to mention so that people that are watching this debate don't get led to believe that the Ed Broadbent brought this idea to the House of Commons. This idea goes back to the Reform Party, the party that I supported and had a leader, Preston Manning, who it was one of the fundamental principles was set election dates and Senate reform. So it's certainly can't, the NDP, who love to give themselves a little credit for this, had better read their history on it. And also it was part of our platform in the last election, as I recall. So they never put it in their election platform, but they are talking today like they had. So I would just like to correct the record. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, it's rather interesting, but I just submit to the member, I know that the former Reform Party, or no, whatever we call ourselves now, there was Alliance and then Reform. So if we go back to Reform, I think there was things like recall and some other interesting things about pensions. The Senate appointments, I think there was something about a triple-E Senate. There was something in their platform Mr. Manning had. And I'm not sure where Mr. Manning is now on those issues. What I do know is that there was one person, one party fighting for democratic reform from the onset. And that was back in the 60s, and that was one Edward Broadbent. And I'll tell you, Speaker, that we had put this forward as a proposal in an ethics package with floor crossing, you might be interested in, that said fixed election dates. That wasn't during the election campaign. She suggested it was in her party's platform. I trust her on that. I'm talking about before the last election. We had an ethics package which talked about cleaning up politics, and the government stole from that package. I'm glad to see they brought some of those ideas forward. I would hope that they go further and take a look at that ethics package and look at real democratic reform and follow up on that. So just for the record, She's in the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party wasn't on the record for that until the last election. Before the last election we were, and that is the facts, and that's the history. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just have two short questions for the member. First is he said he had a problem with the author and where this bill came from, and the author was the Chief Electoral Officer. That's where it came from, so does he have a problem with him? And my second question is, the member suggested that the government put out all sorts of goodies at this last budget to get elected, and I'd like to know what those goodies are, because there was nothing for national housing, there was almost nothing for Aboriginal people, nothing for the poor, nothing for undergraduate students, and tax rate went 15% to 15.25%. It went up, income tax rate went up. So what goodies was the government giving out in the last budget?
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
I think, Speaker, 2 points. It was the messenger, not the author, and I thank you for the opportunity to make the correction. And I simply meant that where it came from in terms of being written and brought to, and that was from the Senate. On the goodies, no, there was no goodies in this, and I'm talking about the good old pork barrel politics that I think Alan McEachran would have been proud to see, because this reminded me, this budget was a little bit of this, a little bit of that. That's the kind of goodies talking about, Speaker, where they tried to, rum bottle politics, I believe it's called, where you're trying to give a little bit here, a little bit there. There was kind of a little bit of this and that, and nothing in the end for anyone to make a difference. So I was simply referring to the idea of passing on goodies, not the facts. The facts are students were abandoned, seniors didn't get a leg up. I could go on. National housing strategy we've called for, finally push the Liberals to amend their budget so we get somewhere on that, as well as the environment instead of corporate tax cuts. So I'd agree with them. There was a little bit of this and that, but nothing in the end. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions
and comments?
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Ottawa Centre for bringing the debate into focus and reminding us, and perhaps listeners back home as well, why we do support this idea of fixed election dates. And the one point I'd like him to perhaps elaborate on is that he was saying that if we bring in this fixed election dates, even with the motion to amend coming from the Senate, there'll be more productive period within each Parliament. That the current status quo leaves us with the election period, and then a brief productive period where Parliament actually gets something done, and then we're all on pins and needles using all of our energy and resources waiting for the axe to fall again, because at the whim of the Prime Minister there could be election any time, or as soon as the Prime Minister doesn't quite like the way Parliament is operating, boom, down it comes. So the choice of when to call the election is all in the hands of this one person, Mr. Speaker, or when the polls are favourable. So I thank him for bringing that issue up. And it reminds me of a quote by Will Rogers, Mr. Speaker. He said that the promising season ends on Election Day, and that same night the alibi season begins and takes us right through to the next election. Well, that reminds me of the current status quo, where we have a very brief productive period in Parliament, and perhaps by implementing fixed election dates and getting over this standoff that we have now, we'd be doing a service to the Canadian public, who I think broadly support this idea.
Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for his quote and for his point. And I think I want to address something that we've seen recently. That we know that Canadians are hearing that the government is ready to go on election. You just have to think of, it was 2 weeks ago now, where they displayed their so-called war room, and not far from where we are right now, Speaker. And very impressive, I'm sure, with all the latest technologies. And you're wondering, you're thinking, well, is that what the priority of Canadians is right now? To look at the Conservative Party's war room to look at, what the latest bells and whistles are for this party? Or would they rather see some action on issues like, say, climate change or child poverty, or dealing with skyrocketing tuition fees, or dealing with homelessness? No, the Conservative Party thought it was important enough to display this really over-the-top war room, which is in the south of this city. And so I think it's really an important point that we have fixed date elections so we get away from that side of politics and get to this politics, the politics that should be in front of us in this place, and making good laws and helping out Canadians and not helping out ourselves or our fortunes and future. Thanks.
The honourable member for Simcoe North has the floor. I would appreciate if he kept an eye on the chair, because in 1 minute he'll be interrupted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've sat here and listened to most of the debate on this motion by the Government House Leader today. And, Mr. Speaker, it seems odd that some members that have spoken, and I think there's certainly great unanimity around the notion that we need this bill. We need C-16 passed. But, Mr. Speaker, what's lost in all of this is the whole reason we brought this forward is to get rid of the kind of exploitative situations that governments have taken in the past to monkey around with election dates for the benefit of partisan advantage. And the fact is, we've got a bill in front of us here. It's gone through the Standing Committee on Procedural and House Affairs. It's gone through the Senate, gone through the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs. It's done all that. And then at the last minute, Mr. Speaker, right out of left field, we get this final grasp at a straw to kick into motion that there'd be one last shred of an ability to get a partisan favor into election dates. So I would ask the member, has he not thought about, look through the lens of trying to improve this, if he could comment, and why something that has gone through this kind of scrutiny couldn't be just passed and sent back to the...
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre has 1 minute to respond.
Fully subscribe to the idea, let's get on with it. I think that's what he's saying. So that's why I'm proposing to the government to forget about this motion, forget about the ping-pong back and forth. The amendment is not that significant in terms of it's not going to undermine the bill. It's not going to change the intent of the bill. It simply gives more guidance to the Chief Electoral Officer. And I just say, at the end of the day, Canadians are going to look at this bill, and with all due respect to all of us here, they're not going to look back and say, oh, do you remember the day that the Senate sent back to the House this one amendment and then it changed the bill? No, they want to see results. They don't care about our navels here. They care about results, and this is navel-gazing by the government. Let's get on with it. Tout de suite, maintenant. Merci, monsieur.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the outset, I would like to say, with respect to C-16, the Bloc Québécois will support the principle of the bill. I can tell you that in 1998, the Bloc dealt with a variety of issues. One dealt with sovereignty, and with respect to sovereignty, we said that fixed date elections would be a valid system, much more valid than the British system that has been used in the UK, in Canada, in New Zealand, and elsewhere. Because that phenomenon of an election at a fixed date would allow parliamentarians to better plan their work. I can remember myself that during the last minority government, the Subcommittee for International Trade never knew what was going to happen, because we never knew when the election was going to be held. And to my mind, that can be very serious. It can have serious effects on Canadian industry, Quebec industry, because Canada has been a bit lagging behind on the in terms of the international scene. We know that in the bill, what is being proposed is the third Monday in October. On the basis of this, this is a period of time where people are available to participate in an election debate and to vote. In 2004, we had an election on June 28th, and before that, well, most recently in November we had an election. We had to campaign through Christmas and then had the election. So I feel that a fixed date election would be far better than these two circumstances. It would allow parliamentarians to work better, but also to participate more fully in the election process. The advantages are many. I don't think I have to go over them. There is the matter of fairness between parties. We know at the present time that the government, the sitting government and the Prime Minister can use the calendar, can use the situation, the concurrence of events to his advantage. In the case of Mr. Chrétien, when he was Prime Minister, we had about 3 or 3.5 years between elections, and those election dates were chosen at the time when it would be most advantageous to Mr. Chrétien and his party. So I think it would be much better for all parties to have fixed date elections. It would allow for better foreseeability, predictability, and also I think that it would certainly foster a greater participation in the political process. We truly want to promote a participation on the part of the electorate. Therefore, I believe that a fixed date election, knowing when the next election will be held, is something that would be advantageous. It should be at a time of year when it's best for most of the population in the country. I must say a word, though, about this. For some candidates to come, the fact that knowing when the next election will be held might make it easier to line up candidates. I know people in Quebec City, who were very highly thought of, who left their jobs and finally weren't able to run because they didn't know when the election was going to be held. And then when Premier Charest called the election, they just weren't available. And some have difficulty leaving their professional responsibilities behind. So I think that this represents a step forward, a step towards modernity. It's an improvement. And indeed, if you want to take a look at the studies published by Henri Milner at the Research Institute on Public Policy, who studied 40 democracies and said that there are only 12 democracies that do not have fixed date elections. In the case of a minority government, well, in the instance where that government would lose the support of the House, the Prime Minister could certainly go to see the Governor-General and ask for an election to be called. But he would no longer be able to do so on the basis of the conjuncture, the situation at the time, which would be favorable to his party winning the election, to the governing parties winning the election, without any valid reason for calling an election. So with respect to the present system, as I have said, the Bloc will support the principle of the bill. It seems to us that this new system is more modern, fairer, and will promote greater participation of the people in the electoral process. It certainly will not jeopardize the responsibilities that are those of the government. Therefore, we support it. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member from the Bloc, and I know that they are supporting this amendment that's been put forward by the government to send this bill back to the Senate. But I really want to just put forward the reasonableness of the argument in terms of dealing with this amendment that originally came from the Senate on its merit. And it seems to me that in terms of the fixed election dates, to be able to take into account what is happening in a local context, whether it's in Quebec or whether it's in any other part of Canada, is something that's reasonable. And so I'm just curious as to why the bloc would be supporting the government amendment and not be supporting the amendment from the Senate. Now, I realize that there's all kinds of other sort of subtext going on with this debate in terms of it's all embroiled with the Senate and what they can do and what they can't do. But we in the NDP are just looking at this sort of straight on in terms of, is this a reasonable amendment that came from the Senate to request of the government that the Chief Electoral Officer take into account what may be happening in a local jurisdiction, whether it's a plebiscite or a referendum. And in fact, this happened in the recent religious holiday. This happened in Ontario, where a fixed election date election was moved to accommodate a religious holiday. So this is not something that is mandatory. It is something that would give the Chief Electoral Officer the scope to consider that as part of what would be recommended to the government. So on the face of that, in terms of a legislative initiative, it seems to us that the amendment that has come from the Senate makes sense, and the response from the government to send back a message that they don't agree with it is something that doesn't make sense. So I'd like to ask the member to respond to that as to why he wouldn't agree with the original amendment that has come forward on this bill that actually would give the Chief Electoral Officer a little more scope to consider what advice he would be offering.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, to answer the question that the NDP member has asked, in French we have a program that says, a saying that says, sometimes you can improve on what is already there. But I think when the Senate has tried to improve on something and has actually made matters worse. If you take a look at 56.2 rather, 2, you can see that it gives the possibility, if the date that is set falls at the same time as a polling day for a provincial or municipal election, it allows the Chief Electoral Officer to have the election on another day. But in the amendment that the Senate has passed, not only do they talk about adding a referendum, which doesn't make sense federally, but they're talking about a federally, provincially, and municipally, a municipal referendum. So the result could be that a mayor decides to hold a referendum, and they could hold a referendum, as is done in Quebec, on an issue that requires it, because that happens very often on many subjects, and that could actually delay a general election. It seems excessive to us. We're going to send this back to the Senate. We're going to ask the Senate to change that, to scratch it out, because we don't want this type of exaggeration to allow a mayor of a city to delay a general election. With respect to provincial elections, in the case of Quebec, we know that they're held the same day. It's known far ahead of time, long in advance. And at the present time, it's in the month of November. No, not the provincial elections, but rather the municipal elections in Quebec. Therefore, this allows us to support the government's motion.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the life of me, I cannot understand why the opposition parties want to take this piece of legislation and move it backwards instead of forwards. They're all pretending to support the legislation, but they want to amend it to give the government even more tools to put off having an election every 4 years. And that's the reality of this. If you have 4-year terms, your municipalities, your provinces, hopefully the federal government, wouldn't bring in a referendum or cause an election to occur. What you're doing is literally giving government more opportunity to not follow the 4-year rule, but to have their friends in a municipality or their friends in a province, or perhaps the government itself, do something that would cause an election not to be held. And you're giving them to, so why would you want to amend this bill to actually defeat the purpose of the bill?
Member for Joliette. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't really understand the enthusiasm and the aggression, if you like, of my colleague opposite, because we agree with him. Maybe if he should put his earpiece on, he would be able to understand the scope and depth of the thought of the Bloc Québécois. We agree, not because you're nice. I know you're nice, but because the amendment from the Senate is excessive and it flies in the face of common sense, and that's why we are supporting you.
Does the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre wish to ask a question? No. Resuming debate. Okay. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
The House ready for the question.
The question is as follows. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Bernier, move that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that this House disagrees with the amendment made by the Senate to Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. Plaît-il à la Chambre
d'adopter? To the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion.
All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yay!
All those opposed will please say nay.
No! In my opinion, the yeas have it. The Honourable the Chief Government Whip. Okay. Call in the members. So ordered. Conformément à la demande.
Pursuant to the request by the Chief Government Whip, the vote stands deferred until tomorrow.
Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
At second reading of Bill C-52, the Budget Implementation Act 2007, and on the previous question moved by Mr. Epp.
When we last considered this bill, the honourable member for Scarborough West still had 3 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to finish this. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we've been talking about Bill C-52, which is the budget. There we go. That's correct, Mr. Speaker. The Budget Implementation Bill. And contained therein is a provision with respect to interest deductibility, Mr. Speaker. And interest deductibility is probably a bit of an arcane issue for most Canadians. It allows Canadian companies to deduct interest when they, in fact, are competing to acquire a business abroad. And these Canadian businesses are, of course, competing worldwide. They compete with Japanese companies, they compete with American companies, they compete with European companies, and yet this provision now would effectively handicap the ability of a Canadian company to acquire companies elsewhere. This, Mr. Speaker, is a very, very significant issue. It is a significant issue in many ways, Mr. Speaker, but let me bring it down to how it's significant for those of us who are concerned about economic issues and those of us who are concerned with the prosperity of Canada. When a Canadian business acquires a foreign-based business, it generally does so with the advice of lawyers and accountants and financial services people, et cetera, et cetera. All of those people get jobs by virtue of these acquisitions. In addition, Mr. Speaker, once the acquisition is completed, then all of those collateral services are then engaged to complete the acquisition, along with a whole array of technical institutions, technical people, to make sure that the integration of the companies proceeds smoothly. And let me give you a personal example of that, Mr. Speaker. My son works for a large Canadian bank, and his
job is to make sure that the computer services of that bank are integrated with the acquired banks or financial services companies that bank acquires. So when, for instance, it acquires a bank in Nation X, then it's my son's job to go down along with an array of others to facilitate that integration. The consequence is that that is a Canadian job. That is a very good Canadian job, and he is multiplied dozens and hundreds and thousands of times over. Those are the kinds of very jobs that we in Canada want to secure. We want to acquire those kinds of technology jobs which will be the way of the future. And yet this budget provision, Mr. Speaker, does exactly the opposite. That, along with the income trust decision, you couldn't imagine two more wrong-headed decisions. Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is up. It's quite regrettable because these are wrong for Canada, and is why this party will be voting against the budget. Statements by members. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to draw attention to the House to one of Canada's most noteworthy medical pioneers. Dr. Abram Hoffer was recently recognized by his peers at the 36th Annual Conference on Nutritional Medicine today in Toronto. Tributes were received also from Prime Minister Stephen Harper and the Lieutenant Governor of Canada. There are a few physicians...
The honourable member is sufficiently experienced in this House to know not to refer to other members by their name.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are a few physicians in the world today who deserve more credit for establishing the clinical value of vitamins, minerals, and nutrients. In 1950, Dr. Hoffer was appointed as psychiatric research for the province of Saskatchewan by then-Premier Tommy Douglas. He's published more than 500 articles and books, was instrumental in founding the Canadian Schizophrenia Foundation, and with his close friend, Dr. Linus Pauling, the International Society for Orthomolecular Medicine. Dr. Hoffer's promising work has restored lives and hope to thousands of patients suffering from schizophrenia and related mental disorders. He's inspired a new generation of orthomolecular scientists to re-examine the role of vitamins and minerals in correcting biochemical deficiencies and disease states. Dr. Hoffer is now 90 years old. It's his hope that effective use of low-cost...
Member for Charlottetown.
Speaker, I rise in the House to wish you... Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House to wish you and all members a happy belated Earth Day. Each year, millions of people observe Earth Day to celebrate the gift of life and to remember our responsibility to live sustainably and with respect to all living things. On Sunday, we in Prince Edward Island were honoured to share our Earth Day with the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, who was in hand to witness the clean-up activities of our riverbeds and streams and to talk to concerned citizens all across the province. Wherever he went, Mr. Speaker, he was met by huge crowds who supported his message for a greener Canada. The Leader of the Opposition's trip underscored the importance of environmental protection and sustainable development in sensitive ecosystems like our province. I want to publicly thank the Leader for his visit. His visit and his message was appreciated by all Islanders. As another Earth Day passes, let us all in this House remember our responsibilities to future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Marc Aurel Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tragic events of last week call on us to think about the victims of crime this week. Many activities are organized under the theme, "It's time to listen." The government got a recent recommendation from the leader of the Bloc Québécois to set up an ombudsman for victims of crime. That's great. The government's going to follow through on that. But unfortunately, we have to criticize the fact that the first holder of this position is a unilingual Anglophone. Look, it's good, but understanding is even better. We'd like to thank those who support victims of crime, victims of murder. They can always count on the Bloc's support. It's time to listen, to be attentive, to understand their claims in order to better guide our actions in the future.
Mr. Speaker, in the coming weeks, Stand Canada, or Students Taking Action Now, Darfur, will be asking politicians to take action on what is the worst humanitarian crisis in the world, essentially a genocide. The struggle for peace in Darfur has been long and fraught with real difficulties. For far too long, the international community failed to act while people of Darfur watched their area burn. An opportunity for Canada to take a leading role in bringing stability to war-torn Darfur has now emerged. The government of Sudan will consent to the deployment of 3,000 UN troops plus equipment to support the AU force in the region. Canada must seize this opportunity and be at the forefront of the international response to this positive announcement. I urge this government to demonstrate Canada's commitment to the people of Darfur by contributing to the UN heavy support package and through renewed long-term diplomatic initiatives encouraging the stable political environment required for meaningful and inclusive peace negotiations.
The honourable member for Calgary North East.
Not long ago, I challenged the grade 6 students of St. Clair School in Calgary North East to write about the responsibilities of Canadians to their country. The students of Mr. Benvin's and Ms. Corderero's classes responded with 30 excellent essays. I am proud to announce that Amberlynn Aguilar is the winner of the essay contest. She wrote in part, "As young Canadians, we have important responsibilities. We can never get into trouble with the law if we don't steal, murder, or do vandalism or commit abuse. To make our school, community, and homes a better place, we can respect the property of others, respect elders, stop prejudice, and follow Jesus' moral teaching to love and forgive everyone. To prepare ourselves for a responsible adulthood, we must learn to get involved in our community, make a difference in the world, stand up for what we believe in, and vote for who we know will be a good government." Congratulations, Amberlynn, and to all the students who participated. Always remember, you are never too young to make a difference.
Honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise today to pay tribute to 6 outstanding community builders who are all recipients of the first annual Davenport Community Builders Award. They were selected from among many persons in my riding who were nominated. Father Fernando Cuda was chosen for his work with youth, immigrants, and the elderly and the less fortunate. Andrew Dalbert for her parks improvement and work on green initiatives such as trees Davenport. Mrs. Mercedes Rodriguez for her lifelong work on immigrants, refugee issues through the Working Women Community Center. Diane Marie for her efforts to bring schools, artists, and community groups together to help build a more livable and vibrant neighborhood. Julia Mason for her work with Dufferin Grove Parks, making a great community institution and model for other neighborhoods. Wolfgang Vachon for his commitment for helping youth at Dufferin Mall, youth services which enhance the lives of so many people in our community. On behalf of all residents of Davenport, I ask all members of Parliament to join with me in congratulating these outstanding community leaders. Their dedication is what makes Davenport and Toronto such a vibrant and beautiful community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, in order to highlight the importance of reducing the 1.2 million fatalities and 50 million serious injuries and disabilities occurring each year on the world's roads, April 23rd to 29th, 2007 has been designated Global Road Safety Week by the United Nations. Young road users are the focus of the first ever Global Road Safety Week. Canada's National Road Safety Program, Road Safety Vision 2010, has the goal of having the safest roads in the world. Canada has a great deal to offer low and middle income nations in dealing with their growing road safety challenges. Canada has sent 8 young people with an active interest in road safety and injury prevention to Geneva to participate in the UN's World Youth Assembly on Road Safety, April 23rd to 24th, 2007. Congratulations to all involved. I am proud that these young Canadians have heard the call to action and invite all Canadians to join them in being part of the solution.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in Montreal, Earth Day was marked by over 25,000 people demonstrating their discontent in connection with the Kyoto for Hope March. Discontent over the Conservative government's inaction and fear-mongering on climate change and the Kyoto Protocol. This march, organized by the Quebec Green Kyoto Coalition, shows once again that the people want the Kyoto objectives met. The government has to act without delay to implement measures for Canada to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. The time for discussion is over. Action must be taken, and it's urgent. The success of the march shows that people are ready to take action, and the Canadian government has to stop fear-mongering with its apocalyptic report and has to take action immediately to meet Kyoto objectives.
Member for Charles Woodson James Assiniboia.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to inform the members of this House and all Canadians that April 22nd to April 29th, 2007 is National Organ and Tissue Donation Awareness Week. Every day in Canada, organs and tissues are used in the transplantation procedures to improve both the duration and quality of life of many. There is a significant shortfall between the number of organ or tissue donations versus the need. As Canada's population ages, the shortfall is likely to increase. To ensure a strong Canadian system for organ and tissue donations, I urge each of my colleagues here in the House of Commons and all Canadians to sign donor cards that will allow for posthumous donation of their organs and tissues and to inform their family members of their wish to donate. Thousands of Canadian adults and children are counting on our generosity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, Climate Change Summit 2007 was held in my riding on April the 10th as a lead-up to the launch of Fredericton's planned citywide greenhouse gas reduction campaign in May. More than 150 participants attended. Summit attendees watched a dynamic presentation that included the science and impact of climate change, an outline of the city's own current and future GHG reduction initiatives, and details of the status of key GHG emission sources across the city. It was encouraging to see individuals and groups come together and express themselves on how citizens can help find a solution. Fredericton's plan is to be the first municipality in Canada to achieve Kyoto targets. The campaign will target a 6% community reduction and a 20% corporate reduction in GHGs by 2010. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of my community and its citizens.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président, the 22 au 20...
Mr. Speaker, from April 21st to 22nd, this will be the 21st annual marking of the victims of crime. All communities will work to spread information about the impact of crime on victims. The Association of Murdered or Disappeared People is launching a campaign to show support for the victims of murder or disappearance.
Listen. This government believes that it is time to not only listen to victims of crime, but also to act in their best interests. Last month, this government committed $52 million to increase services for victims of crime. The money will assist provinces and territories to develop and deliver new services, such as offsetting the cost victims incur to attend to sentencing hearings and to present victim impact statements. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in recognizing National Victims of Crime Awareness Week and to acknowledge victims and those that help them. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, exactly 6 years ago today, this House passed my motion to require alcohol warning labels against drinking while pregnant as part of an effective FASD prevention strategy. The vote was an overwhelming 217 to 11 for labels on all alcohol beverage containers. 6 years later, no follow-through, no action, no labels. 6 years and 5 health ministers, 4 of them Liberal, who have shamelessly bowed to the alcohol industry and thumbed their noses at Parliament by putting this motion on the shelf where they hope no one would notice. Well, Canadians do notice, Mr. Speaker. Thousands still sign petitions. Groups like the Canadian Pediatric Society, Canadian Medical Association, Centre for Addiction and Mental Health have called for labelling. More than 20 countries from the United States in 1989 to Finland this year use labelling as part of their prevention arsenal to stop FAS, a preventable tragedy. Canadians want action. It is time for this government to end 6 years of shame.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Bondafuka.
Mr. Speaker, why has the Government of Canada forsaken the people of Zimbabwe? For President Robert Mugabe is terrorizing his citizens through the use of torture, gang rape, and murder. He is starving his people to death, has kicked out the NGOs, which has resulted in a critical shortage of medications. The result is a Zimbabwean woman can expect to live a paltry 32 years and a man 37 years, the lowest life expectancy in the world. The people are so desperate, they're wiping out their wildlife just to be able to eat. So what has our government done? They've cut CETA's funding to Zimbabwe for human rights organizations and relief organizations. This is an unconscionable act, and enough is enough. I call on the government to increase aid from $4 million to $20 million for food and other essentials. Expel the Zimbabwean ambassador to Canada. Appoint a special Canadian envoy for the crisis. Pressure the UN Security Council to sanction Robert Mugabe and bring him before the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity. Act now and save Zimbabwe, Mr. Speaker. That's what this government should be doing.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, today we're celebrating the 12th Annual International Day of the Book and Copyright. This is logically a priority for us, but not for this government, which isn't at all concerned about the fate of our authors and their survival. Our authors are essential players in the survival of our respective cultural identities. They're the architects of our individual and collective identities. With their creative talent, they enable us to outdo ourselves, to situate ourselves, and create ourselves. They help us to think for ourselves and to understand the world so that we can, in turn, make a positive contribution to its change. The Bloc Québécois invites everyone to salute the genius of our authors by taking the time to read, and we repeat our commitment to keep fighting for the rights of our creators. It's a matter of principle, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to say that on April 11th I participated in the 11th Annual United Way Ceremony of Thanks. This was to recognize those who work tirelessly to improve the lives of those they help. And the award winners were a number of people, Donald W. Farley and others, Hydro-Quebec, the City of Gatineau, the Canadian Paper Workers Union, Local 33, Domtar, EP Monitor, the local Health and Services Center. Congratulations to all these people and companies. Their generosity, consideration for the community are outstanding. By giving, we can do even more. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc are pretending to be environmentalists on Earth Day, but for 13 years, Quebec has shown no leadership within Canada and has lost control of its greenhouse gases under the former government. But luckily, for 1 year, our new government, with Conservative members from Quebec, has put an end to this inertia and has taken concrete steps toward sustainable development with $300 million in funding. That's more than the Bloc Québécois even asked for. Yes to public transit, yes to innovative solutions and accelerated capital cost deductions for the oil sands, yes to recycling and renewable energies and biofuels. Representatives from this sector, from Bellechasse, are here today, and I salute them. Mr. Speaker, the time for delay from the Bloc is a time of the past. Now, with the Conservatives from Quebec, we're taking action for the environment.
Order, à l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please. Oral question.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, today's Globe and Mail raises shocking allegations about the treatment of Canada.
Mr. Speaker, of course the Prime Minister will say that under the circumstances today, we cannot hand detainees over to the Afghan authorities. The President of the Afghan Human Rights Commission said that his organization cannot control how detainees are treated. How can the Prime Minister be confident that local authorities will respect the Geneva Convention? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've just signed a new agreement with the Afghan government dealing with the transfer of detainees. We will be having talks with Afghan authorities to ensure that these standards are being met, and we will not consider the proposal made by the Liberal Party leader, that is, that we bring Taliban prisoners here to Canada. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have to keep them under our control in Afghanistan because the Prime Minister can't tell Canadians that he will continue to hand human beings over to the Afghan government under present circumstances. The Minister of National Defence said that the Red Cross was supervising detainees, and then he said that it was the Afghan Human Rights Commission that would be in charge of the prisoners, but they said that they can't do that. So in view of recent statements, there are signs that detainees are being tortured. Will the Prime Minister finally ask his Minister of Defence to resign? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, these are allegations, serious allegations, and the government is taking them seriously.
Allegations seriously. That's why we've concluded an agreement with the Afghan government. It's why we will be in discussions with them to pursue this matter and to ensure they have the capacity to undertake their terms of the agreement. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure precisely what the Leader of the Opposition is suggesting. We're not going to bring Taliban prisoners to Canada. As for the Minister of National Defence, his job is to make sure our forces in Afghanistan have the tools needed to do their job, and he's doing that job.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, first the Minister of Defence said that the Afghan Human Rights Commission would guarantee the treatment of detainees. The Minister must have known that the Afghan Human Rights Commission has no capacity to do any such thing. Then the House Leader said that the government had given the Afghan Human Rights Commission $1 million to carry out their duties. The government had done no such thing, and CETA had to contradict them. Mr. Speaker, this is one part of a staggering picture of misinformation and mismanagement. What's being done now to get the situation under control?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, as the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party knows, the government has signed a new agreement. The previous Liberal government had an agreement in place that has proven to be inadequate, despite their assurance and despite the following that the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party himself said last year. He said, quote, "I've been in places of Afghan detention myself and have seen the work that the International Committee of the Red Cross does, and I believe it is the best guarantee of their safety and freedom from abuse." He gave that assurance himself.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I have been in Afghan places of detention, and I have no confidence in the capacity of the Afghan Human Rights Commission to protect prisoners. C'était, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, they were beaten, they were electrocuted, strangled. These are very serious accusations, and the honour of Canada is at stake. When will the Prime Minister replace his Minister of National Defence, who is incompetent, and replace him by a minister who can ensure that the Geneva Convention will be respected by our allies and by Canada itself? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, everyone knows that our forces in Afghanistan treat the detainees with proper care. They follow all the rules. We have made a recent agreement with the Human Rights Commission of Afghanistan, and they have guaranteed that they will report to us any abuses of any detainees we transfer. And I have the personal assurance of the leader of the Human Rights Commission in Kandahar and the national level.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, 25,000 people have spoken out in respect of the Kyoto Protocol. There was a march for hope in Montreal. All the while, the Minister of the Environment is fear-mongering about Kyoto. He says that it will be an economical apocalypse if Canada continues with the Kyoto objectives. Does the Prime Minister not realize that it is his government's inertia when it comes to climate change that could cost Quebec and Canada dearly? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the opposition parties asked the government to give the details of the costs related to Kyoto, and it is expensive to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 1/3 immediately. This government will soon be announcing objectives relating to real greenhouse gas reductions, taking into account our economy and the health of our people. The honourable member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Mr. Speaker, the premise on which the environmental minister based his statement is biased. His statement says that the carbon cost would be $95 per ton, but it is more realistic to talk about $25 a ton. So would the minister not admit that this fear-mongering is without any foundation and simply wants to help the oil companies to continue to pollute? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Much to the contrary, Mr. Speaker, $25 per ton will not meet the Kyoto objectives within the dates that have been specified by the opposition. Mr. Speaker, the challenge is simple. If the opposition had a plan to reduce greenhouse gases, then the opposition should introduce this plan, but so far they've been asking the government to do it because there is no Kyoto plan that doesn't incur any type of expense. The member for Joliette, the reference year in Kyoto to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is 1990, but the Conservative government is considering setting 2006 as a reference year. Is the government not aware that with 2006 as a reference year, Quebec would be penalized, and its manufacturing sector in particular, because 16 years to help the environment would not be considered, and this would only help the oil patch? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment. Order, please.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I want to ensure that this government considers climate change to be one of the greatest threats facing the world today. I also want to make it very clear that Canada, under this government, remains committed to the principles and objectives of the United Nations Framework on Climate Change and the Kyoto Protocol.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, is the minister not aware that by using 2006 as a reference year, this
Afghan detainees, savage beatings, electrocution, and extreme cold. Before the Prime Minister smears those who dare raise questions about our mission in Afghanistan, he might consider these simple questions on the minds of Canadians this morning. Are these detainees being tortured?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously we're aware of these allegations. In fact, very recently, as the Leader of the Opposition knows, the government signed a new detainee transfer agreement with the government of Afghanistan and with the Afghan Independent Human Rights Commission, and obviously officials of our government will be following up these allegations with officials of the government of Afghanistan. What we will not do, Mr. Speaker, is what the Leader of the Opposition suggested earlier, that we bring Taliban prisoners to Canada. That will not be the position of this government.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Would be based on polluter paid, and in refusing to have absolute sites as opposed to intensity sites, he will be penalizing people because the oil companies, in increasing their production, will pollute more and destroy the environment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member is asking for specific questions on our framework announcements, which will be coming out shortly. I encourage him to wait. The announcements on those targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions will be coming out very shortly.
Good. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, torture in Afghanistan is awful, and Canadians are very much concerned about this. The NDP raised this issue a year ago. The Afghan authorities are using torture to break their victims mentally and physically. Will the government do what must be done now and stop transfers immediately, launch a public inquiry, and fire the Minister of National Defence today? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said, we take these rumours seriously, and we're asking our officials to investigate this with the Human Rights Commission and with the Afghan officials. But I might remind the member from Toronto Danforth, that we recently had an agreement with the Human Rights Commission, and they have promised to advise us if any of our detainees are abused.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, a moment ago the Prime Minister was enumerating the responsibilities of the Minister of Defence. He forgot to mention that one of his responsibilities is to ensure that Canada is abiding by international law. And the fact is that this minister has, by his own admission, misled this House. He stated himself that it was his responsibility to ensure the transferees were handled properly at our end and the Afghan end. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister do the right thing and instruct his Minister of Defence to stop the transfer of prisoners now and get a full inquiry going and then ask for his resignation?
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we have the Independent Human Rights Commission who have the authority to go into the Afghan system, and they will advise us of any abuses. And we said that we would provide any logistic support they need to carry out that function, and that is our stand.
The honourable member for Vancouver South. Hey, hey.
Mr. Speaker, it's good to be back. The Minister of National Defence recently said that Canadian troops could stay in Afghanistan for over a decade. Additionally, and last week he confirmed that Cabinet has not even discussed this issue. For months, this government has given confused and conflicting messages about the Afghanistan mission. Will they now be clear with Canadians and support the Liberal motion that establishes 2009 as the end of our combat role in Afghanistan?
Right. Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the member alleges things that I never said. I said that the current commitment, military commitment, is to the end of February 2009.
Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians and our allies deserve a clear and honest answer on when Canada's combat duties in southern Afghanistan will end. Tomorrow, there is a vote on the Liberal motion that gives this government an opportunity to be straightforward for a change, and yet all we hear from this minister is rhetoric. The question is not one of support for our troops. We all support them and their good work. The question is, will the minister do the right thing and commit to ending Canada's combat role in Kandahar in 2009 and inform NATO allies of this deadline immediately?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to take the opportunity to welcome the honourable member back, and we're all delighted to see that he's looking in good health. Mr. Speaker, as I said last week to this motion, the government's position is clear. Our allies, the international community, the Afghan government, nobody is asking us to make a decision on 2009 this week. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that only the Liberal Party would consider a clear position be a position that we must withdraw 2 years from now right away.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government, the minority Conservative government, has never been clear when it comes to the military mission in Afghanistan, and they've never taken the time to think about when or how the mission will wind down. The Minister of National Defence now says that Canadian forces could withdraw as long as Afghan forces double their actual size, which doesn't seem very probable for 2009. Will the minister not finally admit that he in no way intends to withdraw Canadian troops from Afghanistan in 2009? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our position is that the military commitment is till the end of February 2009, and at an appropriate time, our government will discuss any possible changes to that commitment.
The Honourable
Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives continue to be completely incoherent when it comes to Afghanistan. One day the minister says that we aren't at war, and then the next day says the contrary. One day we are told that we're in Afghanistan because of a type of vengeance, and then the next day we're told that we are there to vanquish the Taliban. but we're told that we can't do this through military strength, and equipment that has been bought will only arrive in Afghanistan a few months into 2009. Will the Minister of National Defense finally express his hidden intention to continue the mission in Afghanistan?
If we want to talk about flip-floppers, it's over there. The leader of the opposition voted against the extension in Afghanistan. Now he supports it. Okay, we have members over there flip-flopping all the time. They're the ones who have no consistent position. I think that party's had 3 positions in the last year.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in March of last year, we raised the dangers of transferring prisoners to Afghan authorities. And in April, we went even further and we referred to an American State Department report that spoke about what was happening in Afghan prisons. And what has the minister done since then? Nothing, in spite of the fact that, in the words of a colonel responsible for human rights in the Afghan forces, who said, and I quote, "In some cases, people have to be tortured, otherwise they won't talk," end quote. In view of such accusations, the minister has done nothing. There's one thing left for him to do, and that is to resign. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, our government has done something. We've signed an agreement with the Human Rights Commission in Afghanistan, and they have promised to inform us of any abuses of detainees in their system. And this is a unique agreement that only we, Canada, have.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, representatives from Canada advised the prisoners to give real information in order to avoid mistreatment. Even the Minister of Public Safety was informed of that when he travelled to Afghanistan recently. Why did the Minister of Defence not act sooner? And I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, what is he waiting for to demand that his Minister of National Defence resign? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, we have an agreement with the Human Rights Commission of Afghanistan, and they will inform us of any abuses in the system.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence no longer has any credibility to hold that portfolio. For a number of months now, he's been hiding the truth, and this question is to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'd like to ask him if he will take his responsibilities seriously and ensure that Canada will stop transferring prisoners to Afghan authorities until there is a new agreement to guarantee the safety of these prisoners. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
As has been stated a number of times already by both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defence, Canada does take its responsibilities very seriously. These allegations that have been published today have not been confirmed by the independent Afghanistan Human Rights Commission. We are looking into the issue. I fully intend to take this up with my counterpart. Other officials will be consulted as well, and Canada will continue to do its best to see that definitively Afghan prisoners are not tortured or not abused.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is the one who's responsible for international treaties. Other countries have managed to ensure the safety of prisoners, including the Netherlands, and Canada has signed the Geneva Convention Against Torture. Can the Minister make the commitment to do his utmost to stop transferring detainees and only continue to do this once there's an agreement with guarantees, such as the agreement that the Netherlands has, which gives them access to detainees wherever they might be in Afghanistan? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I said that it is still the government's intention to work with other countries and with those who are part of the agreement. It's obvious that we must find all of the information and consult with other countries and other people, particularly in the Afghan government.
Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, instead of moving forward on the fully funded 2005 climate change plan, keeping Canada on track to promote a strong, low-carbon economy and meet Kyoto, the Conservatives have systematically killed each and every single program. On the heels of his Chicken Little report, does the minister think that Canadians aren't intelligent enough to see through his shock and awe delay tactics? And how much longer will he insist on employing doublespeak to mask 15 months of incompetent Conservative inaction?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, imagine that, a Liberal trying to make recommendation on the environment. Mr. Speaker, after 13 years of doing absolutely nothing, we now have a government that's moving forward, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and cleaning up the environment. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have a very interesting quote. This is from the Commissioner of the Environment, speaking about the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, and says, there's a gap between what the Liberal government then said and what it would actually do and what it actually did, Mr. Speaker. Good intentions are not enough, Mr. Speaker. We're getting it done.
Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised Canadians that a new Air Quality Act would be part of his plan and a bill would be sent to a House committee to find a consensus on how we will act. And now we've learned that the Minister of the Environment has given up on the Air Quality Act because he didn't like the way in which the House committee had amended it. Why should Canadians believe that a real plan will be brought forward when this government refuses to accept the recommendations of the committee that they supported? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, I would suggest maybe that member is a little frustrated because we're getting the job done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he said that when Canadians find out what it's going to cost, the cost for their plan, Mr. Speaker, he said that they're going to scream. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of Environment said when it comes to protecting the environment, the Liberals make bold announcements, but when they're often forgotten when the confetti hits the ground. Mr. Speaker, it was shameful what they did. We're getting the job done, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Last week, this government ran the entire Bush playbook, trying to scare Canadians into opposing Kyoto with torqued and distorted information. You don't need to be the Prime Minister's psychic to know that the Environment Minister's fear-mongering was a diversion, an attempt to disguise the fact that the government doesn't have a plan to fight climate change and won't cap emissions until 2020. When will the Environment Minister stop misleading Canadians and offer something more than just fear and repackaged programs?
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, during 288, that was one of the questions that was asked of the sponsor of the bill, and we asked, what is the cost? Unfortunately, they would not bring the cost, so we had to do the work for them, Mr. Speaker. Now, that's too often, Mr. Speaker. This is what Mark Jacquard said. The Kyoto Protocol is likely to trigger a major economic recession. From what I understand of our legal options to compliance with Kyoto and my knowledge about energy economy systems, I concur with that conclusion. He's right, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal way doesn't work.
Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
This government introduced a deeply flawed Clean Air Act. They sent it to committee for Parliament to fix. Parliament did its job. After much work and compromise, the committee approved a bill that would take real action on climate change. Today, we learn the response of the government: to toss it in the garbage, to disrespect this House and Canadians who elected a minority government. The Conservatives ditched Project Green, now the Clean Air Act, and have left us with nothing. Will the minister now say in public what he has said privately, that he's killed the Clean Air Act and abandoned the work of Parliament?
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do not support the Liberal plan and their amendments to it. Mr. Speaker, for example, political interference in setting air quality standards. Mr. Speaker, that's not acceptable either. Mr. Speaker, here's an interesting quote from somebody that was a witness. Mr. Speaker, he said, it would be devastating for the whole community. It would be suicidal for the economy. You know who said that, Mr. Speaker? Buzz Hargrove.
Oh, no! The Honourable Member for St. Catharines. Order.
There's a credible source.
Order. 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 We're ready to move to the next question. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines now has the floor.
Well, thank
Everyone
you, Mr.
wants
Speaker.
to hear the question.
I was hoping I'd be able to get my question in. For too long, victims of crime in this country have felt left out of the criminal justice system. That's right. Many feeling their concerns and rights are secondary to those of the accused. My community of St. Catharines and many other communities across this country who bear the scars of atrocious criminal acts. They've been calling on Parliament to get tough on crime and give formal voices to victims. 7 years ago, an all-party committee recommended a voice, Mr. Speaker, and that former Liberal government didn't listen. Can the Minister of Justice inform the House on how the Conservative government is responding to these demands?
The Honourable, the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for St. Catharines for his question. In particular, I want to thank him for his commitment to the rights of victims of crime. Mr. Speaker, for too long, the rights of victims of crimes have not been heard to the extent they should in our criminal justice system, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm glad our government is committed to the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime, and in that regard, I'm pleased to announce today the appointment of Mr. Steve Sullivan, a long-time victims' rights advocate to that post. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All across Canada, people are worried about climate change, worried their kids' asthma is getting worse, worried that year after year the temperature rises, yet the government doesn't do anything about it. Mr. Speaker, yesterday on Parliament Hill, hundreds gathered to demand action on climate change. The crowd and all Canadians were encouraged to call the Prime Minister at 613-992-4122. Mr. Speaker, did he get the message, or his political will box full? And where is C-30? Will he bring it to this House now?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment. Order, please.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question, but in fact, Mr. Speaker, this is the first government in years that is actually taking action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to clean up the environmental mess left after 13 years of Liberal inaction, Mr. Speaker. We're getting a job they didn't get it done, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, it seems like we have plus le change, plus le même.
The more it changes, the more it's the same.
MPs have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours hearing witnesses, debating on how to fight climate change in Canada, but it seems the Conservative government doesn't care if Bill C-30 will ever be brought to the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you today to get a search warrant, see if we can find C-30 and bring it back to this House, because this government's not going to do it. I ask you, Speaker, if you can find it, get it back to this House so we can debate it, get it passed, and fight climate change now!
The Honourable Member knows that questions to the Speaker are out of order, but I see the Prime Minister would like to respond, and so perhaps he'll answer the Honourable Member's question.
I did note the recommendation of the Honourable Member that people call me on this issue. I'm gathering from some recent press reports that they should be able to reach me without calling at all. I can just hear through mediums.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, this minister had no idea that the KPMG's position would lead to headquarters stampeding away from Canada because of the failing grade that has been assessed to the minister. It is high time for the Prime Minister to do something about his Minister of Finance. Does the minister not understand that his Minister of Finance is completely overwhelmed by these matters? The Minister of Finance.
Speaker, you know, the economy is strong. We have the highest rate of employment in 30 years. Taxes are being reduced. We have increased productivity. You know, the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, can't even get his facts right. We have more than twice the number of global leaders with their head offices in Canada now than 10 years ago. There's no hollowing out. I can tell you we have more strength in the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
I thank the Minister for his advertisement for the Liberal government. The problem is going forward because of his measures. And last week, the Minister said the blacked out information was top secret, and he ordered the document to be recalled. Now, it is hard to find any information in this sea of black, but right now, Mr. Speaker, enlarged versions of this document sit proudly on massive billboards across the country. Testimony to this government's stunning lack of accountability. Does this minister want these massive billboards to be returned to his office? Or would he like me to return the document that I have as
the Honourable Minister of Finance.
You know, the honourable member who came from Bay Street, Mr. Speaker, was back on Bay Street on Friday handing out brochures for a golf tournament in Markham Unionville. That's how seriously he took this issue. I tell you, what he said after October 31st, what the member said, Mr. Speaker, was it was absolutely the right thing to ensure tax fairness and to work for Canada's productivity. And you know who else spoke on that, Mr. Speaker? A former Deputy Premier, Deputy Prime Minister who said reversing the income trust decision would run afoul of espoused Liberal principles.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee continues to hear conflicting testimony regarding the RCMP pension scandal. Each day brings new contradictions, and even the Conservative former chair of the Public Accounts Committee has admitted that he is surprised by the number of people implicated in this scandal. Will the Minister of Public Safety finally recognize that this issue goes deeper than a powerless investigation, and will he call the full judicial inquiry that is clearly necessary to get to the bottom of this issue?
Honourable the Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, we want to get answers as quickly as we can on this awful situation. And I do share a concern that the member has just raised. I too am surprised by the continuing testimony of things that appear to have gone wrong, one after the other. And one after the other, Mr. Speaker, they happened under the Liberal regime. But we want to get answers. We want to get answers quickly. The RCMP deserves that. Canadians deserve it, Mr. Speaker. That's the plan and the track that we're on right now.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, this is about money that belongs to the RCMP frontline officers. And Canadians are wondering why this minister seems to have no interest in actually finding out what really happened. It appears this government is only interested in investigations when they score political points for this government, and simply doesn't care about ensuring that the cloud hanging over Canada's national police force has to be lifted. Will the minister stop this investigative charade he started and launch a full public judicial inquiry?
Honourable the Minister of Public Safety.
Because we're very serious about getting answers right away. I have to correct something I said the other day, Mr. Speaker. I said the only time Liberals are concerned about frontline police officers is when those officers' representatives are here on the Hill, and that's the only time they show concern by meeting with them. I have to correct part of the record. In fact, the member who just spoke, Mr. Speaker, would not even meet with her representatives from the Police Association last week.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance started by facing off with the banks. Last Thursday, he was unable to justify the exorbitant costs. Rather than kowtowing to the banks, is the Minister of Finance going to say that they will have no chance other than legislation to be brought in with respect to the banks' interest rates?
The issue of ATM fees, the bank's ATM fees, was raised in this place some months ago. As a result of that, I approached the banks about that, and I asked them to take into consideration that choice for consumers is very important, and that some consumers in Canada have less choice because they are older, they're seniors, or they suffer from disabilities, or they're students on campuses that have limited availability of ATM machines. I'm pleased to report to the House that at least 5 of the banks have responded positively on those issues.
Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. The Minister at the first opportunity kowtows to the banks. If the Minister really intends to act, he could draw inspiration from the recommendations of the Bloc Québécois, which want to oblige the banks to give this information. If the banks continue to refuse, will the Minister not act? Will he do something to prevent these exorbitant fees paid by people? The Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't share with the honourable member the view that that the Government of Canada should be dictating day-to-day policies to the banks and the credit unions and the trust companies in Canada. They should be free, of course, to compete and create their own choices. And in fact, we see that working in Canada, where we see the credit unions, for example, in their association having different policies with respect to ATM charges. This is good. Competition and choice are good for the Canadian economy.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the United Church finds it, I quote, completely unacceptable. A Roman Catholic administrator, along with the Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Ontario, says it's totally incomprehensible. The Anglican Church of Canada expressed its strong disappointment and sadness. Mr. Speaker, they are sorry. When will this mean-spirited government, for once, show respect and apologize to Aboriginal Canadians for the legacy of the residential schools?
The Honourable the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Speaker, I would remind the honourable member for her edification that it was in fact the Conservative government that concluded the agreement with the Assembly of First Nations relating to residential school survivors. I'm sure she's equally pleased by that. We continue to work together through the court approval process. We continue to make progress towards the final implementation of the agreement, and that is what we will continue to do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Farmers want to do their part to help the environment. They want to invest in facilities that will transform their crops into biofuels. But these facilities are expensive, and capital isn't readily available or accessible. What are the Minister of Agriculture and the Secretary of State of Agriculture doing to help farmers help our environment?
Good question. Honourable the Secretary of the Minister of State.
Very insightful question, Mr. Speaker. Insightful. Thank you. Today we announced the $200 million Eco-Agricultural Biofuels Capital Initiative that will help farmers build or expand transportation biofuels facilities. We want to help our farmers and our environment.
In this $200 million program, we will encourage farmers to use renewable fuels. We want a prosperous future for our farmers and a clean environment for our children.
Honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Mr. Speaker, the previous Liberal government concocted the egregious softwood sellout. The Conservatives worked with the Liberals to push it through. The previous Liberal government concocted the even worse Security and Prosperity Partnership, so-called deep integration, and this Conservative government is working to push it through. On Thursday and Friday in Calgary, there are closed-door meetings where members of this government are sitting down to decide what else they can give away to the Bush administration. Our energy resources, our water, Canadians' privacy. Who from the government is participating, and what are they giving away?
The Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, there's so many factual mistakes in that question, I don't even know where to start. There's absolutely no indication whatsoever that we will be giving anything away. These are discussions that we have from time to time, as all previous governments would on such an important matter, and he should put away his tinfoil hat and his discussions around black helicopters and get back to the facts.
Honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, the facts are, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives campaigned on standing up for Canada. What Canadians didn't know, they were actually campaigning on giving away Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker,
the Honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster has the floor.
they're actually giving away Canada, Mr. Speaker. Water is our most precious resource, and they want to give it away just like softwood lumber. Just give it right away. Now, the meetings in Calgary are closed to the public. They're closed to the media, despite the fact that massive water diversions are on the agenda. So, Mr. Speaker, will this government stop its reckless and irresponsible push to give away Canada's water?
The Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, I would submit to the member from the NDP that there has not been a more transparent government in recent history when it comes to our discussions with the United States and other countries. We have developed a very respectful, business-like relationship. Mr. Speaker, there was no intention whatsoever to give away bulk water. In fact, the member would know that we recognize the need to protect bulk water with respect to our natural basins. He is, however, factually correct when he did state the previous government had left the door open when the member from King's Hand said it's very important that we do not dismiss at hand the export of water.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's image consultant, or door opener, we still haven't seen her job description, has an uphill task for her latest extreme makeover. Not only is the Prime Minister changing his image, he keeps changing the story. First, she didn't exist. Then the party paid her, something he castigated a former leader of his party for doing. Then they admitted she was on taxpayers' dime. And now she's on the PMO tour carrying the Prime Ministerial luggage. Having slashed funding for literacy programs, student summer jobs, and women's groups, how can the Prime Minister justify to Canadians this latest spending priority?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I knew several days.
Order. The member for Labrador asked the Prime Minister a question. He's risen to answer the question. All honourable members are going to want to hear the answer. The Prime Minister has the floor. We'll have a little order.
Mr. Speaker, of course, I knew several days ago this question would be asked. But, Mr. Speaker, obviously here we don't spend money on psychic consulting or image consulting or whatever else. But I have to say, when I watch some of these male reporters who are much older than me with the perpetually blonde and red hair, it is an interesting concept.
The honourable member for order. The honourable member for Leeds Grenville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. We're on question period at the moment. The honourable member for Leeds Grenville has the floor now, and we'll keep on with questions for a few more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, on a much more serious note, my constituents in Leeds Grenville are concerned that 36% of federal offenders are convicted of a new crime within 2 years of completing their sentence. They want us to end the revolving door justice system created by the Liberals by creating a fair and effective correction system that places the priority on protecting Canadians. Can the Minister of Public Safety update the House on our platform commitment to review the operations of Correctional Service Canada?
Good question. Will the Minister of Public Safety?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I announced Friday that the review would begin, and it has begun, Mr. Speaker. We want to report back by October. There are a number of disconcerting elements within our system, and the hardworking, dedicated men and women within the correction services system face a changing offender profile. Mr. Speaker, 75% of the offenders who get out on early release, and that's required by the way the laws are written, will actually reoffend. 1 out of 4 offenders in our system are actually in there for homicide. Mr. Speaker, there are some questions that need to be addressed. The review is going to do that, and Tony Canavino, President of the Police Association, says we need to end this back and back process and get some answers.
The honourable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski et Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is awash in surpluses, but it can't provide adequate and a fair service for people seeking passports. People, Quebecers and Canadians, are losing time and money because of that, and the situation is even worse in rural areas, particularly in my region. Would the Minister of Foreign Affairs not recognize this fact, and what does he intend to do as quickly as possible? Will he set up a passport office for La Gaspésie? The Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate the question. I think we have to say that my department is working very hard to address this situation. It's very difficult, I know.
This issue has come to light. We have taken the step of opening 58 new receiving offices through Service Canada. We've hired 500 new employees and hope to have them all on stream very soon to address this bottleneck in the process. We recognize and appreciate the patience of Canadians with regard to this issue. We will continue to look for all ways to increase efficiency and speed up this process.
That's good. Member for Surrey North.
Last week, the Minister of Health lost his cool in an interview with the Vancouver Sun, saying that members of the group Families for Early Autism Treatment are trying to intimidate him. Mr. Speaker, this is an organization of parents with autistic children. They're trying to get the federal government to provide the support they need to raise their children, but the Minister of Health has labeled them as extremists. Is this really what Conservatives think of people who try to get their government to do the right thing? Does the Minister really believe that advocating for your child's health and well-being makes you an extremist? And will the Minister tell us what other advocacy groups are on his list?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be farther from the truth. Indeed, this government, I was pleased to announce on behalf of Prime Minister Harper and this government, has done more when it comes to autism and ASD in terms of the federal capacity to deal with this issue than any other previous government. When it comes to research, when it comes to ASD surveillance, when it comes to a research chair, when it comes to reorganizing Health Canada to make sure it can deal with ASD, this government has put kids with autism and parents who are suffering as a result of their kids having autism on the front burner, and we're proud of this government for doing so.
Order. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Ted Morton, Minister of Sustainable Resource Development of Alberta. The Honourable Member for London West is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just thought I'd correct the record and the misinformation from the Minister for Public Safety to say that I did meet with the head of the Canadian Police Association, and as witness to that, I had my leader of my party and also the Justice Critics, so I did that.
Order. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. I have the honour to lay upon the table the 2006 Canadian Human Rights Tribunal Annual Report. Dépôt de documents, documents. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de...
Presenting reports from committees.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. In accordance with the order of reference of Monday, October the 30th, 2006, your committee has considered Bill C-22, an act to amend the Criminal Code that is age of protection, and to make consequential amendments to the Criminal Records Act, and has agreed on Thursday, April the 19th, 2007, to report it with one amendment. I might point out, Mr. Speaker, that this particular legislation, first through the House in the form of a private member's bill, had been supported by a number of members on this side, the member from Wild Rose, the member from Lethbridge, the member from Fleetwood, Port Kells, in an effort to make our streets, our country, safer for children. And now we see the fruits of that labor, Mr. Speaker, over the number of years that we have been here, and are pleased to submit this, this report with one amendment.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Bills. Motion.
Motions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Brampton West. No, sorry. Oakville, I meant to say. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to present a petition signed by people in my riding and in other ridings who wish to draw the attention of the House to the following matter. It says, whereas the Republic of Poland has successfully joined the European Union, and that Canada and Poland are active members of NATO, and that Poland is using biometric passport technology, They ask for the lifting of visitor requirements for Poland because they believe it will increase family visitation, tourism, cultural exchanges, and trade missions. The Canadian-Polish Congress, representing 800,000 Canadians of Polish heritage, is strongly recommending the lifting of such visa requirements for Poland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to present two petitions today, both of which were circulated by members and supporters of the building trades, the first in the Golden Horseshoe and the second in and around British Columbia. The building trades across the country have lobbied successive governments for over 30 years to achieve some basic fairness for their members. They want tradespersons and indentured apprentices to be able to deduct travel and accommodation expenses from their taxable incomes so they can secure and maintain employment at construction sites that are more than 80 kilometres from their homes. It makes no sense for tradespersons to be out of work in one area of the country while another region suffers from temporary skilled trade shortages, simply because the cost of travelling is too high. To that end, they have gathered hundreds of signatures in support of my bill, Bill C-390, which allows for precisely the kind of deductions that their members have been asking for. I'm pleased to table the petition on their behalf and share their disappointment that this item was not addressed in the government's March budget. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable député de...
The honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely pleased to present a petition on behalf of residents of my riding criticizing the Conservative government's decision to cut $55 million from the Youth Employment Program, including the Summer Career Placements Program, which was very important to students in my riding and in ridings all across Canada. So the cuts to those programs do a lot of harm to young people in Canada in rural areas, and these people identify those cutbacks as being inappropriate and unacceptable. So the petitioners call on Parliament to restore the $55 million in funding to ensure that the Summer Career Placement Program can continue as it did under the Liberal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting petitions.
Honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House and present a petition today on the issue of softwood lumber industry. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners decry the situation where $1 billion in funds owned by the Canadian softwood industry has been used to subsidize our U.S. competitors. They say it's a bad precedent for the softwood lumber industry, but also for other industries in Canada. And they have said that this agreement has triggered layoffs, and in fact they've triggered layoffs in my own community. Mr. Speaker, they ask that this agreement be renegotiated, and they also ask that the Canadian industry be provided with loan guarantees and the political and moral support that the industry deserves to defend itself and to defend Canadian interests, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to present 6 petitions on behalf of my residents of Sackville Eastern Shore, plus the other residents residing in that great province of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, these petitioners call upon Parliament to repay the over $1 billion that was mistakenly taken from them when Stats Canada made the error on the Canadian Price Index in 2002, costing these seniors well over $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. And may I remind the government that the meter is running. And, Mr. Speaker, I also like to bring to the attention to the government, on behalf of these petitioners, remember what a senior did to Brian Mulroney in the 80s. These same seniors can do it to this government in 2007. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper, l'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-52, Budget Implementation Act 2007.
Moved by Mr. Epp.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to participate in the debate on Bill C-52, the government's bill to implement its budget. I had the privilege of speaking to the budget itself when it was first tabled in this House and was pleased to represent the concerns of people in my riding of Hamilton Mountain during that debate. Unfortunately, there was little time to explore any one issue in greater detail, so I'm pleased to use this opportunity today to focus on just one specific area, and that is the budget's appalling silence on the decline of Canada's manufacturing sector and its failure to create either a steel or an auto sector strategy. With this government's fiscal capacity, this budget was a huge opportunity to invest. And yet, the government chose instead to squander this important opportunity. It's no wonder that the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. Workers are finding it harder and harder to make ends meet as the prosperity gap in this country grows. While we're seeing stagnating wages for average workers, folks at the high end are doing better and better. The top 100 CEOs in this country make in a few hours what the average Canadian worker makes in an entire year. And the earnings of the richest 10% of Canadian families now stand at 82 times of those of the poorest 10%. So the rich are making more while working families are working harder and longer, 200 hours longer on average, just to make ends meet. At the same time, we're experiencing a crisis in the manufacturing sector. Over the last 5 years, we have lost 4,300 jobs in the steel sector in Hamilton alone, with another 300 jobs in jeopardy once Stelco's hot strip mill is closed. Some of the losses were from bankruptcies and plant closures, while others are the result of continuous downsizing, where there are still more losses to come as the nature of the industrial marketplace changes in the global economy. And the job losses did not begin and end with the steel industry. We lost Studebaker, International Harvester, Westinghouse, Procter & Gamble, J.I. Case, Firestone, and hundreds of smaller plants. These are just some of the big names from Hamilton's past, and the list of losses continues to grow. More recent ones that pop to mind, again from just the past 5 years, are Siemens Westinghouse with 332 layoffs, and Camco, where 716 lost their jobs when the plant closed, and 284 more workers ended up on temporary layoff. The Tircon plant closure saw another 700 jobs lost, and there were bankruptcies and plant closures at Rheem, Phillip Environmental, Hercules, Max Steel, Frost Fence, Dominion Castings, Cold Metal Products, and ACI Automotives. New permanent layoffs are happening every month in the industrial manufacturing sector in Hamilton, and there is no end in sight. Across Canada, Speaker, 250,000 manufacturing jobs have been lost since 2002, more than 1 in 10 jobs due to layoffs, plant closures, and the non-replacement of retiring workers. I've seen the impacts of these job losses firsthand. In Hamilton, I've been meeting regularly with the workers and retirees at Hamilton Specialty Bar, who are once again uncertain about their futures and pensions because the company that runs the plant is under bankruptcy protection for a second time. The first time the Hamilton Specialty Bar plant went into bankruptcy protection, it was the United Steelworkers, not the government, that did the work to find a new buyer for the plant to save both jobs and the pension plan. This time, the steelworkers are working just as hard, but there is no investor or buyer in sight. Once again, the government is doing nothing to help them. If no buyer is found, the plant will shut down for good in May. That means 380 workers will be out of jobs and 500 retirees will lose up to 20% of their pensions. These are good jobs we are losing. Manufacturing jobs pay 28% higher wages than the national average. More often, they come with decent pension and benefit packages. Some analysts and politicians will tell us that there is no reason to worry, that these jobs are being replaced by jobs in other sectors. But all jobs are not created equal. Statistics Canada recently found that workers displaced by firm closures and mass layoffs who find other jobs suffer an average decline of 25% in annual earnings. That's a loss of $10,000 for a typical manufacturing worker. That's devastating for ordinary workers and their families, but it also has a huge impact on our communities. With a loss of 250,000 manufacturing jobs, the total loss of Canadian earnings is estimated around $2.5 billion annually. Just think of what that means in terms of spending and revenues for other sectors of our economy. So workers are losing their job, but the government's budget is doing nothing to address the growing crisis in the manufacturing sector. And workers are finding it harder and harder to get by, but the budget is doing nothing to close the growing prosperity gap. How did we get here? Well, first, through downloading, funding cuts and trade deals that the Liberals and the Conservatives have drastically reduced the capacity for the federal government to play a positive and helpful role in ensuring that the fundamentals are in place so that economic and social systems can adjust, innovate, and change at the same time as ensure a cushion for the blows of the unchecked market. Secondly, with the limited capacity they do have, successive governments in Canada have had no vision and no plan to get right those things that we as a society expect from our federal government. In their recent budget, the Conservatives simply stuck to the same old tried and failed path. Rather than working to close the prosperity gap with their budget, the Conservatives actually widened it. They maintained over $8 billion in corporate tax cuts brought in by the Liberals. But the budget provided no money for the things that would make life more fair and affordable for everyday Canadians. Things like childcare, pharmacare, transit, housing, and student debt. And of course, the Conservatives, like the Liberals, have not put forward a plan to deal with the loss of manufacturing jobs. New Democrats, on the other hand, have consistently fought for justice for all workers in their workplace. For too long, workers have been left behind while Conservative and Liberal governments give handouts to their corporate friends. It's time for fairness. I would urge the government to amend its budget bill to include initiatives that will make life more fair and more affordable for workers and their families. At a minimum, these should include secure pensions by putting workers' pensions at the front of the line when employers go bankrupt. Adequate employment insurance by overhauling the EI system, which denies 2/3 of workers any benefits. A reliable safety net by reforming the social assistance programs that have become an ineffective, unaccountable patchwork since the Liberals abolished the Canada Assistance Plan. The protection of workers' rights by protecting collective bargaining rights with progressive measures like outlawing replacement workers that prolong labour disputes. And a fair trade policy by making workers and the environment a priority. We in the NDP have a different vision of the kind of economy that we should be creating in the 21st century. I believe that the economy ultimately must be judged on how well it meets the needs and aspirations of the people it serves. I believe that in a market economy, the federal government has an obligation to make sure that the social and physical infrastructures are in place to ensure individual goals and collective needs are met. That is why we are working to strengthen the public service and health care. That is why we are working to get results on climate change, on labour rights, and on real equality. Getting results on these issues will make life more secure and affordable for ordinary Canadians, but they will also create a competitive advantage for our economy. The budget exhorted Canadians to aspire. Well, all they had hoped for in the budget was a little bit of fairness, but their hopes were dashed when the Finance Minister rose to read the budget. Canadians deserve more. They deserve better. They deserve the fairness they've been asking for. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I've often speak to seniors in my riding, and they tell me that the hydro bill has gone up, so is the Rogers and the cables and the heating bill and the property taxes. Everything has gone up, and yet for their guaranteed income supplement, for 10, 15 years, it has not caught up. And recently, there's just a very, very, very tiny amount of increase. They are desperate, some of the seniors in my riding, and they're asking this government what they plan to do to increase the guaranteed income supplement for poor seniors. I want to ask the member that this is now not in the budget that is in front of us. What is the plan for the NDP to make sure that ordinary Canadians, especially seniors, have a way to make, that would ensure that they can live their life with dignity and with some money that they can really be able to pay the rent and still be able to buy food?
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I really thank my colleague for the question because she hits the nail right on the head. For seniors in our community, they're increasingly finding it difficult to make ends meet. They've worked hard all their lives. They've played by the rules. In fact, they've built the very system that they now hoped would be there for them in their retirement years. Unfortunately, that very system is crumbling around them. You know, my colleague was addressing income support only. She's absolutely right. There was no mention in this government's budget on either substantial increases to the GIS, the OAS, or the CPP, all of which are critical components of most seniors' retirement incomes. Worse than that, though, this government isn't even willing to live up to its legislated mandate, which would mean that the cost of living increases must be paid to seniors on those retirement income supports. We know there's been an error in Statistics Canada's calculation that has underestimated the cost of living increase. As a result, seniors are actually owed money from 2001 until 2006 when that mistake was fixed. The government, though, has refused to fix it retroactively, and we're talking about some of the poorest, the neediest people in our community. Seniors need their income. They need it not for luxuries. They're not buying plasma TVs and iPods. They're trying to get by. They're trying to pay for their heat, their hydro, their rent, their food, basic necessities of life, and this government has not been there for them, and worse yet, it hasn't even lived up to the obligation it does have to index their incomes as a result of the cost of living increases. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for for Peterborough on questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member's statements, and it would seem pretty clear that she has some concerns with respect to seniors and seniors' income. That's shared by the government, and that's why the government has moved to change taxation on seniors in such a dramatic fashion. We've increased the age credit, we've increased the pension, the pension allowance. We've taken 655,000 taxpayers completely off the tax rolls in Budget 2006, and then another over 200,000 in Budget 2007. The overwhelming majority of those being low-income seniors. This government cares about seniors, cares about looking after them. We're putting money into health care. We're reducing their burden. These are seniors' priorities. This government listens, and we're getting it done. I'd love to know why the member doesn't support that.
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Well, I'd be pleased to share with the member why I don't support that. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Yes, the budget created a tax credit for pensionable income, but that is not the income support that most seniors rely on. That is purely on private pensions. So those seniors that actually rely on public income supports like the GIS, like the OAS, like the CPP, don't benefit from that change at all. Worse yet, what the government also did, and what the member forgot to remind our colleagues about, is that the lowest tax rate, which the Liberals had actually reduced from 15.5% to 15%, your government raised back up to 15.5%. So the very poorest seniors in our country are now paying 0.5% more in income taxes than they were before your government took over. Seniors deserve more than lip service from this government. I would encourage you in your next budget to realize that opportunity, to stand up for seniors and to give them more than empty rhetoric.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise to speak to this bill, Bill C-52, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget. And as you know, the Bloc Québécois has decided to vote in favor of the budget. And I would like to explain, I know that my colleague for Joliette gave a lengthy explanation of why the Bloc feels this is such an important budget, but I would go even further and express the Bloc Québécois position as it relates to this budget. We've always said that the Bloc was here in Ottawa to defend the interests of Quebec as long as Quebecers, or until Quebecers, have not decided in a referendum to create their own country, and I hope that will happen soon, which is a given. But in the meantime, we're here in Ottawa to defend the interests of Quebec, and in defending the interests of Quebec, we feel that this budget must be implemented, and the first bill that we have today includes 5 very important tax measures that were announced on March 19th. There's tax breaks, a tax fairness plan, the GST will be refunded for organized tours and conventions. There are also changes to the rules for the RSPs and RESPs, and there will be a tax on gas guzzling vehicles. And any gains made by the Bloc through the implementation of this budget are extremely important. And the first one would be $3.3 billion that will be provided to correct the fiscal imbalance. And contrary to what the Minister of Finance has said, it isn't true that the tax imbalance has been settled, and we are very far from settling the whole fiscal imbalance problem, but we've made a step in the right direction, and that is why we support this bill. In the Séguin Commission, because the word fiscal imbalance has to be explained here in the House, had it not been for the Bloc Québécois, we would not even be discussing fiscal imbalance. Had it not been for the numerous interventions by the Bloc Québécois, starting with the Séguin report in 2001, we would not be discussing the fiscal imbalance. Even the words fiscal imbalance, our colleagues from the Liberal Party are still having a hard time saying these words, and the leader of the Liberal Party, the leader of the official opposition, doesn't even want to say those words. So imagine what would have happened had the Liberals been in power. There is a government that listened to the demands that were made and will bring in a policy that will allow Quebec to recover $3.3 billion in the third year, but at least this year in Quebec, we will be receiving over $2 billion, and this will come in very handy to meet the needs of Quebec. The fiscal imbalance, for those who are watching today, is something quite simple. People try to make it sound very complex, but it is quite simple because the needs are in the provinces and the money is in Ottawa. That's what fiscal imbalance means. So the federal government should stop spending. It should stop then spending and giving this money to the provinces, money that provinces and Quebec in particular require for health, for education, for its cultural program, etc. And they should stop wanting to invade areas of Quebec's jurisdiction. That is what we are asking when we say that we want to correct the fiscal imbalance. And had it not been for repeated interventions by the Bloc Québécois here in Ottawa, and had it not been for the unanimous stand by the National Assembly in Quebec City, we would not be discussing this today, and we would continue to see this gap continue to widen between the federal government and the provinces. That is, all of the money would go to Ottawa and nothing would return to the provinces. And in Quebec, they say that we like to whine, but we have to understand that if the government stopped spending in areas of provincial jurisdiction, and if the government were to transfer the money to the provinces, including Quebec, Mr. Speaker, then we wouldn't have to beg for our own money because it is our money. And at this time, for our viewers, I would say that there are 16 areas of jurisdiction that relate uniquely to the provinces. And out of these 16 areas of jurisdiction, 13 have been invaded by the federal government, and the federal government has no business being there. So it should withdraw, and it should transfer the money to the provinces. And in Quebec, I can tell you that when it comes to child care, when it comes to the environment, or education, or health, or culture, or sport, I sincerely feel that the Quebec government knows what has to be done for the welfare of all Quebecers. So at least we've made one step forward when it comes to dealing with the fiscal imbalance, but it is far from being settled, and we have to emphasize this. The Bloc Québécois will continue to make demands, because if we really wanted to settle this once and for all, then fiscal or tax responsibilities would have to be transferred as well. It would be easy to transfer tax points to allow the provinces and Quebec to develop, but we haven't gotten that far yet. We have to work on it, and we will be following the government very closely. The Bloc Québécois will keep close tabs on the government at the Finance Committee, so that as long as Quebecers, or until Quebecers are sovereign, we will continue to work on settling this fiscal imbalance. And there's something else that will happen when the budget is implemented, and that is that Quebec will be receiving $328 million through the Eco Trust to help with the Quebec climate change plan. And this is fairly straightforward. The government will have to understand once and for all that they have to stop messing around, and they have to invest in protecting the environment. We know that the Minister of the Environment has been beating around the bush, and he's not sure whether or not Kyoto should be respected. But in Quebec, it is very clear. It is clear, and everyone's unanimous. All parties at the National Assembly agree, and all of civil society in Quebec agrees. We all want the Kyoto Protocol to be implemented. It is essential in order to safeguard our environment. So the minister should stop fear-mongering and say that if we implement Kyoto, it will cost a fortune, it will lead us into a recession. There's something that the minister has forgotten, and that is in Quebec, we have already started to implement Kyoto because we use electricity to a great extent, so we are looking into developing wind power and other hydroelectricity capacity, and the federal government hasn't given us a red cent to do this. Now, it's very important for the Bloc Québécois to refund the GST for visitors from abroad. We asked for that. That was one of our main demands. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would say that yes, things have not been finished. We have to go further, and the federal transfers in the budget won't be enough to eliminate the financial pressure that Quebec is facing at this time. The current government did not fulfill its promise to completely eliminate the fiscal imbalance. There is work yet to be done, and this is what the Bloc will be doing in the coming months to supervise the implementation of this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and he said that he will vote in favor of the budget, that his party supports the 2007-2008 budget, and he said that he will be voting in favor of the budget because Quebec has gained a great deal with our plan to tackle the fiscal imbalance in 2007-2008, and I agree with him. We have a good plan to deal with the fiscal imbalance. There's money allocated to all of the provinces and to the province of Quebec as well, but I don't agree when the honourable member says that the fiscal imbalance has not been completely settled. I think it has been eliminated and taken care of. And why do I know that? Because the Premier of Quebec, Mr. Charest, now has more money, and he will be reducing their taxes by $700 million, and that is a sign that the fiscal imbalance no longer affects Quebec. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague, Mr. Speaker, but I would ask him to not only listen to what the Premier of Quebec has to say, because the fiscal imbalance has not yet been settled. What the Premier says is that I intend, and he was speaking during an election campaign, he said that I intend to take the money from Ottawa and use it to reduce taxes. Now, there was an election on March 26th, and the government has to remember that. And in the May budget brought down by the province of Quebec, we'll see what he intends to do. But nobody, no one in Quebec, no one at the National Assembly, no one, regardless of the party, has said that the fiscal imbalance was settled once and for all after the current government brought in its budget on March 19th. Nobody said that. What we said is that it's a step in the right direction, and we have to continue to go that route, but we have to go even further because the fiscal imbalance represents $3.3 billion per year, and that's the minimum amount that Quebec requires. But you're giving Quebec $2.2 billion this year, so it doesn't matter how you calculate it. And I have a number of figures, but I don't want to read all of these for our viewers. I simply want to say that it's clear that this hasn't yet been settled, and Quebec still has financial pressures to deal with. The honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point in time, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from the Bloc for his excellent speech, and I would also like to add another point that relates to the fiscal imbalance. There's something that is very difficult for Quebecers to accept, and I'll give you an example when it comes to the fishery. When we realize that there's a crisis in the shrimp industry, and the federal government is doing nothing to help alleviate this crisis, even though the fishery is a federal jurisdiction. When we see that the federal government is doing nothing and that there's a crisis, then somebody has to do something. And recently, the Quebec government, as was the case last year, announced measures representing $8.5 million. So the fiscal imbalance has not yet been eliminated, because in 7 years we'll find ourselves in the same situation, and there is an imbalance when it comes to other areas, and the fishery is a very good example.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I quite agree with my colleague from Gaspésie-les-Îles. Certainly, if there is a matter that he knows well, it is the fishery. I don't know much about it because I come from the other side, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. But if the federal government stopped spending in provincial and Quebec jurisdiction and paid the money over instead, gave the money outright to the provincial jurisdiction, we wouldn't have examples like that. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker, that if this government just looked after its own affairs, where you say, for example, Parks Canada, where buildings are crumbling, I think it would be a step in the right direction. Resuming debate, the member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Today on Bill C-52, the Budget Implementation Act. My time today will give me an opportunity to address some of the points I did not have time to cover in my response to the budget. Again, my main objection with this budget is that it accomplishes so little with so much. The Conservatives managed to spend more money in this budget than any one that preceded it, and yet they have managed to truly help no one. I compare this Conservative budget to taking an entire great crate of oranges and only squeezing one glass of juice from it. Enfin,
Indeed, the numerous problems that our country has to face, the previous Liberal government made enormous progress in settling those problems. For example, the Millennium Scholarship, aid for students, and the Cantex program, which was intended for the textile industry. These are mere examples. We found solutions, though. Those solutions that we found didn't always settle all the problems, but they did represent an improvement. We knew that there was an action plan helping people.
Programs. They don't see new initiatives. They don't see a government standing beside them. They see a government who is obsessed with cutting programs and who use smoke and mirrors to fool people into a sense of trust and confidence by spending more money than any other previous government in Canadian history. Les Canadiens et Canadiennes
Canadians note that the present government is not supporting them. It is only thinking about cutbacks.
The government budget does not include any positive news. Nevertheless, the few good measures included in this budget are not enough to properly address the needs of this country. I can use many examples to illustrate my point, but I will begin with perhaps the Conservatives' biggest failure, that of childcare. The Liberal government had signed deals with every province in the country to create new childcare spaces. The Conservatives had no right to cancel these agreements. No new childcare spaces have been created since their time in office, and by paying monthly $100 allowances to parents of each child under 6 does not make Canadians forget about their broken promise. Childcare advocates and experts have stated that if the government is identifying childcare as one of their priorities and then turning around and giving money to the provinces, it is an admission of failure of their original so-called childcare plan. One advocate even said they have conceded that the former government had the right plan and they're following in their footsteps, with the huge exception of having 80% less of the funds that were available. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the previous Liberal government saw a great future for Canada in the area of social policy when it drew up agreements on childcare with the provinces. All that was modulated after the system in Quebec.
The needs of the modern family, it took into account a vision for the country that looked decades down the road. The Conservative answer is cheap vote buying that might look good in the short term, but guarantees nothing for our future. The poor platform in this budget does not stop at childcare, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government has been abandoning Canadian businesses, especially small and medium-sized businesses, who are the job creators in this country. This government expects that with few piecemeal announcements, Canadians will not see the effect of the numerous slashed federal programs. I have received countless letters from business owners and their employees about the negative effect the government's actions will have on their business and their jobs. One of these actions was the cancellation of the Visitors Rebate Program. As Vice Chairman of the Finance Committee, I heard from various industry stakeholders about the terrible impact this cancellation will have on their industry. The government did not give a satisfactory answer as to why this program was cut. And as a result, the Finance Minister admitted his mistake by establishing a federal foreign convention and tour incentive program. But this only solves a small part of the problem the government created, as it does not address any tourism initiatives for individuals visiting the country. American tourism is on a decline in this country, and this Conservative government seems intent on doing nothing to change that.
The budget also has many evident gaps with respect to literacy. The Minister of Finance announced the funding of literacy programs, but did so only after very brusque cuts in previous programming. The Conservatives should know that what you give with one hand and take away with the other is cynical.
The focus of this government is on the environment. The announcement contained in the budget and those being debated today are positive ones, but some of these are simply a reintroduction of the previous proven Liberal environmental programs. Canadians do not believe that this government's done about face on environmental issues, and Canadians still do not trust them on this issue. And this distrust is with good reason, Mr. Speaker. In the recent budget, the Conservatives cut back Canada's commitment to renewable energy to 4,000 megawatts from 5,500 megawatts of support for clean and sustainable production. The budget also keeps tax breaks for new oil sands expansion in place until 2015 to help with their plan for explosive growth. It slows our planned cleanup of lakes and waterways. It replaces rewards for those who make energy savings changes with gimmicks that cost thousands of dollars for every ton reduced. It reduces funding to our provincial partners by half. There is no plan to make sure polluters pay for using the atmosphere as a free garbage dump. It is obvious that the government has no plan for the environment. The public cannot be fooled into thinking that a few announcements or a rebate on a dozen cars constitute a vision for Canada's environment and for combating climate change. In my presentation today, a focus has been on how this budget failed Canada's business community, who helped Canadians by providing jobs, goods, and services. During the budget debate, I spoke about how just the fact that the government refuses to lower the income tax rate to the Liberals' rate of 15% is reason enough that I cannot support this budget, and that it does not treat all Canadians fairly. I've already discussed the failure of the Conservatives on the tourism front, but I would like to pay some attention to some specific initiatives that were being promoted by business groups during the Finance Committee pre-budget consultations and which have been ignored by this government. Canada is not keeping up the pace as it should be in the global economy. Not many people dispute the fact that one of the most important challenges before us as a country is the lagging productivity. But this budget has the country standing still on this issue. Other countries are moving forward. The changes for accelerated capital cost allowance are definitely a good measure, but it is not enough. For industries, especially those in the manufacturing sector, those that have previously invested in capital and equipment either last year or even this year prior to the budget get no help. The problem is also with industries that don't require capital investment but rely heavily on human resource investment. These industries also need help to keep Canada at the forefront of global competition, and they have been shown nothing in this budget.
Monies have been invested in the academe so that progress can be made, but that money is not enough. For example, in the Innovation Foundation, it just allows for bare survival.
Postgraduates, how about the hundreds of thousands of undergraduates who are being left out in the cold? And although the changes to the Sustainable Technology Development Fund will help bridge the financing gap between ideas and commercialization, there is so much work to be done to make our tax rates internationally competitive, as well as expand access to Canadian goods in overseas markets. The Liberal government had solid plans and programs in place to deal with challenges facing our industries. In 2005, we put forward the Can Trade strategy, which provided $485 million over 5 years to help Canadian businesses succeed in emerging markets. The Conservatives scrapped this initiative and now replaced it with $60 million over the next 2 years. The Conservative budget also cuts $970 million from the indirect cost of research program, which provides support to Canada's universities.
These are just a few examples of the lack of vision, the catastrophic lack of vision of this government. And they appear in the budget that we are debating today. But, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Leeds Grenville. I'm sorry. Complete record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his comments. But you know, in my other life, I happen to be involved in the tourism industry, and he mentions the government's position on the former GST visitor rebate program. And I know that having dealt with that program firsthand, that there was a lot of problems with it. He talks about the fact that small business wasn't being listened to, but let me just quote from Mr. Tony Pollard, who happens to be the president of the Hotel Association of Canada. He says, the Hotel Association, in their release, it says the Hotel Association has congratulated the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister for the recognition of the importance of hotels in the new federal budget. We applaud the Finance Minister for maintaining the GST, the convention and tour component of the GST HST visitor rebate program. The Minister has always told us that he greatly values the economic contribution of hotels across Canada. The Minister listened to us, and this is what we're hearing from the industry. So my question to the honourable member is, I know he sat on the Finance Committee. Now that the government has recognized, fixed the program, which did have a lot of problems, which I know firsthand from my involvement in my private business, maybe the honourable member can tell us why he thinks that the government wasn't listening when, in fact, the industry leaders are telling us that the government did listen.
The honourable member for St. Leonard, St. Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. It's a good question. A couple of issues. I have no problem with the hotel and convention industry getting their GST back, but I think part of the problem was that the program was not made better. It was cancelled and then reintroduced only for the foreign convention and tour aspect. Meanwhile, visitors that come here and rely on getting a GST rebate back are not going to get it. We're in a competitive world. We're competing for tourism dollar. One of the aspects, or one of the attractions that Canada offers is this GST rebate, whether we believe it or not. If it's in his previous business, he found that this not to be let's say a profitable type of business. Nobody obliged him, but the witnesses we heard before the Finance Committee felt that this business was not only profitable for them, but was also profitable for the tourism industry here in Canada, and was able to attract additional visitors here to Canada. I think that we should be listening to those people and find a way to make the program work so that Canadians do benefit from the tourism dollar that comes into this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for West Nova.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The pleasure of serving on the Finance Committee, where we saw the absolute horror of the damage, the financial damage that was done to thousands of seniors with the income trust debacle, the pure lie of the Conservative government of promising not to make any changes in income trust and then coming with huge change that wiped out $25 billion of savings from seniors from the market capitalization.
Incredible.
And we heard that that was done on the basis of tax leakage by the government. Expert told us no, that wasn't the reason. The governor of the bank told us there was business sectors in there that was perfectly legitimate and perfectly useful to have it in. Could the member tell me if it would have been possible in this budget to repair some of those damages? And does he see anything in this budget that should restore confidence in the voters of Canada in the ability of this current government to manage our economy?
The honourable member for St. Leonard, St. Michel.
Speaker, I think there's different ways in which the whole income trust issue could have been addressed. It's not for me to say, but I think the Liberal policy or the Liberal suggestion is the one that I would have chosen. But the government's solution, I think, was let's hit the seniors with a $25 to $30 billion hit, and then we'll just give them an extra $1,000 on the income splitting if you make $50,000 to $60,000 on your pension income. So I'm not sure if that's a solution. I think I'd rather have seen a little bit more of a delicate approach towards the income trust aspect announcement, so that people would not have been hit with a 25, or Canadians in general would not have been hit with a $25 to $30 billion market devaluation overnight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about a missed opportunity in the federal budget, and that's one of investing in a national children's food initiative to make safe and healthy food available to all of Canada's children. The Children's Health and Nutrition Initiatives call for universal nutritious food programs to make breakfast, snacks, or lunch available to any child in Canada under age of 18, in venues most appropriate as decided by each local community. This would be based on a flexible Made in Canada community development model, So this initiative would be delivered through existing programs, local organizations and communities, parents groups, based on community models that are proven, because we know they work. So any nonprofit organizations, parents' councils, principals, local governments could start such a program, but the food would have to be nutritious with an emphasis on locally grown food. The federal government would provide $25 million to get this underway. And the federal government would also set national standards to make sure we achieve healthy nutrition in every part of Canada. This initiative will mean that no Canadian child will go to school hungry and will help working families address real concerns relating to childhood obesity and malnutrition. Overweight and obesity doubled among 6 to 17 years old between 1979 and 2000, and obesity tripled among Canadian teenagers. Many children's diet are poor, and diet-related outcomes such as obesity, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, and high cholesterol are rising among Canadians' children. Poor nutrition has been linked to low academic performance, classroom behavior problems, low self-esteem, as well as long-term health risk. And more than 7 out of 10 children don't eat the recommended daily minimum of 5 servings of vegetables and fruits, as recommended by the Canada's Food Guide. Even more alarming is that a quarter of grade 4 students and almost half of grade 8 girls don't eat breakfast every day. Health Canada estimate that diet-related case of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and certain forms of cancer among adults rob the national economy of $6.6 billion annually due to health care costs and lost productivity. The sad truth is Canada is one of the few developed countries without a nationally funded child nutrition program. Child nutrition programs already operate in some parts of the country, but not all Canadian children have access to these programs. And the continuation of these efforts usually are subjected to fundraising and volunteer time. And dramatic changes have been made recently in other jurisdictions. So, for example, the British government is spending an extra £240 million, and that is 520 million Canadian dollars to subsidize healthy ingredients for children's school meals. Not here in Canada. In the U.S., 29 million children participate in the National School Lunch Program through more than 98,000 schools and child care institutions. On a typical day, 59% of these kids receive free or reduced price lunches. And about 9.6 million children also participate in the school breakfast program. And the total federal funding for these programs were $8.8 billion in 2005, but not here in Canada. In Italy, 68% of school meals use organic products, and many municipalities are emphasizing local and traditional food. The 140,000 meals served every school day to children in Rome must include a healthy and organic snack, warm meal based on traditional recipes. The government offers rebates to public sector caterers that purchase local and organic products. And these incentives help increase the productivity of quality food, lower the environmental impacts because you don't have to fly food from different places, provide more sustainable local employment, and support better child nutrition and health. But we have nothing like that in Canada. Today and tomorrow, children and youth advocates across Canada are gathering in Ottawa for a national learning summit on middle childhood. Breakfast for Learning, a national organization, will be presenting a paper on child nutrition, and children's health is very much on the agenda at this conference. The benefits are clear. For children, it means better health and a better opportunity for learning. I saw that firsthand as a school trustee 20 years ago. If children are hungry, they don't learn. And this is not just about hunger. or poverty or undernourishment. It's about bad nutrition, about junk food, about obesity. If children are obese, they cannot participate in all school activities, and they also have trouble learning. We can think of the human toll on children and their families, but let's also think about the toll on society and on the healthcare system. Think about this. Total healthcare spending was $454,000 per person in 2006, and more than two-thirds of this direct healthcare costs are being expended on chronic diseases, such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and certain forms of cancer. And these kind of disease rob the national economy of $6.6 billion annually due to healthcare costs and lower productivity. And if we don't do something about children's health today, it will get worse. It's already really poor. Bad eating habits can last a lifetime and can pass on to the next generation. So this initiative is also good for the economy. Having healthy children means better learning, better academic performance, reduced Medicare costs, higher productivity for Canada. So, and one other things is by emphasizing local and sustainable food sources, the initiative will support production of quality food, strengthening the local farming communities, and lower greenhouse gas emissions. The need for this is very clear, and so is the support from leaders initiative in this whole child nutrition healthy food initiatives. We have a list here of a broad range of groups who support this program, such as food writer Natalie McLean from here in Ottawa, James Chatto, Sasha Chapman, Lise Feldman, and award-winning chefs like Saoirse Lee, Sash Simpson, Chris McDonald, Chris Wood, Willie Wong, Ian Sobey, Chris Cloman, Anthony Walsh, etc. So food writers and chefs are all in support of this program. It is time for Canada to show leadership in children's health with a practical children's healthy nutrition initiative. Good nutrition is vital to the health of children and Canada. And unfortunately, this Conservative budget has massive corporate tax cuts, but nothing for making sure that safe and healthy food is available to all Canadian kids. It's not fair, and it's a complete missed opportunity.
For Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to a member from Trinity Spadina. She represents a beautiful riding in downtown Toronto. I have many fond memories of it, having lived there for many, many years on Brunswick Avenue and on St. George Street. But nevertheless, I was listening to her discussion or debate on the budget, and while I disagree with her about her arguments with respect to agriculture, because I think this government has done a lot for Canadian agriculture, for our food supply in the last year and a half. I think it's work that is much needed, and we're moving in the right direction, I think, in Canadian agriculture. I'm particularly interested in her comments about sourcing local food supplies. As we all know in this House, chickens and eggs and milk products like butter and cheese, turkeys, those are all locally sourced. They're produced through supply management, and therefore they are Canadian produced and Canadian consumed. But with respect to other commodities like beef, wheat, products like that are not in the supply managed chain, how does she propose to ensure that locally grown products are locally consumed? Is it through some sort of marketing identification program like Foodland Ontario? Is it through some other measures? So it'd be interesting to hear the member from Trinity Spadina and her views on this.
Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, there are many ways to make sure locally produced food is available, whether it's local market, community market. For example, in June, in my riding, there will be a new community market so that local farmers can bring the food into the communities and directly sell it to people that wants to shop locally. Also, there's a proposal in front in Toronto right now to establish a processing center so that the food that are being produced in Southern Ontario can be processed in a place in Toronto, for example, and then they can be kept. It can be an incubator to help some of the ethnic communities, for example, that wants to create or process their food. It will create a lot of jobs. It will help local farmers. It will also be able to be sold back to a lot of the citizens in the Southern not just downtown Toronto, but across Southern Ontario, where there's a very, very large population. So instead of bringing food from different places, whether it's from Chile or Mexico or China or from many other places, we can eat locally. It's good for the economy, it's good for the farmers, it's good for our kids' health, and it's great for reducing greenhouse gas emission. If you can do bulk purchasing, because if there's a national food program, whether it's in school or community center in all across the city and in different parts of Canada, we can in fact do bulk purchasing, and that will also help.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member for emphasizing food for schools. And I'd also like to congratulate all the thousands of volunteers across the country that work in that area. I've always been very supportive of this. This is absolutely fundamental. I've arranged a room so they can lobby on the Hill. And I can't imagine any member of Parliament that would not support food for learning. It almost should be a human right that when a child goes to school, that they don't have to go hungry. I mean, how could they even concentrate when they have such a basic need is missing? But along the same theme, I'd like to ask the member if she would support another initiative that I'm trying to push, and that is to increase the subsidy for fresh foods in the far and remote north. In the north, it's a bit different situation because it's so expensive, the food. Even if you have a middle income, you might not be able to afford the food for your children. Certainly not expensive food. You know, dried junk food might be cheaper because of the freight rates are so high. So I'd just like to ask the member if, and I'm sure she would, but if she would support increasing the subsidies so that the high-quality fresh foods and vegetables and the type of nutritious foods can be sent to the north, children of the north.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Right now, in some of the northern communities, it's cheaper to buy a pop of Coke rather than to buy fresh milk or apples. And it's in desperate situation, especially in some of the Aboriginal communities. So we have worked together with them through Breakfast for Learning and all the volunteer sectors all across Canada. And they are saying that, especially in remote communities, we absolutely have to invest in food, which is why this model that we're talking about is a made-in-Canada, very local-driven initiatives, and because some of the food will be more expensive in other locations, and that is why we absolutely, the Canadian government, have to invest in this. And we're talking about only $25 million. It's not a very expensive program, and I hope one day we will see that all Canadian children would be able to get nutritious and healthy food.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de West Nova.
The honourable member for West Nova. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Budget. It would be impossible, Mr. Speaker, to not have a few good things in a budget of this nature. This is the biggest spending budget in the history of the country. That there not be a few good things would be statistically wrong.
Hard to find that.
Statistically impossible, I should say. But what there is here that's very disappointing is missed opportunity. The opportunity to assist Canadians and to build a nation. Well, obviously, what the government wanted to do here was try to find pockets of potential support. People who were more apt to change their vote to them in a federal election and stuff their pockets. Try to do a few things for them. No suggestion, no consideration as to building a nation. And my belief is that the way you build a nation is that you help those that are most in need to achieve their potential. You can't make everybody rich, you can't make everybody equal. What you can do is assist people to achieve their potential. And we don't see this here. We don't see an attempt at it. We don't see any real investment in education. We don't see real investment in assisting the people who are struggling the most. What's worst is when I see down the line, if I see more budgets like this, I see transfer of some $37 billion to the provinces, not on the basis of needs, on the basis of demographics, where the potential is to win elections. I even see areas of high needs like Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Saskatchewan, where a promise has been broken. The Atlantic Accord in the case of Nova Scotia completely shattered.
Shame.
Where we had, and the Conservatives in opposition had screamed out for the Accord, and where we had an Accord that said that Nova Scotia and Newfoundland would get the benefits of the Accord independent of any other programs, independent of any changes, future changes in the equalization program, on other cost-shared program. They would be independent of that. And what do we have now? A decision that must be made by the premiers that they take the new equalization instead of the Atlantic Accord. All of a sudden, a game of roulette that the premiers are forced to take. Take the instant money now and forego any future benefits of this non-renewable energy and non-renewable resource and the investments that could happen in their provinces. Now we hear rumors that the government is negotiating a save the member from Central Nova suggestion and save Premier MacDonald, perhaps find some interim deal. Find some little deal that will permit the Premier of Nova Scotia to say that he supports the federal Conservative government. They have him over a barrel. He's coming up to an election. He's in a minority situation. His popularity of his provincial government isn't very high. So he's going to have to come up with some agreement. He's going to have to settle, Mr. Speaker. And that wasn't the intent of the Atlantic Accord. The Atlantic Accord was to give stability to Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. And here we have, exactly as in the income trust question, a bald-faced lie.
Broken promise.
Where the Prime Minister promises one thing, but at the end of the day does something completely else. The other thing that I would suggest to you, that what scares me for the future, is that they're committed to another GST cut. Keep putting it back, because they're running out of room. They're spending money very, very fast. They're making these transfers to the province. They're limiting their ability for revenue in the future. We have a real risk within very few years, if trends continue and there's some decline in the economy, of being in Mulroney-type deficits again. And that's very scary. But they say that they want to have another % cut on the GST in a few years. That's $6 billion. $5 billion or $6 billion put towards a child tax credit would take 1 million kids in this country above the poverty line. 1 million kids above the poverty line. That's not rich. That's not out of poverty. That's above the statistical measure that we call the poverty line. This is the absolute least that you need to survive in this country, in my opinion. 1 million kids could be brought up. Some potential to it, but no, that's not the intent. We're not here to build a nation, according to this government. We're here to worry about the next election. Have a few buzzwords you can say. They did. I'm pleased to see for seniors that there is income sharing of pension income for seniors.
Absolutely.
That's nice. That's a good thing. But there's a whole segment of seniors out there, and I see them every day in rural Nova Scotia, that are suffering and that are having a harder time, and nothing for them. Increased taxes for them, 0.5 point increased taxes, but no assistance. They are the single seniors, where if they're living in old stock housing, as they typically do in rural areas, and they are a couple, they can get by. With both of them are getting the senior and the senior benefits and the guaranteed income supplements, they can get by. But when one goes, the other is left with the same expenses and a lot less revenue. Often, some of the work that was because it's often the wife who's left behind. Often some of the work and the repairs that could be done by the spouse can't be done anymore. They have to be hired, so the costs are more. But we do nothing in this budget to assist these people. Small craft harbors in Atlantic Canada. The Minister of Fisheries, who didn't get a penny. He wasn't able to get any assistance from this federal government. When he was on the Fisheries Committee, was asking for more money for small craft harbor. I was able to get, with my colleagues, $100 million over 5 years more in small craft harbors. That's expiring this year. It's not replaced. that $20 million a year. It's not replaced. And above all, the total amount was reduced. The Conservatives voted for a motion put forward by the House by the member from Prince Edward Island to increase and to put back the $15 million. They voted for it, but they didn't do it. And then they cut that $100 million a year over 5 years, that $20 million. Less work being done to support these communities. The Port of Digby, which they screamed in opposition that had to be taken care of. Not a penny, not a word, not taking it back as it should be. It was not their fault, that program, the problem that's there. We were in government. I was not elected at the time, but we were in government when we did it. It was a bad contract negotiated by Public Works or by Transport Canada. For 16 months now, they've had the report indicating that it is the federal government's fault, a bad contract, yet they do nothing. They don't take that port back. But they'd screamed about it forever. The Coast Guard, huge investments in the Coast Guard. They re-announced the money that we've already announced, and they've changed the tact of the Coast Guard. I always understood that the Coast Guard were there providing for the security of mariners. But now, apparently, the Coast Guard is out there to save ministers. Where you take 2 vessels from Halifax and move them to 2 different ridings in Newfoundland, with no logic other than to save a couple of ridings, or try to, because they know the problems, political problems they're having in Newfoundland. A fisheries research vessel moved from the Maritimes again to Newfoundland, because the Minister of Fisheries is worried about his own election success, not worried or concerned about the future of the fisheries, as I mentioned earlier. In this House, when we were doing main estimates, we had the Minister of Defence in this House. I asked him about contribution to the Patient Peacekeeping Centre operating out of Kespiwak Park. He said that absolutely that the funding would be there, funding from External Affairs, funding from CEDA, and that he at National Defence would do his share. That has been operating internationally out of that area for a good time now, for 7 years, and creating very good jobs and doing very good work around the world. Now we hear that they are going to cut the funding. That's the rumors around it. Usually those rumors are true when you hear them up here. Not a mention of Pearson in the budget. Not anywhere. You won't find them in any line, although they promised. He said it here. The minister also said that Greenwood would be very pleased with the investments, the Greenwood base. And what do we hear now? Stop the work on the upgrade of the Aurora aircraft and cut the fleet by half at the Greenwood base. That's the rumors that we're hearing. Apparently, he was to announce it a few years ago, and he's having so much trouble in his public perception that in his acceptance that he backed off, and apparently we hear that's going to be after an election. That's absolutely unacceptable. We know, of course, in income trust, and now we hear of the foreign income tax, the foreign investment income tax deduction being cancelled. As a great savior for tax fairness, what do we hear? A bunch of Canadian companies being sold offshore, hollowing out of our corporate sector, as it did with the income trust, the other bold-faced lie.
Shame on that.
And finally, I'd like to talk about education. Nova Scotia has more seats in university per capita than any other province in this country, but is that reflected in the transfers for education? No, completely per capita by the individuals, amount of people living in each province. So Nova Scotia, once again, we see that Quebec and Ontario get the gold mine, Nova Scotia gets the shaft. This budget is absolutely unfair to the people who need the support the most, the people who want to develop their potential and build this country, not just a meaningless Conservative majority.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the member's speech. He seemed to drift from one side to the other on the budget. I'm not exactly sure what he was getting at, but I would point a couple of things out in his speech. He spoke a little bit about post-secondary. I'm very proud about what the government's done on post-secondary education, 40% increase in post-secondary funding. I'm very proud of the investments that the government is making into infrastructure. He forgot about that, a major failing of the previous government, that they allowed infrastructure to decline to the extent that they did, a $60 billion deficit nationwide. Never heard anything about that in his speech. And I'd also like to know why he's alluded a couple times to income trusts and so forth. I'm very proud of the actions this government's taken. I'd like to know why he supports his government's position for a corporate tax holiday, why he thinks corporations shouldn't pay tax. I'd really like to know that, because I know in my riding of Peterborough, what people don't like hearing is that they have to pay taxes while others do not. We believe in tax fairness on this side of the House. I'd love to know why the Liberals don't.
Member for West Nova.
Every everybody in this House who clearly understands it believes in tax fairness. The problem is that this member doesn't understand it. He thinks that buzzwords given by a Harris flunky on tax fairness, as we heard the critic for finance say every time that the Minister of Finance talks about tax fairness, taxpayers have to reach in their pocket and give more. Tax fairness isn't putting out a system of taxation for investments that puts external companies ahead of Canadian companies, that reduces the competitivity of Canadian companies to grow. And often to grow, you have to grow internationally. If our companies can't invest internationally, they're going to be sold internationally. And that is the absolute truth. I believe in tax fairness. We need a good tax regime. We cut taxes after we eliminated the deficit. We cut taxes by over $100 billion. I think it was 130 something to make ourselves more competitive. We made investments in education, in research and development, in infrastructure. There's still a lot to be done. But what do we see? The Conservatives inherit the best financial situation, best fiscal situation of any government ever, and they cut the infrastructure program, working with provinces and municipalities. And they make a straight transfer of less money to the provinces and ruin the partnerships that had been created between municipalities, the federal government, and the communities, and the provincial governments, just because they can get their quick soundbite. Well, I don't think a fashion consultant is going to be able to fix the incompetence of this government.
Questions and commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Gaspé-Île de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to point out something that he said towards the end of his speech, and it deals with something that I find quite essential and important for our communities, and that is the small craft harbours. The situation has gone beyond being catastrophic because, as you know full well, the solution, which unfortunately was brought in by the previous government, the Liberal government, but the tradition continues with the Conservative government, and at least the Liberals had made a little effort when it comes to small craft harbours, but it really did nothing to remedy the situation, because when a harbour is has become decrepit, instead of fixing it, they simply erect a fence because they want people to be safe. So instead of undertaking repairs, they let the situation get so bad that safety becomes an issue for the fishers in the community. So I could only support what the honourable member said, but I'd like to point out that there are volunteers who work for the port authorities in these communities, and these people told us at the Fisheries and Oceans Committee that they are exhausted. So all of the ingredients are there for a massive intervention. The honourable member for West Nova. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his intervention, and he is correct. When I was elected in 2000, I came here and we had an annual budget for the small craft harbours. We had about $100 million, but that was not enough. It was clear that there wasn't enough money, and we saw that the harbours were deteriorating, the craft became larger, but we couldn't maintain the harbours that we had, and we maintained this amount over 5 years. It wasn't enough, but we still managed to make a step forward, and in our election platform we wanted to increase the amount by another $150 million. That's what we need. We need about $250 million a year for 5 years to and maintain it at about $150 million per year for the future, and yet we're seeing it decrease by $35 million a year.
Peg Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to enter into the debate at the final stages of the debating the implementation of the budget put forward by the Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, I represent the riding of Winnipeg Centre, which has the highest Aboriginal population of any riding in Canada. There are roughly 16,000 people who self-identify in the last census as being either First Nation, Métis, or Inuit. I point out that that is
by far, that would be by far the largest Aboriginal reserve were my riding considered a reservation. The population, at the face of it, is becoming increasingly the area where First Nations people leave the desperation of their reserves to seek opportunity in the city of Winnipeg, and more often than not in the inner city of Winnipeg, the city centre that I represent. Let me say, by way of introduction, Mr. Speaker, that the social condition of Canada's First Nations, Métis, and Aboriginal or Inuit people is in fact Canada's greatest failure and perhaps Canada's greatest shame. Fully 46% of all the families in the riding of Winnipeg Centre live below the poverty line, Mr. Speaker. I say that with no pride, believe me. And 52% of all the children in the riding of Winnipeg Centre live below the poverty line. These are staggering statistics. And Mr. Speaker, it ties with my first point that overwhelmingly the face of poverty in my riding is Indian, if I can use that term. The people are not finding opportunity as they flock to the inner city. They're living on the margins, they're living on the edge. And I point this out only to make the point that when you don't deal with social conditions, you run the risk of social unrest. And I want to recognize and pay tribute, again by way of introduction, to the leadership, the Aboriginal leadership within my riding and on First Nations reserves, amongst the elders, the chief and council, for keeping a lid on social unrest that is just at the verge of boiling over at any point in time. Let's not kid ourselves. We're living in some kind of a vacuum in this House of Commons if we don't recognize and acknowledge that there's an underclass in Canada, and it's native, and that underclass will not remain peaceful as long when they lose hope. Mr. Speaker, we lived through the HoC crisis. This is a cautionary tale I'm speaking here, but we lived through the HoC crisis, and we were virtually on the edge of civil unrest at that time. The HoC crisis was not isolated to that area of the outskirts of Montreal. In fact, there were rumblings of discontent right across the land. The leadership in other areas kept a lid on that social unrest and discontent, watching what would be the outcome of HoC. Fortunately, we got through that with a minimum of violence, a minimum of social unrest, on the condition that we gave some promise and some hope. And that was the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, a 5-year, $500 million comprehensive Royal Commission on the state of the social conditions of First Nation, Métis, and Aboriginal people. That was hope. There was hope generated. There was optimism in the land that finally Canada would decide once and for all that society does not move forward unless we all move forward together, and that there's an enlightened self-interest associated with not having a permanent underclass. Mr. Speaker, that was the optimism around the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People. And that hope, that optimism has been dwindling ever since the tabling of the Royal Commission, and I believe it was 1995. Since then, it has been gathering dust. There was a summary report on the implementation of the recommendations of the Royal Commission. It was called Gathering Strength. And the joke in Indian country was it was gathering dust because not a single one of the recommendations of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People had been implemented. Not one. And to this day, Mr. Speaker, the hope and the goodwill that was generated by the recognition of the social conditions First Nations people face has been dissipating and dwindling to the point where we are back at this crisis point, where I don't know if the leadership of First Nations and Métis and Inuit communities can hold their dissidents back. I don't know when that's going to boil over into social unrest. You know, that you saw the riots in LA, you've seen in the civil rights movement, the cities of major American cities boiling over and boiling and blowing up It was burn, baby, burn, as people were lashing out in their frustration and the inequity of living in the richest and most powerful civilization in the history of the world, and we can't even provide for the basic needs of a family to survive if you're Indian and you're living in the inner city of Winnipeg. There might be 1,000 reasons for it, and I'm not making excuses here, but believe me, the reason is not that people are not pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, as you would have some critics believe us to be the case. There are inequities that have not been addressed. There are legal obligations that have not been addressed nor budgeted for in this budget to stay on point and to stay relevant. My colleague, the Minister of Indian Affairs, says that we're spending more money than ever on the Aboriginal peoples, up to $10 billion, but he's being disingenuous in a sense because some of that $10 billion is in fact just meeting legal obligations in court cases that we have lost over land issues or land claims. That's not part of the social spending that we believe is necessary to elevate the standards of living conditions of Aboriginal people to the mean average that Canadians enjoy. So I say this with greatest respect, Mr. Speaker. We have failed in our mission by ignoring the greatest social crisis in our midst. And this budget, first, I've spoken to First Nation leadership, and I will be speaking to them this Wednesday at a rally in Winnipeg specifically about this budget. They feel that their legitimate claims and concerns have been ignored by a government that would rather see them simply get on with it and solve their own problems and move on. Well, equality, I mean, there's nothing more unfair than treating unequal people equally. You know, there's an equality issue we have to deal with here. A lot of people say, well, you know, Aboriginal people have the same opportunities as any other person in Canada. I read an appalling paper written by Professor Tom Flanagan, who is an advisor to this government, I understand, called Why Don't Indians Drive Taxis? You know, why don't they just get on with it? And other immigrants come to this country and they drive taxis, and then their children go to university, and within a generation they're middle class. He just doesn't get it, Mr. Speaker. And if that's the type of logic that's in forming the policies of this government, then we are on the road to conflict. And I don't know, again, how much longer the Aboriginal leadership can hold their people back, because they deserve a medal for patience so far and for the restraint that they've shown in seeking and essentially a Gandhi-like commitment to peaceful negotiation and demonstrations. That won't last forever, Mr. Speaker. So I caution this government and all members of Parliament that we cannot have our head in the sands about the inequities that are inherent in our relationship, our current paternalistic relationship with First Nations, unless we address a meaningful transfer of control of land and resources. No amount of social welfare is going to change the status of Aboriginal people. Mr. Speaker, we're embarrassed internationally by third world conditions. Some of the only successes Aboriginal leaders have seems to be when they block a railroad or a highway, or when they go to the United Nations and show the rest of the world this glaring social crisis that we have in this country, where, as I say, a significant number of Canadians are being left behind. Living in the richest and most prosperous civilization the world has ever known, there is no excuse to have a permanent underclass. We're not trying hard enough if we're not bringing Aboriginal people along with us in the prosperity of this great nation. I felt it was my duty to use this few minutes to remind the House of Commons of our obligation to live up to the legal obligations, our commitments to Aboriginal people, whether it's in the implementation of treaties or the implementation of the Royal Commission, the recommendations of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions or commentaire?
Questions and comments?
Secretary of the Ministry of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just as he felt it was the member thought it was his duty to remind us how important it is. I too think it is our duty to remind people that we found it was important to address the Aboriginals with a strategy, and so therefore we did commit to the Aboriginal, the Canadians, provinces and territories to find a workable, innovative solution. In the budget, for example, in 2006, we provided $300 million for off-reserve Aboriginal housing and $300 million in affordable housing. $300 million starting in 2007-2008 for Aboriginal communities in the priority areas of education, women, children, families, water, and housing. That was in 2006. In 2007, we had initiatives that such as $14.5 million over 2 years to expand the Aboriginal Justice Strategy, which, as the member had said, it's not always about money. It's about addressing some of the social issues too. The $300 million to give the First Nation members the opportunity to own their own homes is a very good start. I know in our riding and in Saskatchewan, one of the issues that many of the Aboriginal women said that they would appreciate being able to own their own homes, to have the property and matrimonial rights. So, Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but I think that the member can see for himself.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the total commitment to First Nations, Métis and Inuit issues in this budget is $14 per head. That does not even scratch the surface in the appalling need that's illustrated out there. It isn't lost on Aboriginal leadership that we seem to be able to find billions of dollars any time at the drop of a hat to buy more tanks or to buy submarines that don't even float or sink or whatever they're supposed to do. But if you try and raise the point of the appalling of social conditions of First Nations people and the incidence of poverty and neglect and the wasted opportunity of another generation of children not taking part fully in all that our society has to offer, they scream bloody murder, that we're giving money away to the Indians again. This, Mr. Speaker, is an appalling contradiction. I should remind my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, that the $300 million in the 2006 budget is money that the NDP negotiated, wrestled like pulling teeth out of the Liberals to spend on Aboriginal housing in Bill C-48.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford-Timiskaming. I listened attentively to my colleague from Winnipeg, and I sit on the Indian Affairs and Northern Development Committee, and I'm very much concerned because I don't know what kind of recommendation could be made. We're divided at this time. There's a serious problem with respect to the First Nations, and I understand what my colleague has just said. There are communities that live in very remote regions. Others live closer to urban centers, and there are people, there are Aboriginals who leave their own community in remote areas to go to live in Winnipeg or Regina or Prince Albert, and I understand the importance of the issue, but I'd like to know if my colleague feels that devoting more and more money to the problem will solve this whole issue with Aboriginal communities, because there are two types. There are those that are in remote areas and those that are in urban centers, and the problems are different in each case. So I'd like to know whether he thinks more money will solve the problem.
Mr. Speaker, when we look at the reality and divide the total allocation of the department, whether it's $9 billion or $10 billion, people differ. It's roughly $9,000 or $10,000 per person to pay for everything from housing to infrastructure to education to health care to welfare. We spend $9,000 per person for high school alone in the province of Manitoba. So the whole system is chronically underfunded. And I see a former Minister of Indian Affairs nodding his head. Some problems can't be solved by throwing money at them. Other problems, that's exactly what is required. We can find $14 billion a year to keep 50,000 soldiers going. We have $10 billion a year to keep 1 million First Nations people to meet our legal obligations to them. We're falling short by a factor of 10, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are the Honourable Member for Yukon, Northern Strategy, the Honourable Member for Windsor West, Automobile Industry, the Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, Manufacturing Industry.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Yukon. The Honourable Member for resuming debate. No. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, on Monday, March 19, 2007, the government presented its budget to the House of Commons. Today we are debating the Budget Implementation Act. What I would like to do now is address the budget in the light of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, whose 25th anniversary we are now commemorating and indeed celebrating. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is in effect a veritable People's Charter of Rights and Freedoms, because it has had a transformative impact not only on our laws but on our lives. In particular, it has had a transformative impact on the most vulnerable amongst us, be they the Aboriginal people, the disabled, women, and the like. And if you go around this country and you ask people, as I did when I was Minister of Justice and since, are you better off now than you were before the Charter of Rights and Freedoms was enacted? The answer is invariably yes. And it is particularly true when you speak to the vulnerable amongst us. And this is especially important because the test of a just society, Mr. Speaker, is how does it protect those who are the most vulnerable amongst us. Regrettably, this budget not only fails to meet the needs of all Canadians, particularly those of the vulnerable, but it dismantles the very institutions and instruments that were created to protect the most vulnerable amongst us and to defend their rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In particular, this budget, among other things, ignores the need for a comprehensive and sustainable legal aid system, dismantles the Law Commission of Canada, dismantles the Court Challenges program, fails to meet the needs of our Aboriginal peoples, and does a disservice to women and students. Let me look at these particular areas in turn. Number one, Mr. Speaker, in the matter of legal aid, one of the last initiatives I engaged in as Minister of Justice was to preside over a meeting of federal and provincial and territorial ministers of justice in this country. In that meeting, the ministers there assembled unanimously recommended the need for a comprehensive and sustainable legal aid system for Canada. The ministers understood then, and it is important to reaffirm now, that, for example, Section 10B of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms confers upon an arrested person the right to retain and instruct counsel without delay. That Article 14.3d of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights confers upon an accused person the right to legal assistance, and goes on to stipulate that this legal assistance is to be provided by the government if the accused cannot pay for it. That the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is to provide as much protections in our domestic law as international human rights law, as exemplified by the International Covenant, provides there, for example, to the rights of indigent accused. That international law imposes upon Canada an obligation to provide legal aid to indigent people. And therefore, Section 10B of the Charter can be said to constitutionalize our international obligations in this regard. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, this constitutional responsibility, as we have taken note of late, is particularly compelling now as there are more and more indigent before the courts without legal assistance. And therefore, in the absence of such legal assistance for which we have a constitutional responsibility to provide that legal assistance, we are arguably in the face of people being denied the right to a fair trial. And what is true with respect to the need for comprehensive criminal legal aid is no less true with respect to the need for civil legal aid, because here the absence of civil legal aid impacts disproportionately on the most vulnerable amongst us. You only have to look in child custody proceedings to see the impact with respect to the absence of civil legal aid, or where claimants are seeking to exercise their rights, particularly the elderly with respect to social assistance, or with respect to Aboriginal people, and I can go on. And so the absence of civil legal aid, together with the absence of criminal legal aid, speaks to the importance of a comprehensive responsibility that we now have to, in fact, bring into play. And I am delighted that the leader of our party has spoken that if this party were to form the government, we would both increase criminal legal aid and make provision for civil legal aid, and indeed this would be reflecting and representing the open federalism that the new government, as it calls itself, speaks about but does not implement. Because this open federalism, if they were to implement it, would act upon the unanimous recommendation of federal, provincial and territorial ministers of justice to in fact have a comprehensive and sustainable legal aid program. Which brings me to the second area, and that is the Law Commission of Canada. A Law Commission of Canada which was dismantled, even though, and here I can speak from my own experience and involvement as a Minister of Justice and before that as a law professor and human rights lawyer, even though this Law Commission of Canada plays an indispensable role in the lives of Canadians, in bridging the disparities between what might be law on the books and law in action, which provides and provided to me as Minister indispensable research advice with respect to matters that come before a minister, and also provides through the minister that independent research advice and related policy options to the Parliament of Canada, to whom the minister reports, that engaged Canadians in an ongoing conversation about their rights, about the disparity sometimes about what is law on the books and the exercise of that law in action, particularly in terms of partnerships that the Law Commission of Canada formed with the youth of Canada, with the elderly of Canada, with the Aboriginal people of Canada, and therefore it is not surprising that it was regarded on the occasion of the dismantling of the Law Commission of Canada as a blemish not only on Canada but on our international reputation. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that wherever I travel internationally, I was asked, whether it be in Argentina or whether it be in Europe, how could you go ahead and dismantle a Law Commission of Canada, which, apart from the value that it certainly had for you as Canadians, had value for us internationally in terms of the independent, the quality of that expertise and research and advice and counsel. This was acting as a kind of international counsel to the world community, particularly with respect to how it would protect, among other things, the rights of the vulnerable. And that's why I'm delighted as well that the leader of our party has announced that not only would he restore the Law Commission of Canada, but would make it clear in law, because the Law Commission of Canada, Mr. Speaker, is a creature of Parliament. It should not be able to be dismantled by a kind of an administrative directive. Being a creature of Parliament, answerable to Parliament, it should be protected as well by Parliament. And therefore we would reinstitute a Law Commission of Canada, protected in a manner that it could not be dismantled by administrative whim or fiat in opposition to the needs of the people of Canada. And this brings me now to the third area, Mr. Speaker, and that's the Court Challenges Programme. Court Challenges Programme is not, as it has sometimes been spoken of by members of the new government, who sometimes, as they call themselves the new government, should look more to our experience with it and see that this has not been the vestige of special interest that it is claimed, but it has been there for the people of Canada to promote and protect equality rights, to promote and protect the rights of the most vulnerable. The Court Challenges Programme was there to promote universal access to the exercise of the rights under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, to promote and protect the equality rights provisions of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and in its principles and precedents, in a manner in which it found expression before the courts. The Court Challenges Programme became responsible for articulating those arguments before the courts that ended up in the elucidation of those principles and precedents which provided the protection for the most vulnerable amongst us as it protected the fundamental rights and freedoms under the Charter. It brings me now to the question of the Aboriginal peoples, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the Aboriginal people, the disregard by the government with respect to the Kelowna Accords, a disregard for the $5 billion set aside for Aboriginal needs, meant also the disregarding of the 7 R's of Aboriginal justice that we sought to put in place. And when I speak about 7 R's, I'm referring to the recognition of the Aboriginal people as the original inhabitants of this country, the respect for their specific and distinguishable constitutional status under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and under the Constitution, the redress by the government for past wrongs, the redressing of the overrepresentation of Aboriginal people in the criminal justice system and the underrepresentation of Aboriginal people in the justice system as judges and lawyers and prosecutors and the like. The importance of bringing about the kind of responsiveness that our constitutional framework requires in our relationship with Aboriginal people. And I will conclude with this, Mr. Speaker. Also,
questions and comments. Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, currently there are 27,000 First Nations children that are in the care of child welfare agencies across Canada. And the main reason for taking children to care is physical neglect due to poverty. The member talked about the vulnerable, and we know that most of these Aboriginals that live in big urban centres are in fact single parents. Right now, under this Conservative budget, a single mother on welfare does not get the $310 per child tax credit, and she doesn't get the workers' tax credit because you probably can't go to work without affordable child care, and there isn't enough, and her national child tax benefit is also getting clawed back from the provincial government. So is it fair that for single parents, this budget offers absolutely no relief, especially single parents that may be from First Nation that are living in urban centres?
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased about the question. Not only does it touch the fundamental issue with respect to the protection of the vulnerable, it addresses the question of poverty that is inextricably bound up with all the issues that I did address, among others, the need for a comprehensive system of civil and criminal legal aid. In fact, the single mothers are amongst the groups that remain unprotected in the absence or are disproportionately impacted upon in the absence of a civil legal aid system. And when we look at the budget, clearly it fails to help a working family. In 2006, the Conservatives promised 125,000 new childcare spaces over 5 years. Some 15 months into its mandate, Canadian families realize that there's been absolutely no implementation with respect to that particular obligation, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the member for Mount Royal. You know, we all acknowledge that the federal government, the national government, has a responsibility to provision for legal aid within its responsibility for criminal law. However, a big part of the legal aid system in this country is the provincial legal aid system, the system of legal aid run by the various provinces under their responsibility for property, for civil affairs, for the administration of justice. And this budget significantly increases the transfers to the provinces by $39 billion over the next 7 years, one of the biggest increases to provincial transfers in recent memory. Money that provinces will be able to use for a variety of purposes, including enhancing their legal aid program. Before the honourable member answers my question, I would point out that this is a very significant transfer that's going to enhance the access to legal services for Canadians, especially those who cannot afford it. And before he answers, I'd add this, that in the year after the former finance minister under the Liberal government slashed the transfers to the provinces in 1995, that following year, in 1996-97, the Ontario Legal Aid Assistance Program issued 75,000 certificates that year. So the Ontario Legal Aid Assistance Program issued 75,000 certificates, a drop of 150,000 certificates from previous years.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to remind the honourable member that, as I said, when we held a meeting of federal, provincial and territorial Minister of Justice, and we discussed their civil legal aid as well as criminal legal aid, is because we appreciated that we had a joint responsibility in this regard. We worked out foundational principles with respect to a comprehensive civil legal aid as well as a criminal legal aid system, which would protect provincial jurisdiction in the administration and delivery of services. But we are talking about the fundamental need to have the services delivered to begin with. And therefore, in the absence and that budget, I did not see a word in that budget. The words civil legal aid are unmentioned. The words criminal legal aid are unmentioned. A kind of abstract reference to a transfer speaks nothing to those who need the particularities of the delivery of legal services, legal aid, programmatic developments, comprehensive and sustainable developments set forth in a budget. We don't see any of that anywhere in that budget, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because this is the Budget Implementation Act, I tried to look at my riding of Surrey North in terms of what does this implementation mean for the constituency I represent, which is a constituency of, on average, fairly low income per family as it relates certainly to the rest of Surrey, although it's mixed. We have people who do not have homes to go to. We have people who suffer from very serious challenges of all kinds, health kinds, drug and alcohol, a variety of challenges in their lives. And so I was trying to look at what that implementation meant for this group of, but also, by the way, it's also full of people who want to have hope that there's something in their future that they can hold on to, like every single one of us needs, is something we can hold on to for, if not for ourselves, but for our children or our friends or our neighbors. So what does this budget do in Surrey North? Well, I looked at it from two ways. I looked at it from a prosperity gap perspective. So does it make the gap between those who have and those who have not wider or narrower? That seemed like a pretty easy and simple kind of measurement to take for 10 minutes of speaking time. So one of the things the budget does is it implements reduced services for women who are victims of violence. So what does that do? Well, that widens the prosperity gap, because for women who are victims of violence, they have very few, if no, financial choices. The support services on which they depend for counseling are gone. The women's service organizations that have done some very fine research and projects funded by the federal government are gone. And so when I look at what it implements for women who are victims of violence, and their children, by the way, because they witness violence, then I see a much broader gap than I saw before. It implements also, I think, a feeling of discouragement and disappointment for young people or their parents who will not be able to go on to post-secondary education. Because nowhere in the budget was there a reduction in tuition fees or a new system to be able to repay them in a way that is workable for students when they graduate, which is what we've called for. So what does that mean? That means that these young, bright, excited young people see the others who have, at the one end of the prosperity gap, being able to go off to post-secondary, but they, who are in this, the other end of this widening prosperity gap, or those who have not, will not be able to afford to go to post-secondary. Not that there aren't more seats. There are more seats in lots of different programs. But if you can't afford to get into them, it doesn't really matter very much to you if there aren't more seats. And so the gap between those bright young people who can access post-secondary education and those who cannot grows in Surrey North. This budget also implements, I think, a loss of job opportunities, and it expands the gap between people who are able to go into the workforce because they need to, never mind those who choose to, because they need to, and those who either choose to or do not need to. But there are many, many lone parent families or two-parent families where both parents need to have wage jobs just to put food on the table, probably about 27 days a month, not even the whole month. And yet, there's a lack of opportunity and a growing gap in opportunity, particularly for women, because there's no affordable childcare national program that was promised and people counted on and were excited about and saw part of their future, the future doors for them opening up because there would be childcare for them. Safe, affordable childcare that you don't have to go to work and worry about whether your child is all right or not because they're not old enough to talk yet to tell you. Well, those women, there will be more of those women who are not able to get into the workforce because the gap between those who can afford childcare and those who have absolutely no ability to afford any kind of safe, affordable care continues to grow. So the prosperity gap, or the gap between those who have and those who have not, continues to grow in that area. The other area that it's an interesting constituency. I don't get thousands of phone calls every day about, I don't know, all these other phone calls that everybody says they get. But we do, every once in a while, get a spate of phone calls about an issue. And let me tell you, the job protection issue, the layoffs at CAW, or the layoffs in the forest industry, which does affect Surrey North very much because a lot of people are mill workers, and the layoffs at the airport have had calls in my office every single day. And what is there in this budget implementation to help people who've lost their jobs? Nothing. And so the gap grows in my riding, and probably more in my riding than any other Surrey one, between those who have jobs and those who do not, or those who have helped to get into another job and those who do not, because nobody is standing up for what have indeed, if you count the forest industry, have been thousands of lost jobs, and there will now be more because there's no money for the pine beetle infestation that's going on there. So what happens? The gap continues to grow. Those who have jobs, those who do not. We will now see more people who do not have jobs than those who do. In Surrey North, there is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful organization called Klahowya, which is urban Aboriginal people. And they do actually extraordinary things. But there has not been one bit of support in this federal budget for those people, because they don't happen to live on reserve currently. Then access to education, access to the sorts of supports that they need to be successful and that the organization needs to be successful are not there. And the gap for Aboriginal people, just as we thought we were starting to close that some, will actually in Surrey, I think, grow further apart. There's a health gap too, Honourable Speaker. I don't see your 1 minute sign yet, so I'm going to keep going. There's a health gap in Surrey North as well, Honourable Speaker, which does indeed also relate to a prosperity gap. There are many seniors who live in Surrey North, and those seniors often require home support in order to stay in their homes, which actually costs the healthcare system less in the end. And those seniors call up an MLA's office, an MP's office, a union office, any place they can, a senior's advisor, and say, I have 2 prescriptions here and I can't fill them both, so which one do I fill? So the gap between those people who can afford the medication they need to treat an illness and to stay healthy is growing because we don't have a national or any kind of standard drug coverage for catastrophic drugs across this country. And actually, BC is probably better off than many other provinces, but I still see it growing with seniors. And, you know, to really see, I mean, think about your grandmother, your grandfather calling you up and saying, so which drug do I take? Which one do I need to take? Because I can't afford to take both. So the seniors who live in Surrey North, in terms of how this budget is implemented in their lives, means that they will, again, be part of this growing gap of people who cannot afford the very basic necessities that will keep them safe and healthy. And the last one I would, and I saw your sign, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm learning, Mr. Speaker, that it also refers to the environment, because there is a health gap as it relates to the environment. We are right by a freeway. We have a 4-lane highway going right through a small part of Surrey called Bridgeview, the South Fraser Perimeter Road. The effect on the environment and therefore on people's health is going to be tragic. And, Honourable Speaker, that is federal money that has gone.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to a member from the New Democrats, and she touched on two issues in particular that I want to focus on. One is on tuition, and the other one is on prescription drug costs. And in both cases, what our government has done we have significantly increased transfers to the provinces in this budget. $39 billion in new money over the next 7 years to provinces throughout Canada so that they can better deliver the services that they are responsible for. And tuition, as well as prescription drug costs, are a matter of provincial responsibility. As a matter of fact, tuition rates are not set by the Government of Canada. They are set by individual provinces. Quebec sets rates at a certain level, the province of Ontario sets rates at another level, and the province of British Columbia sets them at even a different level. The same goes for provincial drug formularies. Those are set by the governments of the provinces. They determine what drugs are to be on the formulary and at what costs those drugs should be, and they determine who is eligible for government assistance. So in both cases, these are provincial areas of jurisdiction. Our government has significantly increased transfers to the provinces so that the provinces can better deliver services in those two areas of responsibility. And I would ask the honourable member what comments she has in light of our government's action, in light of the fact that these are provincial areas of responsibility.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't say it enough in my previous 10 minutes. I'll say it again then, Surrey North. The federal government does indeed transfer money to the provinces. But the federal government also has a responsibility for leadership. And surely that we don't just, as a federal government, pass out the money with no accountability attached to it, knowing that you bring together health ministers or post-secondary ministers, whoever, from across the country and know what the issues are across the country, and yet put out money where there is no accountability for whether it's going to get spent on those areas that have been identified: home care, drugs, tuition costs, have been identified as very serious issues that are impeding the progress of people in the province. So I would suggest that I don't think any business of any kind, including government, should be putting out money with no accountability for how it's spent or no indications of how it should be spent in this day and age.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. President, I would just like to ask the member if she agrees with the previous speaker that explained that the budget was a failure in relation to human rights. And just to emphasize the point, I don't know if the member saw the disturbing article on Friday in CP about a simple human right, about just a young girl wearing a hijab. And when cabinet ministers were asked, they went fleeing from the scene. The Minister of State for Multiculturalism, the Minister of French Amateur Sport, the Minister of Transport. And finally, a government member said the real reason was, and I'll quote, the order not to comment came directly from the Prime Minister's office. And that's if the Prime Minister's office is so adamant that it's so of little importance that his MPs are not even allowed to speak about human rights, and the budget's a reflection of that. And I'd like to ask the member if she agreed with the previous speaker on that.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can't imagine not taking an opportunity to answer that kind of question because it's so clear that that is a human right. I mean, I'm very blessed. I come from British Columbia and I come from Surrey, where young women have been wearing hijabs to play any sport they like for 5 years, 10 years, that young men who are Sikh wear turbans or head coverings to play whatever sport it is, and have been for a very long time. The first RCMP officer ever to wear a turban comes from Surrey, British Columbia. So, I mean, for me, I would welcome the chance to say this country stands up for the human rights of individuals. And in point of fact, these are religious rights that people, these are tokens, or not tokens, but symbols of people's religion. We do not deny that in this country to anybody, so I'd have rushed for the opportunity to answer.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in this debate on the budget implementation bill. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that in January of 2006, in the election of last year, when the public gave their decision in the election, they gave the Conservative Party a minority. They didn't say, here's a majority. They said, here's a minority. Now, all of you, go make it work. And what concerns me, among other things, Mr. Speaker, is that it appears at many times as if the Conservative Party thinks it can behave like it has a majority, which it doesn't have. But we see many instances of that. At the same time, of course, since they don't have a majority, we have a Prime Minister who clearly wants a majority and wants to have an election. And he's already unveiled his fear factory in the southern part of Ottawa somewhere. And it's clear that the government will say or do just about anything to get that majority. And so we saw a budget that I would describe as a divide and conquer budget, a budget that's aimed at certain key target groups that might help get that 41% to get that majority that the government is after. Divide and conquer. It isn't surprising, though, in many ways. I mean, what kind of government is it? What kind of government has it been? What kind of Prime Minister have we seen over the past 15 months or so? We've seen a Prime Minister who cancels childcare spaces. A childcare program that would provide thousands of spaces is cancelled, and in its place, what do Canadians get? A monthly amount of $100, which is taxable, which is taxed back, so most of which you're going to lose anyway. And which provides no spaces, no new child care spaces whatsoever provided, Mr. Speaker. To me, that is deliberate, that is deceitful, and it is despicable. We've had the statement, the promise in the last election, that the government, that the Conservatives, if elected to government, would never tax income trusts. Now, they couldn't have been any clearer about their intention. They must have known the risk that, in fact, other companies in the future might turn into income trusts, but they decided to take the chance, to be reckless, and made the promise anyway. And what did they do? They broke their word and wiped out the savings of thousands of savers, of seniors who relied on their word. What kind of a Prime Minister is that? What kind of a government is that? Deliberate, deceitful, and despicable, Mr. Speaker. We have a Prime Minister who pledges in writing to uphold the Atlantic Accord, the accords with Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador, who then rips them both up and throws them in the faces of the people of those two provinces. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's an old Gaelic proverb that some of my colleagues may have heard by now because it was in a brochure that was sent out by Conservative MPs in those two provinces during the negotiation of the Accords. And the old Gaelic proverb is, there is no greater fraud than a promise not kept. Not my words, Mr. Speaker. That proverb is from a brochure sent out by Conservatives during the negotiation of the offshore Accords. So they should be familiar with that because it was part of their propaganda strategy. Now, it's ironic that we see a time now when their own words come back to haunt them in the wake of what can only be described, and what has been described by the premiers of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, by the Minister of Finance of Nova Scotia, as a betrayal. Even the candidate, even the Conservative candidate in the riding of Halifax is recognizing this as a betrayal and that she cannot accept this part of the budget. Deliberate, deceitful, and despicable, Mr. Speaker. That's the description of this government. What did Danny Williams say about this government and its nature and the way it has been behaving on a variety of matters? He said, this is the same Prime Minister who basically reneged on money for women, for literacy groups, for volunteers, students, minority rights, has not lived up to the Kyoto Accord for Aboriginal people. Deliberate, deceitful, and despicable. That's what the Conservative government is all about, Mr. Speaker, as we've seen in so many examples. The Prime Minister broke his promises, clear promises, in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador. You know, I know the Accord pretty well. I was part of the negotiations, and the words in it, it says, in fact, that the Accord applies to the equalization program as it exists at the time. So no matter how the program changes, the provisions of the Accord and the benefits that flow from it still apply. They still flow. You can't say, as the Minister of Finance tries to do, that you can still have the Accord, but you can only apply it to the old equalization. You can't have the new equalization and the Accord. That's not the deal that was signed. That isn't the deal we made. That isn't the deal that Conservative MPs from Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia argued for so vehemently in this House 2 years or so ago. Deliberate, deceitful, and despicable, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotia's Finance Minister, Michael Baker, a progressive Conservative, in his budget speech not long ago, Friday, March 23rd, said this: the new federal equalization formula essentially forces Nova Scotia to give up a portion of potential future revenues that were guaranteed under the offshore accord. And as the media said, they talked about last week's hatchet job on the offshore accord is one of the ways they described it. This again proved that Canadians cannot trust this Prime Minister, unfortunately, to keep his word or even to honour a signed contract. Phenomenal. Who would have thunk it, Mr. Speaker? Disappointing, this is. Disappointing, deceitful, and deliberate. Yes, disingenuous it is to say that you're not going to tax income trust and then to do it. To say you're going to respect the offshore accords, knowing what they contain, and then not do it. That is absolutely disingenuous, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that Canadians, and certainly in my province and in Newfoundland and Labrador, but all across this country, they will hold Conservative MPs to account for the promises they break.
They see them for what they
are. Back in 2004, my honourable colleague, Member of Parliament for South Shore St. Margaret's, said this, and I quote, "This is the future of Nova Scotia. This is about fairness, about honesty, and about keeping promises," unquote. Well, what's he saying now? He says now, if Nova Scotia has to give up the accord, it wouldn't be so bad. It wouldn't be so bad. What a change. What happened? Major change. What happened? How did he become suddenly such a changed person? How did he go from a Conservative MP from Nova Scotia, a Nova Scotia Member of Parliament, to a hypocrite, Mr. Speaker? But it's a decision that he's made.
The honourable member for Halifax West knows that I've been very attentive to his speech. He also knows that I've been respectful of his experience in this House, and that experience is sufficient for him to know not to identify by name any member of this House. So he may want to go on with his train of thought, but not get me up again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your attentiveness, and I'll certainly take your advice. As always, let me turn now to the member for, let me just say that the decision made by my honourable colleague for South Shore St. Margaret's was a deliberate decision. It was disappointing. It was deliberate, and I think it was deceitful. Here's what the member for Cumberland Colchester said in 2004, and I quote, I call on the government to just get down to the point and say, we made a promise, now we are going to keep it, unquote. Well, now he's changed his mind. He decided to say that the important thing is that Nova Scotia can choose. Well, I've already explained what this choice is about. It's not the deal we made. It isn't the deal, this choosing nonsense, isn't the deal that he and his colleagues insisted that our province deserved. That was disappointing, deceitful, and deliberate. In March of last year, when the finance minister, the new finance minister, the so-called, after 15 months, you can hardly call him new, but he said that equalization had been made a mess because of these deals with Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador. The Conservative members of Parliament from those two provinces made the decision, deliberate decision, to say nothing then. Plain disappointing, Mr. Speaker. And what is the part-time ACOA minister saying today? Well, the poor member for Central Nova is so despondent about this betrayal, there are unsubstantiated reports that he spent the weekend after the budget planting potatoes. But he got over it, apparently, because when Nova Scotians said it was a betrayal. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure where to start with that speech. It lacked any basis in fact whatsoever and rambled from one area to the next. But one thing I would like to ask, since the member brought it up, I'd love to know why the member stands up for corporate tax holidays. In fact, I mentioned a little while ago, I read in the Toronto Star today, a paper that generally is quite favourable to the member's party, that following this line of thought that they happen to be on, which is supporting a corporate tax holiday, corporations not paying their fair share of tax, that's not going to ring very well in the homes of Canadian voters. I'd like to know what the member's own constituents in the province of Nova Scotia think about his stance in supporting corporate tax holidays. I'd love to hear that.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if my honourable colleague knows, my comments have entire basis in fact. And the first question I would have for him, Mr. Speaker, when he poses this kind of a comment, is to ask him, how is it that he didn't make those same complaints about a policy of not allowing income trusts when his party promised it during the election? Why didn't he object then? Where were his objections? Where were these strong and vehement opposition comments in relation to this issue when his own party was promising it wouldn't tax income trusts? So suddenly he's got a totally different point of view, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, I'm glad he commented because it gives me the chance to remind members that when Nova Scotians talked about what happened in our province as a betrayal, the minister for the province said, get over it. He said, we'll see you in court. What kind of an attitude is that, Mr. Speaker? It is a shameful response.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Ordinary Canadians are paying more and more for drugs, and last year the average increase is 9%, actually every year since 2000. And it's cost about $20 billion for Canadians to buy drugs, and it has doubled the amount spent on prescription drugs since 1999. So there are, we also know that at least 4 million people in Canada that have no access to a public or private insurance plan for drugs. It is really time for a public pharmacare program. The Liberals didn't deliver it, even though it was promised, and the Conservative in this budget has no pharmacare program. What is the member planning to do about that?
Honourable member for Halifax West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague Trinity Spadina raises an important issue. It certainly wasn't one that I had a chance to address in my comments, but she's entitled to raise it. And, you know, all of us are concerned, I think, about the rising cost of prescription drugs and the need to provide for that. But I think my honourable colleague forgets when she talks about, by the way, the 12 years and 2 months the Liberals were in government. She seems to forget when we arrived in government, there was a $42 billion deficit. Now, I know that never was an issue or of concern to the NDP, and that they never supported any of the measures taken to deal with that deficit and get it under control and put our country and its economy in a much better basis, on a basis that provided thousands and millions of jobs across this country. You know, we recall the the 93 election when Kim Campbell, then leader of the Conservatives and Prime Minister, said, well, there'll be no jobs created until the year 2000. Well, there were 2 million, as it turned out, under a Liberal government between 93, it was 93 as a matter of fact, and between that period, 93 and 2000, there were 2 million jobs created because the economy was put in a better position, and it meant that it reduced poverty. It meant it allowed us to put money into health care. It meant it allowed us to do all kinds of good things. Okay, and there were not many of those the NDP supported, but there were 1 or 2 of those they actually supported, but never any of the efforts to get us in the place to do it. Thank you.
Turn of the century.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Juan de Fuca has time for a short question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, who I thought gave an inspired speech, a very simple question. Simply this. The Conservative government raised taxes on the poor. Yes. Why does he think that the Conservative government violated one of the basic principles of a government is to care for that group which is most needy in our society? And does he not think the right thing to do would have been to drop the taxes on the lowest income earners in this country?
Member for Esquimalt Juan de Fuca has burned the clock, so that will be a very short answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, in the last budget a year ago, the Conservatives raised income taxes on people in the lowest income bracket. It was an outrageous thing, and I have no excuse for it.
Debate the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today and have an opportunity to speak to the budget implementation bill, especially from the perspective of residents of East Vancouver. Mr. Speaker, a budget is a test and a measure for any government. And to me, a budget is about who wins and who loses, and who actually who is gaining in a budget and who is losing. When we look at the Conservative budget that was brought out a couple of months ago, I think it's very clear that for many Canadians, they felt like they lost in this budget. When you look at a riding like East Vancouver and you see some of the pressing issues that people are dealing with on a daily basis, there was really nothing in this budget that helped people. It strikes me as a massive contradiction that on the one hand, we can spend billions of dollars in Afghanistan. I think we've spent more than $4 billion to date on a war that is simply unwinnable, on a mission that's totally wrong for Canada, and yet we can ignore pressing issues in our own country on things such as homelessness or lack of affordable housing. In Vancouver and in British Columbia, we're getting ready for the Olympics in 2010, and there's certainly a lot of pride and a lot of activity that's taking place, but there's also a lot of concern that as we approach the Olympics, things are going to get very expensive, that we don't have the right kind of investment in our social infrastructure, and that a lot of people are going to get left behind. One of the recent initiatives that took place that I think was a remarkable process that brought together government representatives, city representatives, NGO representatives, local community groups, business representatives, was the 2010 BC Inner City Housing Table that looked at issues around the Olympics, particularly focusing on housing. And what is remarkable is that diverse group of organizations and different interests came together and agreed that for the 2010 Olympics, we need to build minimum 3,200 units of social and affordable housing in the city of Vancouver. And if we don't do that, then we're going to see a real tragedy take place. Already we've seen homelessness double in Vancouver in the GVRD over the last few years. I raise this because, to me, housing is a very basic human right. Housing is a very basic issue that affects Canadians. If you don't have adequate, safe, affordable, secure housing, then pretty well everything else in your life is going to go wrong. It's a basic thing that needs to be there. So when you look at the fact that homelessness has actually doubled, and there are many more tens of thousands of people who are threatened or on the verge of being homelessness, then to me it is simply astounding that in this last federal budget put forward by the Conservative government, there wasn't any new money for an affordable housing strategy, not even a housing strategy that would have focused on the so-called marketplace, never mind co-op housing or social housing, which I know the Conservatives generally are ideologically opposed to. So this is a very glaring omission in the Conservative budget, and it's something that concerns us greatly, not only in my own community of East Vancouver, but in British Columbia generally. Even the BC Liberal government has woken up to the reality to some extent on the housing crisis in British Columbia, and recently announced a number of initiatives that would begin to take at least some initial steps to deal with the housing crisis that is going to loom greater and greater as we approach the 2010 Olympics. But the large question that people have is, where's the federal government? Why is the federal government not at the table to provide a strategy and the funding complement to ensure that people aren't sleeping on the street, to ensure that people aren't paying 40, 50, and 60% of their income for housing, to ensure that people have the right and access to secure, safe, and affordable housing. So, Mr. Speaker, that's one very severe problem in this budget, is that on the one hand we're spending billions of dollars in Afghanistan. This budget is continuing with the $8 billion corporate tax cuts, and yet it's not focusing any attention or any money to a basic need such as housing. And I have to say that, let's be very clear, it's not a lack of fiscal capacity. This federal government is rolling in cash. We've seen a $13 billion surplus last year. We've seen a $5 billion surplus this year. But there's what I find in the last two Conservative budgets is that they're very ideologically driven. They're driven in terms of offering a few tax incentives. They're driven in terms of providing a few individual incentives, but they do nothing to eliminate the growing inequities that we see in our society, where the gap between poverty and wealth is getting bigger and bigger. And so, a budget, to me, is an opportunity for a government, any government, but particularly the federal government, to look at that big picture, to look at that macro picture, to look at the fact that we've lost 250,000 manufacturing jobs since 2002, to look at the fact that we have a housing crisis, to look at the fact that most women in this country find it harder and harder to keep pace, and most families find it harder and harder to keep pace because A, they can't find childcare, and B, if they do, they can't afford it. So, Mr. Speaker, those are some of the measures in a federal government, in a federal budget, and it's very, very disappointing, and that's certainly an understatement, to see that this federal budget did not address any of those questions. Most of the groups that I know and work with in my riding have been struggling even to keep going. Many of them faced a lot of difficulties in even knowing if they would get the limited funds that they have to continue in the new fiscal year, whether it was arts groups, whether it was housing groups who rely on emergency housing programs, or whether it was women's programs. And so even at that very sort of basic frontline service delivery level, a lot of organizations have been thrown into near crisis because they could not get a clear answer as to whether or not their very small operating funds were actually going to come through under the Conservative government. So that's a pretty sad state of affairs. I know that in the Aboriginal community, for example, there are a lot of organizations that are really struggling to make ends meet. The demands that they face in terms of providing emergency programs, shelter programs, training programs are enormous. The need that's out there in the community is simply enormous. In the 10 years that I've been an MP, whether it was under the Liberal government and now under the Conservative government, we've seen these demands get bigger and bigger. And I think what's happened in this country is that the social safety net that people used to be very proud of, not only does it have holes in it, but it's now really non-existent. You look at another group, such as artists. I have a lot of artists in East Vancouver. There's nothing in this budget, even a simple thing like tax averaging, that would give artists a little bit of a break. So I have to say, Mr. Speaker, certainly within the NDP, we voted against the budget because we thought it was a dismal failure. It wasn't placing the priorities where they needed to be. It's a budget that is clearly directed towards corporate elites in this country, and it's not a budget that is directed towards meeting the needs that people have on a daily basis, whether it's healthcare, drug costs, housing, childcare, support for Aboriginal people, dealing with women's programs. I mean, the list just goes on and on, not to mention students. How long have we stood up in this House and talked about the terrible situation that students face, where their debt load has increased, tuition I think has tripled in the last 15 years. I mean, again, this would have been an opportunity for the federal government to take some real concrete steps in saying, you know, if we believe in our future generation, we're actually going to make sure that post-secondary education is accessible. Well, unfortunately, it's becoming less and less accessible because the federal government has moved away from supporting post-secondary education. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that from the point of view of my local community, from the point of view of a national perspective and even our international obligations, this budget got a failing grade, and that's why we're opposing it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly heard a lot of ideology from the member. I think what we're trying to do is speak to the pragmatic part of what Canadians are looking for. And I heard a lot of ideology. I heard a lot of ideology preached today, but I didn't hear a lot of fact. And while the member may speak specifically about social housing and say that it isn't in the budget, it astounds me to hear the member say that and not support this budget, because incorporated within the context of this budget is the $800 million in social housing that was allocated in the 2006 budget to be carried over 2 years.
That's right.
All of those funds,
right.
every last cent,
Everyone.
Mr. Speaker, put into a third-party trust account to ensure that it was going to be spent the way that it was supposed to.
That's right.
I would ask the member why she didn't support that part of affordable housing that obviously was going to be invested across this country.
Big investment.
$312 million in Ontario, for example, Mr. Speaker, and millions in British Columbia. I don't know whether the Liberal government in British Columbia has determined whether they should or should not be spending that money yet, but those funds for the last two budgets have been allocated directly into that fund. So I would ask the member, there's lots we can talk about in terms of tax fairness. In fact, measures within the budget that she and her party said they supported and are now voting against.
That's right.
But speaking specifically to the point that she made about affordable housing, which is factually incorrect, it was in the 2006 budget, and rest assured, Mr. Speaker, it is there in 2007.
That's right. Good question.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. All I can say is thank God for the NDP that we were here to get at least that amount of money in a previous government's budget, and then to force the Conservatives to carry it over. What I pointed out correctly, that there was no new money in this federal budget to deal with the housing crisis across this country. So I would correct the member on that point. I'd also like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that one of the things that slipped through in this budget that was of a lot of concern is that the Conservatives have fundamentally changed Canada's drug strategy. I'm not talking about prescription drugs, but illicit drugs. And they've basically now changed the so-called four-pillar approach that includes law enforcement, prevention, treatment, and harm reduction, and they've dropped harm reduction. It was buried in the budget, and I think this should be a very alarming signal to a lot of the organizations across the country who have worked very, very hard on harm reduction, things like needle exchanges and the safe injection site in my riding in the downtown east side. So this, again, brings me back to my point that this was very much an ideologically driven budget, that the Conservatives actually ignore real evidence that's out there in terms of what works, whether it's on a drug strategy, whether it's on a housing investment, whether it's on public transit. They actually ignore the evidence that's out there and basically produce a budget that is, very core to their political and ideological agenda. And that's why we have to get up here and we have to tell you that it's a failure. It doesn't work for, most of the people that I represent. There might be the odd thing here and there, but overall, the major points in people's lives, whether it's housing, childcare, jobs, EI, dealing with a drug strategy, support for women, none of those things are in this budget.
The honourable member for Brant, a short question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the speech of the member from Vancouver East, and she mentioned various groups who have been, my phrasing, left behind as a result of this budget. She mentioned students, artists, Aboriginals, and a few others. She made no mention, Mr. Speaker, of single seniors. And all that I get from the budget is a provision for pension splitting among senior couples, but nothing whatsoever in the budget which provides for single seniors. And I'm wondering if, in fact, the member opposite agrees with that and what her thought is about that.
The honourable member for Vancouver East should know
Thank
that
you
there
very
are
much, Mr.
15
Speaker,
seconds to
I
respond.
would concur that the issue of seniors, particularly single seniors, and particularly women who live below the poverty line, I forget what the percentage rate is, but it's very high, is another part of our community that we're completely overlooked in this.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to be able to rise in this House to talk about what I think ordinary Canadians want to see in a budget, and juxtapose that with what we actually get from this government. In fact, Speaker, the budget really is the foundation. It's a critical social contract that any government has with its citizens. And what we've seen in this budget from this government is that there's a contract that seems to have been broken. I listened carefully to one of the government members get up and ask about supporting this budget because of affordable housing. And I'm glad that my colleague from Vancouver got up and set the record straight. I know if we hadn't been here in this place to make sure that corporate tax cuts weren't put in the front of the line ahead of affordable housing, we'd have many of our citizens that wouldn't have any supports at all for affordable housing. So, when they say you should have supported the budget, last budget or this budget, because of the money for affordable housing, it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious, because, in fact, this government has no interest in using the public dollars investments in things like affordable housing. And you have to recall, Mr. Speaker, that last budget, at the last hour, they put money into trusts for things like affordable housing for Aboriginal peoples and First Nations. And they wanted to, get a deal from us to support them on the budget if they would commit to keeping the money that was already committed and put it into the next year's budget. And of course, we said no, because the money was already there, and they then put it ahead into the budget. So that's the real story on this government and affordable housing. They're just taking money from Bill C-48, as you know, Mr. Speaker, because I know you follow these things, and putting it in place and saying that they've actually done something. Nothing could be further from the truth. They're abandoning people on the issue of affordable housing, and that affects all of us. If you look at what's missing in this budget, Mr. Speaker, long-term care and home care for seniors. I've spent the last couple of months going door to door to seniors, in seniors' residence in the downtown area here, and it's appalling. We have seniors who are abandoned. They're not getting the care they need when they need it. They get one level of government giving little pittance of support, another level of government taking it away, and they're tired of that. They're tired of government not being there for them. Families are being squeezed. I had a gentleman come into my office just 2 weeks ago, and he's feeling the squeeze on his income as he tries to help his mother. He has to be there for her because no one else is. He doesn't begrudge supporting her, but he's wondering where his government is, the government that he pays taxes to. He wants the services for the taxes that he pays. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear. He does not want another tax cut. Before we get into more tax cuts, what he's been saying to me, before we start into more tax cuts, he wants to see home care for his mother. He wants to see pharmaceutical care for his mother. He wants to see support for his mother. He would like a nurse to be able to come in and see his mother, not for any luxurious kind of visit, for basic care, for basic primary care. He's not getting that from his government, and we're not getting it from this budget, and that's why I believe we can't support it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when you look at how we're treating seniors and how this government, it's not good enough to say, oh, they have a deduction here or a deduction there, when the core services that they need in their community are not there for them now. So with all due respect to this government, before you come to this place and say, oh, here's another tax cut, take a look, take an inventory in what is going on in our communities. And before you propose another tax cut, take a look at the waiting lists for housing. Take a look at the waiting list for long-term care. Take a look at the waiting list for home care. And tell my constituents, tell the seniors in my community, oh, it's good enough that you get up to an hour a week, and don't fob it off on the provinces, because that's the politics of shame when you do that. So, Mr. Speaker, when we look at what's in it for seniors, it fails. When we take a look at housing, it fails. When we take a look at students, you know, it's interesting. The bookends of our society, when we look at those who have helped build this country, who need supports now, who were there for us when they helped put this country together, built our communities. And look at the other end, the other bookend, and look at students. You know, Mr. Speaker, I paid $1,200 for my tuition. And you look at students in my constituency who are going to Carleton University, who are going to the University of Ottawa. Ask them how much they're paying for tuition, Mr. Speaker, and it will blow you away. $5,000 to $6,000 for tuition. That's not good enough for them. So we look at what we're doing for young people, for them to get training in post-secondary education or training for jobs, or just a hand up to help them as they move along in terms of the next step in their life, and that's education. We're failing them. Nothing in this budget for them that's of any substance at all. And it's not good enough for them. It's not good enough for their parents who are being squeezed. And they are being squeezed, Mr. Speaker. If we look at, as we have mentioned in our party, the prosperity gap that is ever widening. We're talking about people who are on the margins, who are falling off the table. And not only them, and this is what is stunning to see, we're seeing those in our middle class being squeezed so that they have to make very difficult choices. And often, as you will appreciate in the so-called sandwich generation, they're having to make choices about who do they help, the senior, their parents, or their son or daughter who's trying to make it in university or in post-secondary education. And that's not right. When we had a $13 billion surplus without a debate about where that money goes, it's absolutely wrong. We could do better. We should do better. And this budget doesn't do better. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, I recall the former government and this party at the time saying, where's the debate on where our surplus goes? They were high, they were mighty, and where are those words now? Gone, ether, evaporated. And they've evaporated at the cost of those who are most vulnerable in our society. We can do better. When you sit around the kitchen table and you talk about what's important in your family, do you look at the roof in your home and you say, well, let's go build a white picket fence around it? No. You deal with what's important. You deal with the hole in your roof. And we've got a hole in our roof, Mr. Speaker. It's called the prosperity gap. And that hole is getting ever bigger and wider. And this government seems to think it's fine. So what they're going to do is they're going to go and put a toll on the road outside and hand you a nickel and say it's fine. Well, it's not fine. It's not good economics. It's not sound investment. And it's very poor policy, Mr. Speaker. If I can turn to where this budget fails on not just seniors, not just young people, but where it fails on the infrastructure of this country. I'll just turn to our cities, Mr. Speaker. It was very clear from mayors of small towns, big cities, that the government, this government, our government, needs to do more. It needs to do more to build the infrastructure to make our cities livable, to make them environmentally more sustainable, to make sure that the air we breathe is, when you send children out to play, you shouldn't have to have a health advisory before they do that. That's what's happening. My colleague from Windsor told me horrific stories about kids going out and because of the quality of the air, they're not able to go outside on some days. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We could have done something about it. Could have had a transportation policy in this country that would have helped all of our kids, all of our citizens in the long term. And that's not in this budget. And quite frankly, the fact that you can write off your bus pass, which we had to make sure the government fixed because they messed that up too, isn't good enough because these buses aren't going far enough. There isn't a train in this city because of this government and not supporting what we had was a light rail plan. And we need to see more substantive commitments. We need to see a better commitment. And that's why our party, this party, can't support this government's budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Blackstrap.
The member says that we've done nothing for education. We've spent more on education than any government has. And just this year, we proposed to increase the Canada social transfer by $800 million per year, beginning in 2008-2009, to ensure that the provinces have the resources that they need to maintain and strengthen Canada's colleges, universities, and including better access. We also raised the minimum amount of the Canada Education Savings Grant, which is directly to help the poorer families. Another initiative that we have done that certainly helps a lot of people is our national anti-drug strategy, because as he knows, that is certainly one thing that's happening that's causing lots of problems along the poorer families and a lot of families in our province and in the streets. So in fact, it's his party that suggests that's why there is so much homelessness, is because we do have some huge problems with crystal meth and other illicit drugs. So we have taken that we've taken that under control with an anti-drug strategy, or hope to. And so some of the things that their party has asked us for, we have put through in our budget, but we've done it with a strategy and with a focus, so that we are going to help the real people and the real people that will benefit the most from it. And it won't go just to governments; it'll go to directly to some of the like for our universal child care benefit goes directly to the child. So we are addressing education as the drug strategy. So I think that the member has gotten a little bit carried away with rhetoric when he speaks about what we aren't doing. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think I was being carried away with rhetoric when I talked about how much I paid in tuition, and I'm not sure what the member paid in tuition, and maybe she would have an opportunity to tell us that and compare that with what students are paying right now. Did she pay more than $1,200 a year? Perhaps. But the reality is that students right now are paying $6,000 a year for tuition. That's a fact. That's not rhetoric. Ask any student. The other issue she brought up was the fact that passing this money on to people, real people should call them, and I'm not sure what she meant by that, but at any rate, to distinguish them from other people, I suppose, but is that the money that is being passed on for childcare, my colleague from Toronto has pointed out that it's not real childcare. In fact, what many people are waking up to now is that this money that was supposed to be there for them for childcare is actually being taxed back. Finally, if you want to talk about a drug strategy, let's start talking. Why do people turn to drugs? Well, they don't turn to drugs because everything's going well in their life. And, you have to take a look at the social determinants of health. If they don't have a job, they don't have a place to live, if they don't have supports within their community. That's what one of the indicators of health is, and that's one of the ways to fight drug abuse. And how about having some nurses and public health officials there, real people, as I might quote her, to be there for them when they need that help. They're not in our communities. They're not in our schools. We need those public health nurses there. And that requires real commitment from this government, and that's not in this budget.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas should know that there's a minute left for both the question and the answer.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I know that the member for Ottawa Centre and I have similar ridings in that we both have large immigrant populations, and he will know that Statistics Canada recently reported that the prosperity gap for immigrants is increasing in Canada, that it's now over 3 times as likely if you're an immigrant that you'll live in poverty in Canada. Now, one of the things this budget does is promise more money around the issue of international credential recognition. But what it does is put forward some money towards a referral agency. Well, Mr. Speaker, I find that a little insulting of the people who are struggling to have their credentials recognized and work at the professions that they were called to and have been trained for and have experience in. They've knocked on every door in this country to try and find work in their field and have been denied every step along the way. They don't need a referral agency, Mr. Speaker. They need some real help. And I wonder if the member could comment on that issue.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas left 20 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question. They have failed in this. We understood there was going to be a strategy that would be comprehensive. Now, as he has pointed out, sadly, it's a referral service. The men and women who need this help need more than that.
Debate, the honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This budget of 700 pages should have said a lot, but what it doesn't say also speaks volumes. I'm going to address some remarks today about regional economic expansion, particularly for Ontario with regards to the FedNAR program. When I was mayor of the City of Thunder Bay and also as president of the Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association, during particularly difficult times in the 1990s, regional economic expansion programs such as FedNAR were essentially, in many cases, the only economic activity for many communities during those difficult years, and certainly the only source of support. Recently, the province of Ontario, and I recognize them for coming through, has allocated more resources through a program known as the Heritage Fund. Nonetheless, when we try to compare what that means province by province, territory by territory, regional program by regional program, because regional economic expansion isn't mentioned in the budget, comparing Ontario's $60 million that they give for their Heritage Fund versus a $36 million funding program for FedNAR, which is reduced from the $5 million from what it was the year previously, we know that these programs are essentially the catalyst for economic diversification and growth in many areas. By not restoring the budget cut, most of the municipalities of Ontario that are eligible for FedNAR, so we're talking 446 municipalities in total in Ontario, of which roughly 420 would be under 250,000. So we're talking a huge number of municipalities that are simply going to have to compete for a relatively small amount of money. So with decision-making now left in the minister's hands, it really emphasizes the need for a full-time minister for this particular portfolio. When people read that budget of close to 700 pages and they don't see any mention whatsoever, they get a little nervous. And you can't blame anybody for feeling that way, because people who understand regional economics know that underutilization of a resource is as bad as the underfunding that accompanies it. FedNAR itself is what could one be described as under-resourced. And an appropriate response in the past budget would have been to restore the money that was cut, and indeed to ensure that there was more local authority so that we could see some of these larger projects in the $500,000 range. This is the time really in the regions and the small communities of Canada for the government to not only get more involved, but to restore the confidence and commitment that they used to have. This, of course, isn't a complaint about the field staff. We have excellent field staff across Northern Ontario, and indeed the definition now of Northern Ontario federally extends into the Southern Ontario Muskokas, whereas provincially it's at the French River. So I'm not complaining about the fact that as an MP I don't get invited or notified of the announcements. It's the business community that is coming to me and saying they can't wait for 15 or 18 months for notification whether they've been successful or not, or whether it's going ahead or not. And these time delays have now become unconscionable. So the budget should have addressed this. No decisions means business, whether business and non-governmental organizations are really wallowing in an era of not knowing. And that is very difficult. And I think one thing that if I could impress today on the government side is that the Conservatives must realize that in communities, small communities, a little actually goes a very long way. And that kind of support would be very helpful. As I've been touring Northern Ontario and talking to people, this is what the business community says. We don't need any more worries. We don't need any more uncertainty. So by the budget not mentioning the regions, it means that these communities need to be reassured. And it's time for us in government to recognize the needs of region, and that government should really not be excluding these major parts of our country. Throughout the budget, they talk about diversification. But if the tools aren't there for small communities to utilize this, then how is government going to help these communities get through that transition? When I was president of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, I was part of the team that was lobbying the federal government and the provincial government to ensure that the gas taxes would be utilized for communities large and small. In Ontario, we're successful in having them allocate 2 cents per litre for public transit. And that is a very significant contribution and has been in effect, and each municipality that utilizes it is very grateful for it. Federally, through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the gas tax was lobbied for. A share of it to go into infrastructure or for those projects deemed worthwhile by communities. And the second component of that was the GST rebate. The third part, of course, was the infrastructure funding. One of the concerns now that we did not see in the budget, and although there is reference to some continuation of this funding, is the need, and something municipalities have been asking for, is the permanence, so that they can plan long range, so that they can know that this is not going to end in 3 or 4 years. They have to be able to plan farther ahead, because many of the projects that municipalities are involved in now really are so capital intensive. Water system, revamping of waste treatment plants, those kinds of things become a very large commitment and very time demanding commitments. So, people of Ontario, my riding Thunder Bay Rainy River, which extends from Lake Superior to the Manitoba border, driving 7.5 hours over 2 time zones. We have 27 communities. When they see that the previous allocation of $298 million over 3 years had to address somewhere in the vicinity of 420 municipalities, you can see that there's a vast concern that there be enough to warrant supporting the municipalities who have infrastructural deficits. So let's address it in that way, that the cost of applying even for that limited amount of money means that small communities who don't have the resources to pay for the engineers and the designers in the first place, their question essentially is, if we had the money, we would do it. But we don't have the money, and now they've been reduced to essentially a lottery system. And so when Thank you, members opposite. So when people are applying, they want the federal government to apply a fair funding formula, and that was a gap that I believe that almost all members here, whether they're urban or rural or represent small communities or any hybrid of those, understand the need that municipalities are applying because they have determined needs. They wouldn't be applying just for the fun of it. And it means that we have to eliminate the lottery system and get into some sort of priority system so that if you apply in year 1 and you don't get it, and you're still applying in year 3 and you don't get it, well, that doesn't help the bridge that you want to be repaired. So I'm asking the minister to really reconsider that. As importantly, there are pockets of the country, and I know many of the urban people may have a difficult time understanding this, but high-speed broadband is something that all Canadians deserve in much the same way as we expect effective telephone service. And we've now come into an era where it's almost indispensable for business, for health, for education. So that need also is a glaring gap in the budget. Mr. Speaker, I believe that for the good things in a surplus budget, there are some things that still need to be addressed, and I ask the government to reconsider those. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent speech. I have a very simple question for him. When the Conservative government came to power, they did something which I think was a massive financial blunder. They actually dropped the GST, a consumption tax, and they raised the lowest tax and also lowered the basic personal exemption. Now, most economists would say that reducing a consumption tax is one of the most inefficient ways of stimulating the economy, and a much better idea is to keep money in the hands of people, money in people's pockets. So when I want to ask my colleague, does he not think that a smarter idea, a much more intelligent idea that the government should have adopted is to go and reduce the lowest tax rate from 15.5% down to 15%, which is what we did, or lower it further, and raise the basic personal exemption, rather the blunder of decreasing the GST, which is a very costly, inefficient way of attempting to stimulate the economy.
Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing about value-added taxes which are around the world is that their goal is essentially to assist the lowest income levels. So by reducing them so that they don't actually help, so that the person who buys the Mercedes for $100,000 ends up not paying as much tax as someone who'd buy a lower-priced vehicle, then we're defeating the whole purpose of value-added taxes such as the GST. So the number of people who've come to my office saying, I thought the taxes were being lowered, but mine has gone up. And that was, the fact that it went up from 15 to 15.5 really shocked many people. And the people who do it are the people who walk to my office. They don't even probably take the bus there. They certainly don't drive there, but they can see the difference quite tangibly. When you're in the lower income, 0.5% is a great deal of money. And we have to understand that these people really watch and budget their money accordingly. So for them, it is very difficult, Mr. Speaker, to see this and try and understand what the effect of a large-scale GST cut when it affects them directly in a very personal way. So from an environmental standpoint, I also believe that value-added taxes such as the GST kept at its previous level would actually have been more helpful in addressing many of the concerns that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member, one of the aspects of the budget that concerns me greatly is the facilitation of the entry of temporary foreign workers into Canada. The government has sunk a lot of money in this budget into expediting that process, making it easier for temporary foreign workers to come to Canada to work. But there's no guarantee that Canadians will actually get first crack at the jobs that are available here in Canada. There's nothing, for instance, that ensures the mobility of Canadian workers to travel from across the country to take up a job in another part of the country. There's the whole problem of flawed labour market studies, which don't estimate the availability of Canadian workers properly as well, and overinflate the need for foreign workers. And there's also the problem of temporary foreign workers often being some of the most exploited workers in our country, and we have a long history of that. That employment and workplace standards are not well policed for temporary foreign workers. And there's nothing in this budget to ensure that with increased numbers of foreign workers coming here, that those standards are going to be maintained. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't think anybody wants to see projects not go uncompleted because there aren't workers to do the job. But shouldn't Canadians get first crack at those jobs, and shouldn't there be something in the budget to make sure that that happens, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River, 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the question is valid because over the course of time and meeting with representatives from national Canadian unions and labour groups who are trying to actually move skilled workers from province to province and finding different standards and difficulties in getting them transferred, the question in terms of unskilled workers is as valid because there probably are enough people in this country who would willingly move to places of employment should they get the type of assistance that should be addressed in the budget. And by that I mean some kind of mobility allowance, some kind of retraining, and some kind of assistance, because if it's needed, and there's an obvious need if we have to go to this length to advertise in other countries when we know that we have unemployment rates of 6 and 7% and sometimes higher in some of the regions, that it's the regions that suffer.
Debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the opportunity to speak to the budget. Very important for Canadians to look at the budget in a holistic sense, but at the same time, with 10 minutes, I have limited time, and I will focus my comments around manufacturing, in particular to the auto industry. But, Mr. Speaker, it's important to acknowledge that, I'm not going to sit here and stand and say that everything is bad in the budget, but I can tell you that there are so many problems with this particular budget. It's not worthy of support, and it's not what Canadians expected, Mr. Speaker. We didn't expect to see a government so quickly adopt the predecessor's tactics of basically withdrawing from any type of vision of what Canada can be and where we're going to go in the next century. And, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note on the manufacturing aspect side that we've had plenty of warning signs out there. Since 2002 of November, there's been approximately 250,000 manufacturing jobs lost in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, this is billions of dollars of annual tax revenue, not only just from the companies, but also the workers. Because when workers lose their job in the manufacturing sector, and the CLC, the Canadian Labour Congress, was apt to point this out, they usually lose about 25% of their income in terms of when they try to find another job. And, Mr. Speaker, I know this government has been attempting to concoct a type of a strategy around the environment that is one that is placate some people and is one that they feel is they can sell to Canadians, but it's not working. The most recent being the Minister of the Environment that put out a doomsday scenario that manufacturing is going to lose, but at the same time he's been willful part of this government not addressing the manufacturing sector. And it's important that I stand up here, Mr. Speaker, and I not just criticize but offer solutions. And that's what happened, Mr. Speaker, with the Industry, Science and Technology Committee, where we actually took a full year to study the issues under manufacturing. We understood that the industry was hemorrhaging losses, that workers were feeling more discontent with their future. They felt that they had an opportunity that was going to be lost, and we witnessed job after job loss. And so we expected the budget to actually reflect some of the recommendations that were unanimously supported, Mr. Speaker. What that meant is that we all had to compromise. And that takes a lot of will, it takes a lot of effort, but it shows the gravity of the seriousness of the manufacturing sector when all political parties, despite their ideologies, their backgrounds, and their political, maneuvering that they want to do on an issue, decide to come together and bring forward a unanimous report with over 22 recommendations. And, Mr. Speaker, those recommendations were put forth to this government to act upon, and not a single one of them got actually recommended. Not a single one, Mr. Speaker, despite the unanimous support of the committee tabling the document to the minister in a minority parliament. Now, what type of totalitarian government do we have that won't even listen to the democratic will of members of Parliament as opposed to the lobbyists? And it's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. There was one half measure, and it was a capital cost reduction allowance that was provided, a very good thing that needs to be done, but they did it for 2 years, Mr. Speaker. I put in a specific amendment for 5 years, and then that actually be reviewed for a potential further 5 years. And what did they do? They didn't act on it. And I don't understand that, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand the fact that we have all the evidence in front of us, and they only did 2 years. And, Mr. Speaker, in particular, the auto industry is suffering quite significantly right now. From Windsor, Ontario, I can tell you that my constituents go home every single night with a more uncertain future. From everything from Daimler Chrysler looking to spin off the Chrysler division, from everything like Ford not making renewed investment, and the timetable shows that they should, and General Motors, who have now, because of the budget and because of the government's decision to continue to pursue a deal with South Korea that will put the auto industry basically on the auction block, have said they put investment on hold. Investment on hold, Mr. Speaker. That's the result of what's happened. And it's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because there's good things happening in our plants. There's good workers that are in those plants. There are value-added jobs that are in our plants. And we're not doing that. And they've ignored that concept, Mr. Speaker. They've gone with the ideological point that we're just going to do general corporate tax reductions. But that's not been the case of what's necessary. We've seen some incentives go to some of these plants to try to procure them to keep them here. But ironically, sometimes those incentives result in less jobs. Like there's no strategy. And the most recently being the most egregious one, Mr. Speaker, has been the fee baits. The fee baits that were introduced into the budget. And I'm going to go through 10 reasons on these fee baits, Mr. Speaker, that are very curious and are very problematic because we all want a greener community. We all want a greener economy. We've been pushing for a green auto strategy for years now, one done with the CAW and other vested partner groups, including the automotive manufacturers, have looked at the stuff that we've had, Mr. Speaker. And these issues are very important. And I'm going to go through the first one. These are the fee bait policy flaws. The first is damages domestic automakers. $67 million of levies on domestic vehicles, 80% of all the levies collected, and it will transfer $47 million in benefits to Toyota, 75% of the rebates to Toyota, almost half of all the fee baits go to the Yaris. So almost all of the fee baits that we have right now are going to go to one particular model of a car made overseas. And I don't know why we're shoveling, I don't know any Canadian sitting at the dinner table right now wants to see their tax-paying money going to Seoul, Beijing, and Korea. I don't know anybody that wants that because that's what's going to happen, and the Yaris in particular is going to really benefit. Happy if you're Toyota. It's too bad if you're anybody else. Second, Mr. Speaker, is damages Canadian subcompact market. $1,000 per Yaris makes up almost half of all rebates. It undermines other dealers and manufacturers' ability to sell, equally beneficial to subcontractors competitively. So what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that with a low-end vehicle like that, the Yaris, and others in the subcompact, there is little or less margin for profit in that, and so the $1,000 is a bigger economic incentive than if the vehicle is a higher price. So we're actually putting some of our Canadian vehicles in a wider gap of problems to be able to compete with that vehicle because it has the $1,000. It's a significant. They can't make it up, Mr. Speaker. In fact, you know what, Mr. Speaker? Some of the groups that actually, some of the companies right now, I think it's Volvo, is actually looking at disabling some of its safety equipment so it actually can get a little more fuel efficiency so it can qualify for the fee bait. That's not right, Mr. Speaker. That's done without public policy. Why are we putting people to choose between safety and fuel efficiency? Why not a public policy that does both? Mr. Speaker, there's also another third one we have right here. Disincentive to Canadian green technology. Policy levels $1,000 to $2,000 tax on Canadian-made advanced technology engines, cylinder deactivation. It offers a $1,000 rebate for imported conventional gasoline Yaris vehicle without any significant advanced technology. And that's important, Mr. Speaker, because cylinder deactivation, which is a Canadian innovation, is something that actually reduces more greenhouse gas emissions because it gets to some of the higher polluter vehicles. So we're getting to those lower-end hanging fruit that we can get right away, and we're punishing Canadian technology. And I don't understand that, Mr. Speaker. Fourth, it hurts suburban families. Levies of up to $4,000 per vehicle pass on to suburban, rural families purchasing these larger vehicles which offer needed utility. So we know that there's a disincentive for, say, for example, those families that need to require those vehicles that are larger for their own personal and other businesses. as opposed to moving for a greener technology that's actually going to fix those. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I have 2 more minutes. I'll wrap up really quickly here. Won't impact the segment choices in terms of the market. The fee base will not shift the actual public policy to producing and purchasing smaller vehicles. And interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, the March report for vehicle production and manufacturing and selling is out today. And interestingly enough, after the fee base program has been introduced now, luxury SUVs were up 15.1%, and large SUVs were up 8.6%. So what we had, Mr. Speaker, is a policy that hasn't even moved in the direction it's supposed to. And there's all kinds of issues, Mr. Speaker. I know that the list has been interesting in terms of monitoring. Cars go up on the list in terms of the website that you go to, then they go off. It's unacceptable. So what we're saying as New Democrats, Mr. Speaker, and it's important that I conclude with a couple of points about this, is we've been asking for a green auto strategy, one that looks at procuring the jobs in our own communities. And that investment is important. And it can be value added, Mr. Speaker. That's why we supported the capital cost reduction allowance for machinery and equipment for 5 years instead of the 2 years, because right now those companies are pretty well decided upon the 2-year window. And it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the oil and gas sector gets 100% for another 8 years, manufacturing being obliterated by a high-dollar, bad trade policies this government's pursuing. They only get 50% for 2 years.
What's up with that?
Oil and gas sector, booming. Putting it, the auto and in the other manufacturing, aerospace, textiles, they get 100%. And what we're asking, Mr. Speaker, is good, sound public policy that looks at trade issues, looks at manufacturing issues, and making sure if we're going to do incentives, they get to the workers' floor so our workers can compete fairly, and that's all they're asking for, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a very short question on the member. He was talking about the incentives for vehicles, and there was a story about an incentive for a vehicle that wouldn't even have access to the proper fuel to take advantage of that incentive. I wonder if the member, because he comes from an auto constituency, can comment on that.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And I mean, this is the interesting thing about the whole ethanol pursuit that we're doing right now. There's only 2 stations where you can get the E85 to actually put in the vehicles. So it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, is that we don't have the infrastructure out there to actually provide the facilities to get the cleaner fuel. And interestingly enough, the government has also let the oil and gas sector off the hook on standards. We don't have any standards over here. In the United States, they have standards, and on top of that, Mr. Speaker, they're actually investing in the infrastructure, being the actual fueling stations, to get the cleaner technology and the fuels there. And they're doing that through a series of incentives, and they're also making the actual oil and gas industry come to the table. And when we did our manufacturing study, Mr. Speaker, it was interesting. The oil and gas sector in Canada, in terms of their profits, put in less than 1% back into research and development. Less than 1% in research and development on our most profitable industry. It's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians should deserve better than that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I was amazed to hear the member's opening comment, because I had the pleasure of attending numerous meetings with the member across our manufacturing study. We actually took this study across the entire country, and as the member did mention correctly, there were recommendations put forth by the manufacturing committee to the Minister of Finance, and where he's incorrect is this Minister of Finance has actually taken the recommendations of this unanimous report that this member supported, and out of the 22 recommendations, started addressing these right in this budget, our new budget. And I wanted to ask the member if he actually read the budget and took the time to look at the recommendations, because this is unprecedented that a Minister of Finance has stood up, listened to a committee, taken the unanimous report, and virtually implemented most of the recommendations.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would differ with my colleague at Industry Committee. I think if you looked at the recommendations and you put them to the budget, you would find rhetoric around some of those issues. There's no doubt about that, but actually implementing some of those measures didn't happen. I didn't see anything there about South Korea trade deal, Mr. Speaker. I didn't see a whole series of things that we had actually advocated for. And the most obvious one is the capital cost reduction allowance, something that I have no idea. How is it that the Conservatives would move that from a 5-year recommendation to a 2-year one? I don't understand that. I don't understand how the oil and gas industry continues to get the best all the time, not just once, not just twice, not 3 times, all the time. We're manufacturing. We know we're hemorrhaging job losses right now. We're not telling them right now that you can actually come forward with a plan for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, protect your workers, protect the sector, protect the jobs now, and we'll have to be there with you. And I would point, Mr. Speaker, there's more than just automotive. It's tool and die, for example. Another group that is actually requiring some type of support system now because of unfair trade practices. And this government didn't touch that. That's the most important thing that we have to start to get our head around, is that we can do things in our country if we want to, but most importantly, we have to stop undermining ourselves by putting ourselves to international obligations that hurt our workers directly. And that's the first thing we have to do, is protect ourselves from injurious affection of trade deals that have cost us so much already.
Honourable member for Vancouver East has a question. 20 minutes for the question, 20 seconds for the question, 20 seconds for the answer.
I just thank the honourable member because he's done a lot of work to protect the jobs in his community, and I'd like him to talk about what we need to do in order to produce value-added jobs and to protect the jobs that we have.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have to simply understand that this nation's more about taking our natural resources and handing them over to somebody else to get the value-added jobs. Whether it be softwood, oil, manufacturing through auto, aerospace, and textile, there's something more in Canada than just shipping out our stuff for somebody else to do something with. We can do it here. We have the people, the skills, the technology, and the will, because that's where the real jobs and that's where the prosperity gap will diminish if we actually have value-added jobs.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt Juan de Fuca has 10 minutes, of which 3 minutes are today and 7 minutes in the bank for next time.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je serai...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be concise.
It's a privilege to speak on this, Mr. Speaker, but since I only have 3 minutes, I'm going to get to the point. The government introduced a budget that was an orgy of spending 3 times the rate of inflation, sprinkling little goodies here and there with one purpose, and that was obviously to win the next election. So in a time of surplus, there were great opportunities. I'm going to offer the government some ideas that I hope they consider adopting, which would improve our country and our citizens' well-being dramatically. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I would propose that the government adopt, I have a private member's bill called the Canadian Low-Income Supplement. It gives Canadians $2,000 for those who make less than $20,000 a year. That is putting real money in the hands of those who are most underprivileged in our society. What this budget failed to do is deal with the real fiscal imbalance, and that imbalance is the imbalance between the rich and the poor, the haves and the have-nots. That, Mr. Speaker, is something that was utterly ignored in this budget. To the governments, I think it's a huge blunder on their part. Secondly, they have to decrease the lowest income tax rate on those who are poorest. Thirdly, increase investments in research and development and technology. When we were in government, we took Canada from being 19th in the world in RX&D to 3rd in the world in research and development. Use further tax credits, something called tax shifting. If we use tax shifting, then we will be able to shift the taxes in such a way that will convince Canadians and industry to use green technologies and thereby improve our environment. The next thing we could do is deal with the affordable crisis in housing, and the way to do that is to use public-private partnerships. No single segment in society is going to be able to deal with this challenge that is coast to coast. So P3s would work. Canadians are looking to the government for leadership, and the federal government has a responsibility to act. So far, they have failed. Provide strategic investments in healthcare. Mr. Speaker, healthcare is truly the #1 issue for Canadians in their lives, and the government has failed to deal with this. What they should do is open up a Centre for Best Practices under the Canadian Institute for Health Information. They need to exert a leadership role with other partners for a national Canadian workforce strategy for healthcare workers. As we too are getting older, so too to our caregivers, and this is a massive crisis that will not be resolved overnight. Also, what we need to do is do a better job investing in local infrastructure and reduce the federal taxes on gas prices. Mr. Speaker, my time has run out, but these and other solutions that my colleagues have would dramatically improve the welfare of Canadians, and I hope the government does the right thing and listen to us.
It's with regret that I interrupt the honourable member for Esquimalt Juan de Fuca. When we return to the study of Bill C-52, there will be 7 minutes left to his speaking time. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start my speech with by paying my respects to Paulusi Panaloo and his family and friends. He was of the Canadian Rangers, a former MLA, and he died on Friday on a routine patrol in Nunavut. Mr. Speaker, I was prompted to raise my question on the government's lack of a northern strategy on Friday, March 23rd in the House, and they had no answer. Since that time, Canada's government has continued to demonstrate that it does not have a strategy for the North. My questions were simple. The previous government demonstrated an understanding of the North that resulted in infrastructure, economic development, and land claims. It is fair to say that the North prospers today because of the work of the previous administration in its dealings and investments with the First Nation community and with Northern governments. The Prime Minister promised the North three new icebreakers and a northern port, and for some reason they have disappeared from the government's budget documents. So let me ask again, when will this government deliver on its only promise to the North? Icebreakers, search and rescue craft north of 60, and a northern port, and the people of the North are still waiting for proof that this government will deliver. Last summer, there was during a military exercise in the North, and the Prime Minister was escaping from the AIDS conference in Toronto. He and the Defence Minister came north, and as the Ottawa Citizen reported on March 19th, the military report explained that the Prime Minister and Defence Minister disrupted the Northern Sovereignty operation by coming with only 2 days' notice and distracting the military personnel. It is interesting to note that the Operation Narwhal is currently underway, an exercise involving military, law enforcement agencies, and energy companies testing defence plans against a possible terrorist act on Canada's northern oil and gas infrastructure. Maybe we can get an update on this exercise before the Prime Minister or Cabinet Minister shows up again in the North for a tour and disrupts the exercise by diverting Armed Forces personnel away from the mission, much like what happened last summer to Operation Lancaster. Planning for Operation Narwhal began in 2004 under the Liberal government, once again demonstrating an understanding of the North and a strategy working for its best interests. Earlier this month, Armed Forces personnel and Northern Rangers participated in an 8,000-kilometre patrol across Ellesmere Island. Perhaps this is the government's backup plan to the broken promises of icebreakers and a northern port to back up our sovereignty claims. The mission was successfully completed, and I suggest some northern history was etched out in a patrol of this magnitude, and I congratulate the Forces members and Rangers for it. But we need to ensure that sovereignty patrols of this nature will have to be undertaken on a regular basis. Unfortunately, there's no indication if that will be the case. A meaningful report on the Northern Strategy in this House would address issues such as coastal and continental shelf mapping and sovereignty issues such as where the United States are claiming oil and gas-rich Canadian waters, something this government does not care to address. Why is that? Furthermore, with many countries addressing concerns of global warming and meaningful follow-up to the international polar year, such as including new infrastructure, scientific research infrastructure that's so needed in the north of Canada, one would think the government's northern strategy would address this issue, but that is not the case. There's too many examples of lack of action for the north, and I wish the government would just come forward with the northern strategy, and I look forward to hearing from the Parliamentary Secretary on this strategy.
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to rise to speak in response to the question from the Honourable Member for Yukon. From the outset, Canada's new government has recognized the importance of the North and its unique place in Canada. In fact, just last summer, the Right Honourable Prime Minister identified 3 priorities for the North: to assert Canadian sovereignty in the Arctic, to work with our territorial partners to develop the region's natural resources, to create jobs and prosperity for Northerners and all Canadians, and to work with Northern communities to raise their standard of living. And we're working hard to advance these priorities. Budget 2007 strengthened the territorial formula of financing to reflect the special circumstances and higher costs in the North, providing an additional $115 million this year alone. Furthermore, the budget provided for $25 million per year to each territory to help build the modern infrastructure that is fundamental to the future of the North. And $23.2 million over 7 years will go to Nunavut to strengthen financial management practices in that territory. This is a good budget for the North and has been applauded by the Northern premiers. Let me quote Yukon Premier Dennis Fenty. This budget gets us back to a principle-based fiscal arrangement with the federal government, and that's something we've been striving for time now and again, and that is going to be beneficial to us now and into the long term. Northwest Territories Premier Joe Handley said, "That kind of increase is good news to us." The launch of the International Polar Year on March 1st was another strong indication of our commitment to the North. Involving more than 60 countries and thousands of scientists, it is the largest ever international program of coordinated scientific research and observation focused on the polar regions. Canada is very proud to be taking a leadership role in this initiative. Our new government is very pleased to commit $150 million towards a strong and innovative program in support of Canadian involvement and participation in this major international event. 44 research projects will benefit from this funding, projects that will focus on science for climate change impacts and adaptation, and the health and well-being of northern communities. The new knowledge that will be uncovered by Canadian and international scientists is expected to bring not only benefits to Canadians in the North and across the country, but economic and health benefits as well. A portion of this funding is also directed towards training and developing science and research-relevant skills amongst Northerners, particularly Aboriginal youth, to build capacity in the North and to take on future challenges in Northern research. Dynamic Northern science is indispensable to our commitment to extend national security to all our territories. International recognition of Canadian scientific expertise and leadership in Canada's sovereign North affirms the importance of the territories to Canada. It is largely through resource development that we will be able to provide Northerners with options for economic benefits, a basis for healthy, sustainable communities, and a broad set of resource-based projects in the North, including diamond mining, oil and gas exploration, and the proposed Mackenzie Gas Project, will contribute to increased economic growth over the next couple of years. Canada's new government is determined to make tangible, practical progress in enabling stable, prosperous communities in the North and improved standard of living for all Northerners. Through the provisions of Budget 2007, and through initiatives such as International Polar Year, and through our support of resource development projects, we are confident that we are making that progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, well, I thank the member for congratulating us on our initiatives, the O'Brien report, which of course made the recommendations on the formula financing, our infrastructure program, which after us pushing, they're carrying on, and Polar Year, of course, which Anne McCullen announced. But I'll give him one more chance. He didn't answer the questions. What about a northern strategy? And second of all, what about the one promise for the North, the northern icebreakers and the northern port? Has the government completely dropped it, and can we get on with other things, or are they going to pursue these two initiatives that one of which they promised?
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I will state, of course, that our government is committed to the North and the sovereignty of the North, which, of course, is something that the previous government let go to the wayside for so many years, with our military becoming in a state of ill repute and ill repair through to its lack of funding. This is something that our government has taken head on. But we're also very committed to improving opportunities for all Northerners, ensuring that all governments have access to the resources they need to meet their responsibilities. Budget 2007 is a tangible demonstration of our government's understanding of the unique situation in the territories. Premier Okalik said, the federal government is coming forward to assist us in building up a capacity and systems in terms of financial management. We appreciate that, and we look forward to using it wisely. But really, you know, the question that we need to ask today, Mr. Speaker, I know the member opposite stated that he was happy we brought forward the O'Brien report and have implemented it. Well, I find it surprising that he didn't vote for the budget then, because this is something that he should have did. It was obviously good for his territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise here in a subsequent question after the House of Commons with regards to the government's fee-based policy introduced into the budget program, and I'm appreciative that the Parliamentary Secretary has shown up again to at least debate this issue. There's a big problem, I think, Mr. Speaker, with regards to this actual procurement plan that the government's doing. Simply quite, frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's puzzling how it was introduced, because it was done so without consultation and appropriate discussion to the degree of how it has really a significant market shift and intervention that costs Canadian jobs. And the end result, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake on this, is that we are going to actually witness Canadian money going to international cities that are building vehicles to compete against Canadian auto workers, and I think it's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. I don't think residents listening tonight want to see their money going to Seoul, Beijing, and to other places. What they want to see is their good, hard-paying, tax-earned dollars going into producing the types of conditions that win jobs for themselves. And, Mr. Speaker, this fee-based policy is so messed up that even domestic auto producers, Honda, for example, Mr. Speaker, in my previous debate tonight, I thought it was a different company. It was Volvo, so I retract that. It's actually Honda, has actually gone public saying that they actually are going to examine disabling safety equipment to be able to be eligible for this fee-based system. How is that, Mr. Speaker? How have we come to the point where they're going to actually put a proposition in front of their engineers and the CEO that they would sacrifice Canadian safety to be eligible for the Conservatives' $1,000 rebate policy? That's how, I guess, attractive it is for Honda, but at the same time, it's disturbing for Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, look at the impact on this that's going to happen right now. Of the fee-bates that are going to happen and the money that's going to go to the companies for this type of method, we're going to see $47 million go to Toyota alone. $34 million is going to go to the Yaris, which isn't produced in Canada. One vehicle alone. And how about Ford? It's estimated that they're going to lose $26 million. General Motors, $18 million. Daimler Chrysler, $10 million. How is it, Mr. Speaker, this government has concocted a policy on fee-mates that is not going to even put the proper vehicles on the road? We've seen from today, and it is early, I'll grant them that, Mr. Speaker. It's the first month, but luxury SUVs are up over 15%. It's not going to get the type of result that we want, is lower greenhouse gas emissions. Because there's other Canadian technology that's in there, Mr. Speaker, that we could actually have, and Canadian technology at that, some investment, some solutions. Be it cylinder deactivation. For those that aren't aware, that's when actually your engine reduces its capacity at different times, so you produce less greenhouse gas emissions. Can be just as efficient and effective in many other models. In fact, Mr. Speaker, for some of the high-class vehicles that we have in terms of weight, it's very effective. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, this government has to put forth a full auto policy. They have, Mr. Speaker, the flip-flopping floor-crossing minister who was a Liberal and is now a Conservative that promised an auto policy many, many times in this chamber, many, many times, but yet did not deliver. They have that member. They could get up, walk down to him and say, hey, whatever happened to that auto policy that you had? Or is this maybe it, Mr. Speaker? Is this the actual Liberal plan? I don't know. But all I do know, Mr. Speaker, this is putting a damper on economic development because, and specifically, Mr. Speaker, General Motors has now put on hold its plant decisions in Canada. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve better.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to the member for Windsor West concerns about Canada's auto industry and the ongoing free trade negotiations with South Korea. Mr. Speaker, the member would have us believe that Canada's auto sector is on life support when the facts clearly show otherwise. Canada's auto industry, assemblers and parts makers are some of the most successful and competitive in the world. Our industry employs over 500,000 Canadians. automakers have 12 major assembly plants, with the 13th coming online in 2008, and produced 2.5 million cars and light trucks in 2006, or about 16% of the North American production. In fact, in 2006, Ontario outperformed Michigan for the third year in a row as the highest automotive producing region in all of North America, all this while maintaining high-quality standards. That said, a global restructuring is taking place within the North American auto industry. The Detroit-based assemblers are making some tough but necessary decisions to stay competitive, as we have all heard about recent events in the industry. Our concern is for the people impacted by these business decisions. Workers affected are eligible for assistance through the HRSDC programs in addition to their severance packages. With some companies restructuring, other companies within Canada's auto sector are expanding and creating new jobs. Toyota is building a new $1.1 billion assembly plant in Woodstock, Ontario, which will come online in the fall of 2008. Honda is investing $154 million in a new engine plant in Alliston, Ontario, also coming online in 2008. And despite a difficult period for the Detroit-based automakers, Canadian branch assembly plants are winning product mandates. The new Chevy Camaro will be proudly built in Oshawa. The new Dodge Challenger, Daimler Chrysler, awarded for the Brampton, Ontario facility. And in Oakville, Ford is building two new successful crossover vehicles, the Edge and the Lincoln MKX. And I understand Ford is even going to have another new model starting in there in the next couple of years, or the next year. Our Canadian automakers are renowned for their quality, and these mandates reaffirm that a job well done will be rewarded. Canada's new government will continue to work to ensure that our auto sector remains strong. The auto industry is vital to our economy, as are the spin-off industries associated with this sector. Our constructive measures in Budget 2006 to reduce corporate and personal taxes make Canada an even better place for auto investment. Our strategic economic plan in Advantage Canada will create a better business environment for all industries. Budget 2007, widely considered the best budget for Canadian manufacturers in decades, continues to reduce taxes, accelerates capital cost allowance write-offs, cuts red tape, invests in modern infrastructure, and is geared up to develop a skilled and educated workforce. Canada's new government is setting the stage for economic growth, innovation, and opportunity. As for the members concerned about the impact of free trade agreements with South Korea, it's our contention that such an agreement will have to have a limited impact on Canada's auto sector, and the overall benefits outweigh the concerns. The implications of the proposed elimination of the tariff are relatively small when compared to the size of the automotive industry. When the tariff currently is only being 6.1%, and that would only be eliminated on roughly 8% of total Canadian vehicle sales, the impact is negligible. However, what this proposed deal does is have a potential to deliver significant commercial benefits across a wide range of the Canadian economy, from agriculture to high-tech services to investment. Free trade agreements ensure that Canadian companies are competitive in key markets. The United States and other countries are aggressively negotiating free trade agreements, including with South Korea. Canada has a similar interest in actively negotiating improved market access for products and services, including the auto industry. There's no deal yet, but what I can tell the member for Windsor West is that this government will only agree to a free trade deal that delivers substantial benefit for Canada and all Canadians. And as far as the member talked about the rebates, I guess I'll get to that.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting that the government officials would actually prepare something, and the question I asked was specifically on fee-bates. I'll be happy to spend the time that I have right now to talk about the Korea deal as well, Mr. Speaker, but I find it interesting to avoid that. The Korea deal, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, is very alarming because, first of all, if we want to use a couple of examples here, the United States, at least, they're going through a vetting process. They will have their members will vote on that issue, and there's opposition growing, whether it be John Edwards, whether it be the automaker companies on both the American side and the Canadian side that are opposing this deal. We're not going to have that same right here, Mr. Speaker. This government has shut down studies. We've had to drag them out of them that are half-measured, half-concocted, not sufficient, old, outdated. They will not have a chance to have a vote in this chamber the current way things are going. I would ask a member who's from Oshawa, would he entitle this Parliament, is it his personal opinion, to have a vote on the Korea trade deal?
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, the member's a little bit back and forth on things, but I would like to address our environmental policy to help encourage fuel-efficient cars, because I'm very, very surprised that this NDP member would be against a policy that the government has put forward to encourage the purchase and the utilization of environmentally friendly cars for all Canadians. We've come forth an eco-energy program. As he said, I'm from Oshawa, and again, I'm incredibly surprised that he would be against a policy that is discouraging, or that this policy is encouraging technology from Oshawa, technology from Canada. Cars like the Chevy Impala and the Monte Carlo that have E85, technology developed right here, that he would be against that policy. He talks about fee baits, and I think he needs to look at his own policy in the past, the NDP, what they are in favor. Is the NDP not supportive of things like California standards? I remember debating in the House last year, the NDP being in support of a 25% reduction in fuel consumption, that the industry said that would bankrupt and would put...
L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise this evening, especially since we have two adjournment motions with respect to actions government this has taken in the automobile sector and in the manufacturing sector. The Bloc Québécois has asked the government for an umpteenth time to address the issue of plant closures throughout Quebec and Canada. And to top it all off, the Minister for the Environment said last week, and I quote, there are 250,000 manufacturing jobs that have been lost, but this is a future crisis. And yet this did not raise warning bells within the government. This is from the President of the Canadian Labour Council who said this. And at the same time, the Labour Minister has talked about an apocalyptic problem. There was a report from the Industry Committee, but this government, with its cavalier attitude, has only focused on certain parts of this report. Look at what happened with the oil sands, for example. Let's also look at what happened with credits for companies that don't make major profits. I'll apologise. Could the member please turn off his headset at his desk? You mean my headset? Yes, your earpiece, please. Please turn it off. Done. Thank you very much. So let me come back to the topic at hand. The government has a policy for the manufacturing industry, which is based on part of the industry report, but there is another report that hasn't been focused on. We believe that there should be training credits for manufacturing jobs so that they can change jobs and get training on the job. This is a proactive measure that would help keep people at work. Mr. Speaker, we could also move ahead with the research and development investment credit, but it needs to be reimbursable. There are many companies in the forestry sector that aren't making big profits and that have to compete with emerging countries, but they don't have enough of a leeway to invest. So the government should have a reimbursable investment credit so that these companies can do a better job at competing on the world stage. And what about this government's hemming and hawing about senior workers? Unfortunately, senior workers are often the losers. They can't get jobs. And at least 20% of them, each time a company closes, 20% of them can't get a new job. And for the past year and a half, this government has busied itself with various committees, a task force on elderly people, for example. They say they're waiting for testimony. But what action are they taking? I think that they don't understand the reality being lived out in the field, in the manufacturing sector. It's all very well that the economy is overall going well in Canada, but this doesn't mean that various sectors aren't doing well. The Parliamentary Secretary knows this full well, and I'd ask him, when is the government going to move forward with real action for the manufacturing sector, beyond this piecemeal action that they proposed in the report? Because at this stage, we don't have the necessary measures to get through this crisis. There is a crisis. The ministers refused to recognise this with the Parliamentary Secretary for the Industry Minister.
To thank the honourable member for participating in the Industry Committee report. As he stated, it was a wonderful report, and out of the recommendations, the Minister of Finance actually took the majority of those recommendations and put it into the budget. So I would request that he take a look at the budget a little more carefully, because we are incredibly concerned about plant closures. That's why we have brought forward a budget, and I believe it was Perrin Beatty that said that this is the best budget for Canadian manufacturers in recent history. Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected their new government just over a year ago. And at that time, we knew there were manufacturers across Canada facing serious challenges: high energy prices, an aging workforce, a high Canadian dollar relative to the U.S., and an economic slowdown for some of our major trading partners. Our government was not content to sit back and watch one of Canada's oldest and most important industrial sectors, one that employs over 2 million Canadians, disappear. As my colleague heard through our month-long manufacturing studying committee, for manufacturers to succeed, they need to increasingly rely on their knowledge advantage. They need to be innovators. They have to be able to compete in a global economy. To be successful, they have to operate in an environment that promotes innovation and investment. Now, they need to access a knowledgeable and highly skilled labour force. That's why, Mr. Speaker, when Canada's new government brought forth our first budget, we introduced 29 tax cuts in Budget 2006. We eliminated capital tax, we reduced corporate and small business tax rates, and we eliminated the corporate surtax. Then last November, we announced our plans to rebuild a strong economy by creating the right conditions for Canadians and Canadian businesses to thrive. Advantage Canada is a strategic long-term economic plan to improve Canada's economic prosperity both today and in the future, a plan to build an economy that will benefit manufacturers. Our plan focuses on 5 key advantages that will help Canada compete globally. A tax advantage that will continue to reduce taxes for all Canadians and establish the lowest tax rate on new business investment in the G7. A fiscal advantage that will eliminate Canada's total government net debt in less than a generation. An entrepreneurial advantage that will reduce unnecessary regulation and lower taxes to unlock business investment. A knowledge advantage designed to create the world's best educated, most skilled, and most flexible workforce. An infrastructure advantage that invests in modern, world-class infrastructure to ensure the seamless flow of people, goods, and services across the country and across our borders. In Budget 2007, we delivered directed to the needs of Canadian manufacturers. One, this government introduced tax measures, including a temporary change to the capital cost allowance that will encourage manufacturers to invest and be more productive. This government is working to identify opportunities to improve the scientific research and experimental development tax incentive program. This government will put in place the programs and initiatives needed to ensure that we have the best educated, most highly skilled workforce. This government committed to reducing the paper burden in businesses and streamlining regulations. This government invested in the infrastructure to make Canada's North American hub for manufacturing. And we committed to aligning research investments with the real-world challenges of commercialization. Canada's new government is providing businesses and manufacturers with the right conditions to compete with the rest of the world. Canadian manufacturers are adapting to the global marketplace, and they will succeed. And they are confident that this government will be there for them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact remains that Canadian workers who've found other employment after having lost their jobs, generally speaking, lose 25% of their annual salary. This is an average of $10,000 per person, which is less money being injected in our economy. If you look at the manufacturing sector, it is really suffering greatly, and this has terrible effects on our regional economy. Yes, the Industry Committee has done a good report, but the fact remains that the government hasn't done its job. It has followed up on a certain number of recommendations with tax implications, but it didn't really look at the scope of the accelerated write-off provisions, which were far more broad than the government would admit. I'll close on this note, Mr. Speaker. Can we expect a real plan. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Industry Minister.
Years did nothing. This government recognizes that Canada's manufacturing sector faces challenges. Since we have taken office, we have not let manufacturers tackle those challenges alone. The new government of Canada listened to manufacturers and we acted. Our strategic economic plan, Advantage Canada, goes into the heart of addressing manufacturers' concerns. We introduced Budget 2007, which I believe is the most manufacturing-friendly budget ever produced. Budget 2007 not only responds to the key tax concerns of manufacturers, it also invests in innovation, infrastructure, new technology. It lays the foundation for streamlining regulations for ensuring that we have the best educated, highly skilled, and most flexible workforce. Our latest announcement, the Strategic Aerospace and Defence Initiative, shows our commitment to promote excellence in the industrial sector. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with the manufacturing sector, we will continue to deliver, and we will continue to act when the previous government did none of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre...
And a motion for the adjournment of the House is deemed adopted.
This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.